So in this video, we're building a complete backend application with microservices. So we will have an API gateway that will act as the single entry point for our client request, then an authentication service that will handle our user registrations, our login and JWT token management as well. So the authentication service is going to be using MySQL database. Next, we're going to have user service. So this is going to be managing our user profiles and user data. So for the database for user service, we're going to be using PostgreSQL for this one. And finally, we're going to have a chat service. So this will handle conversations, messages, and this will use two databases. It will use MongoDB and also it will use Redis for caching. All of those services will be communicating through RabbitMQ for event-driven messaging, ensuring they stay decoupled and scalable. Okay, so we're going to be using TypeScript for the type safety, Express.js for our list APIs, and we're going to also use pnpm Monorepo to manage everything efficiently as workspaces. So the entire stack will land in Docker containers, so it will make it easy for us to deploy later. We're going to be self-hosting this. I'm going to show you how you can self-host this later, and I will show you two deployment approaches. So the first one is with Docker Compose, which will be deploying on our local development and testing, and then after I've tested on our local machine, we're going to deploy to the production using DocPro, which is for our self-hosted option. So we're going to get our own VPS and we can host this ourselves, so without relying on some cloud providers. Okay, so if you're ready, let's go ahead and start building this together. See you guys in the video. Alright, so let's go ahead and get started with this. The first thing I have to do is setting up our project. So we need to set up this project. So we need to install Node.js, pnpm, and Docker, etc. So we don't have a starter code. Let me do this. I planned this before I actually decided to start from scratch. So I'm going to be setting up everything with you. And for ID, you can use whatever you already have. So yeah, actually, we're just going to do this. All right. And let me see. Okay, so we're going to set up this pnpm docker. Let me go back to my browser actually. All right, so I'm going to be using pnpm for this project. You can use whatever you want, and we're going to be using these pnpm workspaces. And I'm going to show you how everything works. All right. Okay. Or you can just check out the documentation of pnpm. So if you don't have npm already installed, you can go ahead on the introduction and on installation page. Here you will find out the options for different operating systems, whatever you have. So for Linux systems and Windows, you can use this one, and for Linux systems, you can use this one. Okay, so I already have pnpm installed. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to initialize this project actually, and for my editor, I'm going to be using Visual Studio Code. So let me go ahead and open my terminal now. And we can go ahead and start working on this project. All right, so I have my terminal open. I can go ahead inside of here, and let me just check if I have pnpm. I changed my keyboard version. So this is the version I have. I think this is actually the current version that is supported. All right, so this is the version. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and create a new folder. And I'm going to call this folder chat app, since this is a chat application, and you can see this to that chat app. Okay, chat app. So I'm inside of this application. Now you can do pnpm init. So do pnpm init, and for now, let me just open this with my Visual Studio Code, and here we go. Let me make this full screen, and also let me zoom in a lot so you can see well. All right, so we have the package.json, and also we need to set up the pnpm workspaces. So let me go to workspaces and see what we need to do. And actually, let me check my documents, and okay, inside Node.js, we already have this, and actually we can go ahead and mark this as done, since we are all right. And let's go back to this one. So let me go to this chapter 3, which is setting up the workspace and shared, etc, etc. All right. So for the workspaces, all we have to do is easy. So let's follow this documentation for a bit. So we can have different referring workspace package through the relative path. Okay. So we need to create let's change to true workspace protocol. All right, so we need to create this file here, workspace.yaml. Okay, and here I can just create a new file. I can create pnpm and the workspace, and I can call it .yaml. All right. Okay, so inside of this, we need to define where we have our different packages. So we can have in our spaces with 2 packages. We can also have dependencies that will be okay. Great. So inside of this one, I can define packages, and inside these packages, I'm going to have first one is going to be so we're going to be having services folder. So we're going to have services folder where we have all our folders, our services, I mean, and also we're going to have our packages. All right. So these packages will actually include like the things we're going to be using throughout this project. So the things we can share between each service. So for example, inside of the authentication service, we can have the types, and those types can also be used inside of user service. So instead of creating the types of inside of the authentication service and having to create again from scratch a new types for user service, we can just put it inside of this package folder, and they can be used through anywhere we want, basically. So that's the whole idea. All right. And also for now, this is enough. So we're not going to have anything so complex, but this is already enough for us. Okay. So we have this service folder, and we have this packages folder. All right. So let me check our document again. So workspace setup, shared. Okay. So that's what I was meaning. And also need to create a shared TypeScript config. So that means we need to install TypeScript inside of this project. All right, so let's go ahead and do that. I can go ahead back to my terminal, and I can just do pnpm install TypeScript. I hope this is correct. pnpm install TypeScript. Yeah, I was running through dependencies to the workspace fish meal we want. If you remained it, make this script. All right, so since we have actually yeah, this is good. This message is good, but I think this is what we want, because we want to have our load file. I want to have this load to include all the packages that we're going to be using for all of them. So TypeScript is one of them. It can be inside of the loot. So yeah, that's fine. So since we have defined these workspaces for the actually, that's why we're getting that kind of warning. So because if you have workspaces, you can actually, when you install, you have to put some type of flags so it can install in a specific folder. But I guess, yeah, I think that's the reason why we're getting this type of warning or this type of error. So for now, I can just actually, let me run the command again. It's what I say. Yeah, W flag. Okay. Yeah, so yeah, we need to insert inside of this folder, and while we're still here, I can also add another we're going to be needing. Actually, let me install everything as Dev Dependencies. So we're gonna add this dash whatever you call it, ////d, I guess, TypeScript. Since this is our dev dependencies, so all of this will be used as our for development purposes, nothing else. And also let me add types /node, and also we are going to need what else do we need? We are going to need TS6. We're going to need actually, let me go ahead and install everything that we need, so we finish with this. We're going to need Pretium. We're going to need ESLint and /JS, and we're going to need TypeScript. So TypeScript, come on, TypeScript, and this is going to be ESLint and /ESLint, and it's going to be the plugin for TypeScript. Okay, and also we're going to need another one, so TypeScript, and this is going to be as well ESLint, so ESLint /parser, and is this enough? So we have TypeScript, ESLint plugin, we have TypeScript ESLint parser, and also we need ESLint itself, so ESLint, yeah, ESLint, that is fine. And Pretia, yeah, that's fine. We have the TypeScript, okay, good. We have the types, and yeah, for now it's good. So let's inside this, right? It was fast. So we have, instead of package.json, sorry, we have these types installed. So this is the versions I'm using, in case you want to have the same version as me, but it shouldn't matter so much. TypeScript doesn't change that much, and yeah, pretty as well, that shouldn't make any problem. Just in case, you can go ahead and use the same versions as me if you want. All right, and also I need to configure this, so let me close this for now. Inside of this script, let's go ahead and remove this. So we need to configure, like when we are building. So for the build command, we're going to use a specific command. So I'm going to use pnpm and /l, and we're going to have /workspace, and this is going to be load, and we're going to use this is going to be false, and we're going to also say learn build. Okay, all right. So also let me add another one, and this one's going to be for the dev command. So the dev command is going to be, we're going to use pnpm and /l workspace false and learn dev. Perfect. And for the lint, let's also, yeah, let's also do this. I'm going to explain everything in order. So let's say pnpm-l workspace loot is going to be false learn lint, and also we need to run the format. So format pnpm workspace loot format, perfect. And for the test, we can say test. So the same thing, pnpm -l workspace root force -test. Yeah, that's fine. All right, so now that we have this ready, what do we have, like what is this we just typed? So it's your first time seeing this. So this build command, this is just a script, so in our pnpm workspaces, and this pnpm with this /l, or the word is actually, this is just short name for the recursive, I don't know if I'm saying that right. So this will learn the command in every package of this workspace. So this is what we're saying it. And this one here, we're saying workspace load equals to false. So this we're just saying exclude the loot package from the execution. So only the child packages will learn this build script. So that applies basically for everything else here. So yeah, that was the idea of this, and now we can go ahead and actually continue with this. So the next thing we need to do, so that now that we have our workspaces kind of ready, we can go ahead and set up the TypeScript config. And just to avoid wasting so much time on this, I'm going to create a new file. This is going to be a tsconfig.base. So this is our base tsconfig settings, and these settings we're going to use them with other services as well. So this is just the base, so we're not going to type this again. We're going to be using it inside of other tsconfig files. I'm going to show you how you can do that. But yeah, so this is the settings I have. You can pause the video and copy them if you want, or you can just get the code from my GitHub repository. All right, so this is what I have. And now let's go ahead and set up our tsconfig for our root folder. So on the side of the root directory, we're going to create a root folder, a root config for our TypeScript. So let me call it tsconfig, and it's going to say JSON.json. And instead of this, I'm going to have this, and I can say extends. So we're going to extend our what? We're going to extend this base. So this is our base settings. So we're going to extend them on this tsconfig JSON, so we do not have to write the whole thing again. And this tsconfig will use these settings that we just added, but with expression that we're going to be adding some other settings that we don't want to add here. So I hope you get the idea. And inside of this one, I'm going to say just give the path of this file, and it's just over here. So tsconfig base.json. And here we can go ahead and add other settings that we want to have for our root folder. Yeah. So for our compile options, we're going to say compassed, and this is going to be to true. And outside of the compile options, just go outside, we can say files. For now, it's going to be an empty array, and we can say reference, and this reference, we're going to say where our files or our folders are based. So inside of object, we can say path, and we're going to have inside of packages. So packages are going to have common. Okay, and let me just do this, and now I can just copy paste this one here. Okay, so we have the package.json. Packages, inside the packages we will have a common folder, and after this one we're going to have, sorry, let me just delete that once. Yeah, so inside the workspaces we said we're going to have services as well. So let me add services. So services, and we're going to have inside of services, we're going to have how many services? The first one is the user service, just user service, and let me paste it here. And the second one is going to be the gateway service. All right, and also another one is going to be chat service, and we're going to have also the authentication service. So these are the services that we're going to be having. So gateway service, chat service, auth service, and user service. And also don't forget our common file folder where we're going to be having our usable packages throughout this project. All right, perfect. And let me see if this is all we need to do inside of this one. So we set up the tsconfig. Okay, pnpm workspaces. Yeah, actually I think that should be all. Let me see the second one. What do we have to do? Yeah, the second one, we need to create the common. Yeah, we need to create everything. I guess, yeah. I guess this will be everything that we need to set up actually in this one. So maybe we can go ahead and do that as well. So let me go ahead and mark this as done. Perfect. This is the long one, recording actually, and then we mark this as done. So now let's go to the fourth one, which is creating the common and also setting up like everything we need to use, such as the logger, errors, handlers, and types, etc. We are not going to create everything in this go, but we're just going to set up the essentials that we need. So let me go ahead and start working on that. All right, let me open my terminal. Actually, not terminal, but my editor. All right, so inside of this one, I'm going to create the packages folder. So packages, and inside of this one, I'm going to create a common folder. All right, so if you remember, that's what we said inside of here. So we're going to have packages, and inside packages, we're going to have common folder. So inside of the common folder, we need to initialize this project. This actually, we already initialized this, but we don't have to I'm going to show you how this works actually. All right, but first of all, inside of this folder, I'm going to add test config settings that we already have. Let me see if we need, no, we don't, I'm not going to use this one. Let me create a new inside the packages, not inside of, inside the packages, inside of the common. I'm going to create this test config file. So tsconfig.json, testconfig.json. Okay, and the settings for this one, these are going to be the settings for this test config. So it's also going to use our base settings. So you see the useful of using this config. We don't have to use everything. We just need to change some stuff that we don't have to have inside of this one. All right. So now let's go ahead and start installing the packages we are going to be using inside of our packages, and yeah, let's go ahead and just do that. I want to install from this common folder, and we already have the log file, so there is no need for it to create a new one. And since we're using the pnpm workspaces, we can use the filter flag to filter where we want to install this from. So let me go to my terminal again. Here it is, and that's for in the terminal I can install the what I think that I will need. So the packages I think I will need for the logger, we are going to use Pino, and also for the validations we are going to use Zod. So I can do pnpm add, and we can do the package name, which is Zod. So Zod, and also Pino, and we can add, finally we can add dash filter, and we can say common. So I hope this works. If it doesn't work, we're gonna try to fix it, but yeah, let's try it. All right, so it's saying there's no project matches filters inside of this one, so it's not fighting it's not fighting, it's not finding it. Let's see what's the problem here. So we say this, and also let's fix this stuff. We don't have a main file inside of our load directory, so we can remove this. We don't have a load one. For the description, you can give it whatever you want, and also this is going to be private to true. Okay, this the version can be this one, the name can be this one. For this one, it's fine, that is fine. Let me try running this again, and then let's see if this will fix something, but I don't think so. But yeah, let's try it. Okay, pnpm add filter common. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, it was so obvious. We need to initialize this first. Yeah, whatever. So we go inside the cd packages command, and we can run the pnpm init command, and now we have the package.json file. Yeah, wow. All right. So let's rename this, and how I'm going to rename these packages. So let me go add, and I can say chat the name of this chat app common. So this is how I'm going to be naming all of my files. So this one is going to have a main one. The version description is going to be private. Private is going to be true, not false. Going to be true. And the main one, inside of this one, we're just going to have this folder when we build, and also the index. And we're going to have types. So for the types, we're going to be also inside of this, and we can put it inside of index.ts. And yep, for now this is okay. We can go ahead and install the packages we're trying to install earlier. So we can do pnpm this time. We can do this. So filter packages.common. Okay. Okay, come on. All right. All right, so all we have to do is just actually specify this as common, nothing else. So pnpm workspace pino add filter common, and that's because we are already inside of the common folder. I don't know what's going on. Let me see debug. All right, so we have the packages that we wanted to add, and also inside the common folder, let me create a new folder. I'm going to call it src, and let me check what we have to do. So it's okay, the types, yeah. For the types, should we start with types, or we can start with our logger so we can use it? We actually added the logger, so let me start with the logger. So inside the src, I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call it logger.ts. So this is the logger I'm going to be using throughout this project. So let me import Pino, and it's going to be from Pino. And also let me import the types from this. So import type, and I think we need to insert types for this one. Yeah, no, never mind. And also we need the logger options. Perfect. And here I can define so type. We're going to hit the create logger options. So we're going to create the options for this logger that we need, and let's extend with this one. So logger options, and we can, instead of this one, we can give it a name, which is going to be a string. Okay, so each logger we have to give it a name, and also let me get a export const. We're going to say create logger, and let's say create export const. We're going to call it create logger. So this is what we're going to be using. I'm going to show you how to use this as well. So we're going to take in the options, which is the create logger options on top, and it's going to extend this one. All right, so that's because we need to return something actually. Yeah. Yep. And inside of this one, I'm going to say const, and I'm going to get in the name and also the list, or you can just call it. Yeah. So it's going to be from the options, and here I'm going to say const transport. So this transport is going to depend on the process.env. So if it is equals to development, we can just, let me open this object. We can say the target is going to pnpm, and from options inside of this one, you can say the color to be true and the translate time, or you can use this one. And outside of this, otherwise it can just be undefined. So we don't want to show so much stuff if it's outside of the development environment. All right. And outside of this one, we can just return and let's say Pino. And inside of this one, we can turn the name, the level. So level is going to go pending. We're going to get it from the environment variables, so log level, or otherwise the default is going to be this one, clicking the transport and also the rest. All right, so this is actually everything for this logger that we're going to be using. So this is like everything you need. So outside of here, so still inside of the src folder, I'm going to create an index file. So this way we're going to be exporting everything that we will need to use. And we can actually start by importing so everything from our logger. So the logger. Okay. From import from logger, right? What's the file name? So import, let's use export actually. Export from logger. Yeah. And also let me export the types of this just in case I need it. So let me call it logger from Pino. Okay, and what do we need to do next? We also need to set up our environment variables. So since we need to validate them, so we're going to use a new tool here. So let me call it env. I'm going to show you how everything is going to work out together. Finally, so import, and we're going to use Zod. So we need to Zod as well. So let me import Zod object, and also Zod low shape. So we're going to use Zod to help us with the environment variables as well. So for the env, we're going to say env options. So inside of this one, we're going to have in the source, which is optional, of Node.js process.env, and also we're going to have the service name, which is type of string. Okay, and here we're going to type, and we're going to be schema and output. And to have the T schema, I guess we can call it T schema. Yeah, and also extends the Zod low shape. All right, and also let's use Zod object as well, and let's create again T schema. All right. So the output, what's the issue here? Output is deprecated. Okay. What do we use instead? Use, it says use type of schema instead. Okay. But for now, it's fine. We can use this. So export, let's go to cost, and we can call it create env. Create environment. So it's going to be type of schema, extend the low shape. Okay, and inside of this one, I'm going to define the schema, which is equals to Zod object T schema, and also the options, which is the options can be default this one. And finally here we can just say schema output goes to this one, and inside of this one we can just get the the source, which is going to be from the process.env, the service name. For now, you can call it the service options. Okay. And here I can just call it const, and you can call past. Yeah, that was good. Go to schema.savePass and get in the source. And here we can validate. So if there's no, if it's not success, also if past is not success, what do we need to do? Instead of this one, we can say const formatted errors. Yeah, formatted errors equals to past.error. And instead of errors, we can say format. Okay. And here we can just throw new error. For new error, and inside of this one, we can say, yeah, this one is fine. So service name, variable validation failed, and we can use the JSON string file. And otherwise, here we can just return past data, past the data, and here we can export type and schema, and equals to t-shape. You can call it t-shape, and extends. So low shape, and also here object t-shape, and we can remove this one actually. So this is what we're going to be using to help us when validating this one. So what's the issue here? Oh, this cannot be option. We're going to be using this when we're getting our environment variables later on. I'm going to show you how to use all of these. So now you can go back to our index file. So inside of the index, for now, we're just preparing what we're going to be using actually. So I hope you're getting the idea. So export not from the errors, but from the env. All right. So we have this now. What's next that can we use? So we have the logger. We have the environment variable. Actually, I think for now this is enough, so we can go ahead and use them when setting up our service. So we cannot mark this as done. Yeah, we cannot mark it as done, but we can go ahead and set up a little bit of this. But actually, we can mark it as done, but yeah, it's not really done because we come back to it, but we are setting up is fine. So let me just go ahead and set up one service. So we can set up user service or authentication service. Which one is better? I think authentication service would make much sense in this case, since we need authentication before anything else. So I guess authentication service make more sense than this one. Yeah, let's set up authentication service. So let's create a folder called services. All our services will be inside of this one. Inside of the services, we're going to have Auth Service. All right, and now we need to set it up as well. So inside the packages, let me copy this tsconfig, put it inside of this one, and I don't think we need to change much, since we can just say, let me see. So everything can stay the same over here. But yeah, we need to change how we import stuff. Actually, let me take this one. So this is the settings for our authentication service settings. So it's getting the settings for common, and also the way we're going to be importing this, we're going to be using this @ when importing things. All right. So okay, And next thing we can do, we can, inside of this one, let me open my terminal. We can do pnpm init. Let's try the filter to be inside of services and also of service. Yeah, I knew that would not work. So cd services, but I think there is a way to do this. I'm not sure. I don't. Okay, it's fine. So of service, let me just cd into this. So can pnpm init. All right. So I have the package.json. And let me see the packages. Yeah, we just have the packages. We don't have the log because the log file is already inside the load folder. So that's fine. And now inside of this one, we need to set up some settings as well. So just like I said, I am to be renaming this as chat app. Yeah. So this is going to be naming stuff, and this is going to be private as well. True, and description. Let's make it the type to be module, and the main file is going to be inside of dist, and it's going to be index.js. The types as well. So types is going to be inside of dist. So just the same thing we did inside of the packages, so index.d.ts. All right. So for setting up a project, what do we need? Just for setting up, we need the Express.js folder. So pnpm install, we can say express. All right, we have the express. Okay, that is fine. There is enough actually for us to get started. Actually, no, we need .env. So npm start.env.env. pnpm start.env. All right, so this is enough for us to get started actually. Yeah, this is enough for us to get started with this. So we're going to be very organized in this one. So inside of the authentication service, I'm going to create a new folder which is src as always. And inside of the src, I'm going to create a new folder called utils. And inside the utils, I'm going to create the first one, which is logger. And of course, we're going to use the logger that we created, but this is how we're going to be using it. So we're going to import the create logger. This should be automatically showing us the import since we have everything as yeah. It's not showing up. What's the issue? Did I set up everything wrong? It will be showing. No, it's not showing up. Let me do something. So inside of the services, the package.json file, I can go to the dependencies. I can do this. I can just say chat app, and let's get the common. I don't need to add the version. Just do this. Okay. I hope this works. I'm not I'm not really familiar with so much with the pnpm workspaces, so I'm experimenting just like you guys. But yeah, hopefully we get this through. So now let's import this chat app common. Yeah, it's not gonna let us read. Should we build this? Wait, let me check this out. Build npm workspace. like the cd packages common pnpm choose but script match to present in the missing script. Yeah, we don't have the script to build this story. Type. We need to add in the script to build the packages. So let me code this build and let me remove this. This is going to use so tsh, and we can say project. It's going to use the tsconfig. It's just tsconfig.json. Okay. Yep. Now let's try building again. Oh, I'm already inside of this, so pnpm and build. Okay, so it was built successfully. And let me go back. Pnpm install. Let's run the install command. Yeah. Okay, this fixes it. So you just need to specify this as a package to actually makes sense, right? So inside of service, we just need to specify this. Where is it? Oh, not packages. Inside of services, packages. So we just need to specify our packages where it is at. So, and everything is good. Yeah, I told you guys we'll get through this. So. Alright, so this is the first thing done, and we're importing our create logger right here. And here we can also import the type of logger that we have exported, if you remember. So import type logger from not Winston. I don't know why you think I'm using Winston. Shut up common. Yep. And we can do export const logger, and it goes to logger and create logger, and here we need to provide a name. So but it must be inside of this. So this is going to be authentication service. So inside of the logger we'll have this one. So this is the logger that we created inside of our packages, and this is the one you are seeing right here. Okay, so this is done, and now we need to create our main entrance file that we need to log all of this. So inside of src, let's create an index.ts file, and then we close this. So I'm going to do const, it's going to call it main, and over here I can just say async, and instead of this one, yeah, this was fine. So this one, I'm going to have a try catch. This is where I'm going to be connecting most of the stuff, but over here I can just call the main. And for now, I can just have the app, and also the log the file, or log the port that we're running on. So let me create a new file actually. So I'm going to create a new file inside of src, and this is going to be app.ts. Okay, it's going to be app.ts, and inside of this one, I'm going to have, so and do export const, and this is going to be create app. I'm going to use to create app, and here I am going to have is application from Express. So just 1 second. So this is going to be equals to, and let's import the, so import this is going to be import Express and also type application from Express. Yeah, we need to install the types for this. So we need to install these types. And I think we can just do pnpm install -d types, and we can do filter, and this is going to be inside of packages, and not packages, services and authentication service. Yeah, that works. So that's how we can install it. So we have the packages installed now, and inside of this one we can just say const app equals to express, and we're gonna come back to set up the some of the middlewares that we need, but for now actually this, I think, just for us to test our loggers and everything that we created, I think this should be all that we need. I'm going to come back to this obviously, but for now let me go back to the index file, and here inside the try catch I can do const app equals to create app that we just imported. Let's use this @ sign. This is what we set up to use, so why not use it? I can also import, I'm going to use import create server from the HTTP. So let's import that, and here you can just say const server equals to create server and take in the app, and here we can just say const the port is going to be so let's say we need to create also the env file. Should we set that up now, or should we wait until we have? Yeah, let's set it up. So let me show you how we also want to use the env stuff we just created inside of here. Inside the src, let's create a new folder. I'm going to call it config, and inside the config file I'm going to create a new file called config env.ts, and inside of this one I'm going to import, so let's import .env config, and here I'm going to import what we created earlier. So import from this is going to be chat app common, and we're going to use create env, and also Zod. We did not export Zod, that's why it's showing us error. So let me go back inside of my packages, inside the src, inside the index, we need to export Zod as well. So export, and it's going to be a Zod from Zod, so we can stop having the error that we currently have. Yeah, go back the env file, so now we don't have errors anymore. So let's keep working on this env file. So inside of this one we can do const env schema, going to be Zod.object, and inside of this one we can have the what we need for now, or maybe let's start with the node environment. It's going to be Zod enum, and you can have as many as you want. So for example, development, test, production, and we can also set the default. So the default is going to be development. All right, and also let's have authentication service. So we're going to call it Auth Service port, and for the port, it's not going to be like this. It's going to be use this version number, and it's going to have .int, and it's going to have 0, and no, it's going to have so course.number.int, and after .int we're going to have minimum. So minimum should be 0, and also dot max is going to be between 6005 and also like 503, and by default the authentication service is going to be running on port 4003. This is the default port. All right, so that's enough for now. So let's also do type env type. It's going to be z.infra types of schema and export const env is equals to env type, and we're going to use our create env file env, and this is not how I defined it. Just use the create. So export const env equals to env type create env, and taking the env schema, and also you can just the service name is going to be authentication service, and here I'm going to export type env goes to type of env. Yeah, so this is how we're going to be using our utils that we have created earlier. So you're going to see it in action just real quick. So let me go back to my index file here so we can keep working on it. So we have the port, and now we can actually use the env we just created, so from our config, and now we can get the authentication of service port, and let's use once again let's use this. All right, so we have the port now, and we can just do server.resend to the port, and here we can just use our logger as well. So logger we created inside of the utils. We can go info, and we can give it a port, and the message can say Auth Service is running. So this is the env logger file that we created inside of this utils. So let me also add this as well. All right, so the logger as well. This is fine. And yeah, for now, this is everything. For now is okay. We just want to try the stuff we created. So for the errors, let's log this as error and also process.exit. Yeah, actually, I think we can make this as void main. All right. So I'm guessing this is for now for us to test what we created. If everything actually lands, so it's okay. So instead of just keep working on stuff that we're not sure that lands. And before I go ahead, actually, instead of the services of service, let's actually create the env file, and we need to add these two we added. So node env, and also the port. All right, so for this ones can be development, and for the port it's going to be 1003. All right, so what do we need to do next? Okay, we need to go inside of package.json. For the scripts, we need the one that can run the dev commands. So I'm going to add the whole script that we're going to be using inside all the services. This is the thing we're going to use. We're not going to change anything. This is all we're going to be using. So for the dev command, this is the command, the script for starting, for int, and this is all we're going to be using through all the packages JSON of this project. Okay, and also just where I'm still here. Okay, we still have it. That's fine. All right. Okay. That's fine. And now let's go ahead and test it and see if it will run. So I'm going to go here, pnpm then dev, and we can do filter, and let's say, since I'm not inside of the file I want to do, so I can just say, what do I always say? Packages, services, and authentication service. So let's start it and see. Okay. All right, so I finally figured out what was the issue. So inside of our packages in the common folder and in this package.json, we forgot to add this type module. So make sure to not forget adding this in every package.json that of folders we have in here. And also let's make sure that we have it inside of the authentication service. All right, set type modules, and also I installed a package which is just this pnoperative. So first we install just pino, but we also need to install pnoperative for our logger to work well without some issues, since we're using it right here. Okay, so yeah, that was everything, and now let's start the server again. And a brief for starting this, we can just learn. We don't need to go inside of the folder that we need to start. We can just do like pnpm, and we can do -f, or you can say filter, and you can go inside of the name of our folder, our application, and you can go to Auth Service. Auth Service, yeah, and we can say dev pnpm dev. All right, so I guess we cannot use that. Now let's do this pnpm - filter. Let me say filter, and we can go inside of services, and also let's say authentication service. So let me choose authentication service, and finally say dev. Perfect. So you can see our logger now is working, and also our .env is being loaded by the tools that you have set inside of the config, and we are using the create.env, and also the zod package we have imported inside of our packages, the common ones that we need. Right, and also you can see the name we gave it, and also the logger inside of index over here. So the logger.info, this is the info we gave it, and the auth service is the name we gave it inside of this logger we created. Perfect. So everything is running. Let me stop it. And now I can go ahead and keep setting up this server. So let's finish setting up this, not finish, but let's set up what we need to get started. So inside of the app.ts, let's check out the index as well. Let's see if we need to add anything else. So inside of the index, we already have the app, we also have the server, we have the port. Let's also, just in cases, sometime maybe like, let me show const shutdown. So const shutdown, it's going to be async, and it's going to take in the it's going to be async. Well, it doesn't need to be async. Let me remove async, and inside of this const shutdown we can just log an error. So we can say logger.info, shutting down the service, and here we can use promise.all. Promise.all is fine. Yeah. All right, yeah, promise.all, and we can say for now we can leave this as list. And you can go outside of this one, we can say .catch, we can get the error. We're going to come back to this when we set up some other things that we need to, let me give it a type. We can make it, wait, what's going on? Let me give it a type, we can make it unknown for now. And inside of this one, we can just say can just say logger.error, so logger.error, give it this error, and after we can also say maybe finally, and finally instead of this one we can say server.close, instead of we can just say process.exit with the code of 0, and yeah, that's basically it. And also can run this code, so passing this shutdown we created. We're gonna come back to this one later on, but yeah, so this is just for example. Let me run the server again and let me try to kill it. Okay, I guess so. Yeah, so for like, for example, if this code when I hover it doesn't say, but this will help protect us from unexpected or to be shut down like gracefully or something. All right, so over here we have mostly of what we need to add. We also need to add some middlewares inside of our app.ts. We need to add some middlewares. So let's also finish setting up this one. So we have the create app, we have the express. Let me go ahead and install what we actually need. So we are inside of the authentication service, and we need to install some we need to install a package inside of this. So we're inside of our root directory. So all we need to do is pnpm. We can add, and we can a package. The packages we're going to use for middlewares. We're not going to use so much different stuff. We're going to need calls for our calls, and also need the hermit. So let me add hermit. And that's basically it. Like, yeah, so we can just say /filter, and we can go inside of our services, and inside of the Auth Service, so npm add, and we're going to add this. So let me insert them inside of the here. Perfect. So this is installed, and we can import them over here. So import, and we can say cause, it's going to be from cause. I guess we need the types as well, but let me finish. And also for the hermit, yeah, we need to install the types for cause. So let me just copy this name, and let me bring back the command, and let me just come here, let me add it as Dev Dependencies. So I'm going to say -d, pasting the name, and install this inside the authentication service. Alright, so that is done, and now you can come back here. So after the app express, we can say app.use. We can use the hermit, and also for the calls, we can just say app.use. Maybe we can say calls, but we can give it also some settings. So let me go inside of this one. So we just need to allow origin. For now, I can allow everything, and we can say credentials to be true. All right, so that's the basic settings of this. And also for Express, we need to add the JSON so we can support it. And also you can use app.use Express URL encoded extended to be true. And we're going to come back to add one more middleware to protect our APIs. So yeah, I'm going to show you what I mean. And we can add a little app.use. We can call it, it's just for testing request. We're not going to use request, but for response, we're going to use response. So inside of this one, what I can say is just res.status 400. And this is whenever someone make a call to the API that we do not have, so they're going to see this message. All right, so we got most of the stuff we need, and yeah. So let me check once again my documents. So we are setting up actually the authentication service. Yeah, I need to update this. It's not up to date. Yeah. Okay. All right. That's fine. So we have this. I'm thinking what we can do next. Let's start it again to see if everything still runs as it should. Yeah, everything is still runs well. And okay. So what's next step can we take? Should we add the louds? But for the louds, we also need to like kind of handle some yeah, let's set up a error handling. So let me close everything. Let me go back inside of the packages, the common, and inside of common, inside of src, I'm going to create a folder. I'm going to call it errors. And inside of errors, I'm going to create HTTP, and we can say error.ts. So this is going to be for our HTTP error, and we can say export. Let's do a class. So export class, going to call it HTTP error, extends the error. And inside of this one, we can say constructor, and inside of the constructor, we're going to have public read only. So we're not going to be able to modify this outside. So message is going to be a string, and also public of read only details. This can be actually record or string, or I can make it unknown. So I make it unknown, and here I can just say a super message, and also can say this dot name. I can give it name of HTTP error. All right. So this is what we need. Now we need to make sure that we build this again. So not inside of, but inside of packages, not packages, and the common. So make sure you build this whenever you modify our packages. We need to build it again. So let's do that. Build. Okay, so I guess we have updated dependencies now. And now we can open our, let me close this. We can open our services, our services, authentication service, and we can add a middleware. So middleware folder. And inside of this middleware folder, I can create error handler. So error handler.ts. And inside of this, I'm going to import. So let me import what we just created from, and it's going to be from the common folder packages, and it's going to be the HTTP. Did we export it? No, we did not. So that means we need to export it inside of our index. But this shouldn't be the case because if you check, yeah, this should be the case. We did not export it yet. Export to take export, and everything is asterisk, everything from, and this should be from tag errors, and this should be errors. Yeah, this is a folder, and we have this HTTP error. And I think now we need to build it again. Maybe not. Yeah, we need to build it again. Sorry guys, let's build it again. Perfect. And now we should be good. I hope so. Let me close this, and now we can have HTTP error. Perfect, we have it. So after this one, I can do import, and what do I need? I need the type of Express from Express, so I can just say import type, and this is going to be from Express. Okay, so what type I need? I need the error request handler, and also I need to import the logger we created, but not this one, the one we have inside of this one, the one we have customized to work with our authentication service. So utils logger, utils, right? Wait, I'm inside of services. Sorry guys, this should be inside of SRC for the yeah, this should be inside, this middleware should be inside of SRC folder, not inside of the load authentication service. Yeah, that's why I was getting the error. Now I can go over here, I can do export const, and I can call it error handler, and we are going to extend the error request handler that we just imported, and we're going to take in the error request and the response with next, but I don't think you're going to use next. So for now, what I can do, I can just make it like this, and inside of here I can add logger dot logger dot error, and we can say just send the error, not the request, and the message can be anything. So you can say unhandled error occurred, but also let's get the const error. We try to get the error, and we're going to say equals to error is instance of HTTP error. It can be HTTP error. We're going to give this one, otherwise it can just be for now let me actually make it undefined, because I don't want to expose something I don't want to expose. Yeah, but yeah, so for now let me make it undefined, and const, and it's going to be status code. So status code, and here I'm going to get the error. Let me use this and actually status code, otherwise can be just 500 by default. And also let's get the message. So const message, it's going to be if the status code. Okay, so let's check this. So if the status code and 500, can say internal server error. Otherwise, we can just say error. We can give this message we get, or we can say the unknown error by default. So const payload. Also, let's get the payload. It's going to be error dot. If you remember how these details. So in the details, we can get the message, and it's going to be the details. Details. So the message of details equals to, or we can no. We have the message, and also we have the details. Yeah. So we have the message, and details equals to error details, and otherwise it can just be this one. What's the issue with this one? Cannot find name. Did you mean wait? Did you mean message? What did I export again? I messed up, didn't I? Oh yeah, I have many S. I should have just 2. So now I need to build this again. Boom. Should be fixed right now. Any second. Yeah. Okay, just time for it to load, I guess. Message that I think. Wait, let me reload this. So TypeScript restart server. Still not working. Oh wait, I think, yeah, okay, it's just here. But yeah, also this one was just supposed to be 2. So that is fixed, and we can come here, we can say this dot status, passing the status code, the JSON can be the payload, and maybe let's use the next just in case, tag next, yeah. All right, so this is our error handling for this authentication service, and I think it's going to be pretty much the same for all of our services. Yeah. Okay, let me go inside of app.ts, and on the bottom, so at the end, we can say app.use, and we can import this error handler from the middleware, just like that. And let's use this sign. Let me make sure our server still starts without any problems. All right, it says authentication service is running. Perfect, so that is fine, it runs. Let's stop this. Yeah, so this, you can see it says shutting down the authentication service, so that is fine. Yep, so we have the middleware with error handling. I don't think you're going to come back to this one. We can also set up the layouts that we're going to need, and yeah, let's set up the layouts, and maybe even let's set up the layouts for now, and we can test it. But yeah, let's set up the layouts and test a little bit of it, so I can go ahead and actually keep working on this. So for the layouts, I'm going to go inside of SRC folder, and I'm going to create layouts folder. And inside the layouts, I'm going to, since this is just for authentication, so I'm going to have auth.layouts.ts. And inside of this layouts, we're going to have some couple of layouts that we're going to be needing, but we need to validate those requests that come from this one. So we need to validate the request that is sent, so making sure that it follows what we have set. All right. So what do we have to do? Okay, so let me close this. Since we're going to be using this validate request from all our services, I think it's a good idea to put it inside of packages. So inside of the packages, common, inside SRC, let's create a new folder. I'm going to call it HTTP. Inside the HTTP, I'm going to create a validate request and .ts, validate request.ts, and this one it's going to be really long, but yeah, stay with me. So let's import Zod. We're going to be using Zod for this one as well. So from Zod, and we're going to import the HTTP error we just created. So we're going to use that as well. Import, we call it HTTP error, right? HTTP error we just created. Yeah, I'm going to use this one, and also we're going to, do we have Express inside of this one? Yeah, we're going to use Express as well, since it's going to be validating from Express. So we don't have Express installed. Great, let's install it. So let me find the command. So this is the command, but we need to update most of these. Well, sure, just type it. Let's start with the Express types. No, let's just insert Express, and we can say filter, and we can go inside of packages, and actually this is kind of taking a long time to type. I'm going to do one thing. So I'm going to open this terminal and I'm going to go cd packages cd common, right? And another one, we're going to cd services cd authentication service, so that we can just go inside of the command, for example, and we can say pnpm add express without having to go inside of right, yeah, okay, maybe that's not a good idea. Yeah, right, we have express inside, that's fine. So let's go back to our validate request and let's import what we need. So we need, let me close this, we need a type which is from express, yeah, from express, and it's going to be we need the types. I knew this, types express tag. So pnpm add ht types express. So what types do we need? We need the next function, we need the request, we need the response, and also we need another types from Zod. So import type from Zod, but we're going to not use this one, we're going to use any object. Wait, do they have this? Any yeah, maybe they don't. Oh yeah, I think I'm using a Zod 4 version. What is type? Oh, we're using a newest version of Zod. That's why I was wondering. In Zod 4, the object areas from is no longer exported. The recommended way to export parameter acceptance of the object schema is to use the object directory, for example, or yeah. Actually, you want your data to accept Zod. Yeah, okay. So do they have this Zod error as well? Well, okay, this is fine. Zod type. Yeah, but this any Zod type I wanted to use. Should I just install the version 3 of this? Alright, so I think I'm going to install the version I used before. So for that, let me go inside of this. Let me actually close all these terminals. Let me open this one and I can do pnpm uninstall. I hope this is the command. So pnpm uninstall, and the package I want to remove is Zod, and it is inside of -filter, and it's going to be inside of packages, and inside of the common folder. So let's remove this. All right, it's removed. And now we can go ahead and install a new version. As you can see, this one is removed, so we can go ahead and install a new one. All right, so now it's installed. So let me bring back this command, but instead of uninstall, I'm going to say add, and I'm going to give it a version. So version 3, I guess. Yeah. All right, so this is the version we're going to be using for Zod. And this time I hope we have what we actually need. So it's over here, and I was looking for any object. Perfect. And also we need some type of, so let me say type, and this is going to be the schema. So the schema of this, and I can make it to be any object, or it can be the ZOD type of any. It can be this one, so ZOD type, or so we have the ZOD type. Also, let me actually import it as ZOD type any. Yeah, perfect. So this is what we have first, and the second one is going to be the type, and this is going to be the params. So let's say params record. Okay, param record, and this is going to be a record of a string, not schema, but also a string. And the third one is going to be type, and this is going to be query record. But let me see. So we have the string, and also it can be just unknown. All right, it can be just unknown. Wait a second. Okay, so this is the types that we need first. And here I can go ahead and export. So let me export. This is going to be the interface. So this is the interface. Going to call it request, and you can say validation. Yeah, this request validation schemas. Yeah, that is great. So let me go inside of this one. We're going to have the body, which is a schema, the params schema as well, and a query as well. So all of them are optional. All right, perfect. So now you can go ahead and do const. We can say formatted error. You can call it error, and you can take in the error, which is type of ZOD error. And instead of doing an object, I can just say, let me leave a space. I can say error dot errors, and you can say dot map. We can get an individual issue or an error. So what's the issue? We can get it in here, and inside of this one, get the path. Get the path of this. And here you can say issue.path.join with a dot, and also the message. The message is going to be issue.message. Okay, so this is how we're going to format our errors that we get from our responses or our requests, whatever. And export, we want to say export const, and we can say validate request, which is going to take in the schemas, and which is the request validation schema that we just created, the interface we created. And inside of this, we're going to return. So we're going to return request of type request. Yeah. So we have the request of type request, response of type response, but I don't think you're going to use response. So for now, let me just make it as response. Sorry, yeah, response. Come on, like response. Yeah. Let me check. So you have imported them over there. That is fine. Let me fix this. Okay. All right, so now we can go ahead and finish this. So inside of this return, we can try catch. So try catch, and inside of this we can say if schemas dot body, and here I can say const past body. Perfect. So pass body equals to schemas.body.pass, and we pass in the request.body, and you can say it as unknown. Okay. Perfect. And here we can just say request.body equals to past body. All right, so outside of this, if the schema is body, we can also check if it's params. So if schemas.params, we can go inside of this as well, and we can get the cons past params. So past params equals to schema.params.pass, passing the request.params. And in this one, I think we have the params record, so we can use those. Yeah, params record. And after this one, we can say request.params equals to past params, and also you can pass it as request and passing the params as well. Okay, and let me see. So we're checking if the body, if it's params, and also let's check if it's query. So if query, we can do the same thing. So past query equals to schema.query.pass request query, and passing this type we created. And over here inside of this one, we can say request.query equals to past query as request.query. And finally, we can just say next. Over here, we're already doing return, so we can just go next here. And if there's any issue, we can check. So if error is instance of Zod error, so we don't have Zod error installed, imported, or we can just import this. Yeah, so Zod error is imported. And inside of this one, we can say next. You can return the new HTTP error. So new HTTP error that we have created here. And so the status code can be 422. And we can say, hold on. For the message, you have redirection request failed. And for the formatted error, we're not going to do it this way. I'm going to create an object, and you can say issues. So formatted error, and pass in the error, just like this. Yeah, and also I don't like how I don't really like when I press save and it format my things like this. I don't really like this. I think we can go ahead and set up what is it? Is it Pretia? Yeah, it's Pretia that is doing this. So we can go ahead and I think configure it as we actually want it to be. So let me do that. So instead of my root directory here, I can go ahead and create Pretia, Pretia.ifks. We can call it .config.json. So Pretia.config, not JSON, we can just say CJS. Yeah, Pretia.config.cjs, and here we can create some module.export, and equals to be equals to. So how do for me, this is my settings I like to use. So for the semicolons, I like to set them to true, and for the single quotes as well, I like to set it to true. Okay. Sorry about that. Single quote as well, I like to set it to true, and trailing comma all. And for the print width, I like to set mine to 100. All right, and yeah, 100. And for tab width, this is 2. Now let me try saving. Okay, maybe it's not applying the dying spot. My settings are not applying. Let me try to restart this. Okay. Yeah, yeah, that's fine though. But I just don't like how it's formatting this like this. I don't like this thing. I just like seeing things like on the line, single line. But I guess that's fine. We can live with that. Well, maybe I will reload it later on. But yeah, for now, this is the settings I have my Pretia. So config.cjs. Yeah. For for now we don't need ESLint settings. We can live with what we have. Yeah, I guess that's really okay. Yeah. So we have our validate request here done. So this is all we need to do to validate our request. But before we forget, let's make sure to return here. So return. And outside of this one, we can also return next with the error. That's fine. Let me just format it. All right. So now let me cross this. And I think this is pretty much all we will need for this one. So that means we also need to create the schemas to validate all of this, like the schema to, like when user is logging in, we need to validate the correct schema, like the email, the password, is it full digital errors, etc, etc. Yeah, actually, so what we can do now, should we connect to our database? Yeah, we should connect to our database actually. So before we can be able to start anything else, we should be able to be connecting to our database. And yeah, so let me connect to my database. So for the authentication service, which database do we need to use? For authentication service, I think we can use MySQL for authentication. Yeah, I think we can use MySQL for authentication, but for other services, we can use different databases. So for now, we're going to use MySQL for connecting to a database. So let me go to Docker Hub. All right, we can search for MySQL. This is the official image. So we're going to be using MySQL for this one. And we're going to use it, of course, with Docker. So yeah. All right, all right, so let me create a database. So let me create a file. I'm going to call it Docker compose.yaml. Okay, and inside of this one, I'm going to create a database. So I can say services. And the first one we need to use is for our MySQL. And the version, we can use version 8. I think it's the stable one. That I'm sure that will not give us error. So if prefer to use something I'm sure about that will not give us error. We can already give it a name actually. So let me give it AuthDB. So let me call it AuthDB. So for the authentication, we're going to use the image is going to be MySQL. The version is going to be version 8. So version 8. And we're going to give it a container name. So container name is going to be chat app, and we can call it AuthDB. Chat app authentication database. All right. And for the environments, we're going to use, let me remove this. Let me check what environment we need to use actually for this one. So the password, I think. All right, so we need the database, this one. Let me copy it, add it here. And it's going to be, hold on. And we're going to get this from our our environment files. Yeah, so AuthDB name, or if you don't know how to have it, if you do not have it, we can just get, we can call it chat app auth, and probably you can just say service. Chat app auth service. Okay, so we're going to get it from our configurations. And what's the next one we need? We need the user. We need the user. So let me give it this one as well. So auth_db_user, or here we can just say, I want to keep adding the chat tabs, I'm sure. So I'm pretty sure about what I'm doing. So chat tab auth, and yeah, that's fine. Chat tab of user. And also need the password. So we need this password, chat auth_db password, and here we can chat up of password. Make sure to use a strong password, of course. Okay, and we do need load password, MySQL load password. Yeah, let me add it as well. Load password, it can be yeah, let's leave it like this. Okay, so now we can also add a command, so make sure to go outside of environments and stay on this line of image. We can give it a command. So command is going to be this one, and we're going to say MySQL. So MySQL D, okay, and we're going to check. So let me add here. Let me check actually, do they still need this? Take. Because last time I used it. Okay. I'm just going to add it anyways. So if it doesn't work, I will remove it. So default, and it's going to say authentication. Authentication, and we're going to say plugin. So we're going to say get this plugin equals to MySQL underscore native and underscore password. So MySQL D equals to default authentication plugin equals to MySQL native password. Okay, so now we can also define the ports. So ports, it's going to be auth_db port. By default, it's this one for MySQL. This is the port it runs on. And we can also set the volumes. So for the volume, we can create this auth_db data, and we can put it inside the var lib MySQL. And we need to create a network so that we're gonna be using throughout. So let me call it chat app network. Okay, so this is the authentication database. Now we need to create the network we just added, and also the volumes we just defined, the volume we just added here. So let me go over here, and we can say the volumes is this one. So the auth_db data, we're going to add more if we have. And also for the networks, we can define this chat network, and the driver is going to be Bleach. Okay, so for now, this is what we have. Let me open Docker. So if you don't have Docker already installed, you can go ahead and install it. It's pretty easy. And now it's open. So close this stuff, and let's try to learn this. So I'm going to open this. You can do Docker Compose app-d. So let's try to run this and see. Okay, so the ports are not available. What is running? Oh, this one is try to learn. Do I have anything running? No, I do not. I do not have anything running. So error response are exposing port TCP, listening to TCP and address already in use. Okay, I think I know what is using this port. So let me go to my settings. And I can just go to, I have my SQL server running over here. I can stop this. Let me stop this my SQL server and I can give it my password. So yeah, I just stopped it and close this. Now let's try to running this again. Docker Compose app-t. Perfect. Seems like it has started. So let me go inside of this one. Okay, so plugin ready for connection by address. Okay. Yeah. So chat of user access to schema. All right. Yeah, this will be deprecated. So please use caching. Okay, that is fine. We have our database ready, and we can go ahead and start connecting to this password. So also for connecting to our password, we are going to be using Securize. What is the name? Securize. Yeah, we're going to use this one to connect to our MySQL databases. So let's click on get started. We need to install this inside of our this one. So let me copy the name and I can run the command. So let me do pnpm add Securize, and I can do filter, and you can go inside of my services of service. Okay, so we have the Securize added, and also we need to configure .env for all the databases that we just added. So inside of my services of service, inside of .env file, so we have this ready. This is fine. And now we need to add the auth, and we can say db, and we need just the URL. Now let's show you how to get this URL. So okay, so this is how it will be like. So we need to add the name, which is MySQL, that lands on the user. So this now we need to add the user. Okay, so the user password. So the user is this one, chat app user. And now we also need to add in the password. So MySQL password. So let's add in the password, and we need to specify where it's running at. So it's running at localhost on this port, and the database name. So the database name, this is the database. Yeah, this is the database. All right, so this is the URL. Setup user, chat up with password, localhost, and that's fine. And for now, I can set the auth, and we can say db and underscore SSL equals to false for now. All right, so this is done. And now we can go to our config file, so we can be able to add this. So inside of src config env file, we can add the remaining. So we have the .env file, we have the port, and now we can add the URL. So of db URL, which is of string, and this is going to be .url. Okay, all right, that is fine. And now we can go ahead and start connecting to our database. So inside the src, let me create a new folder. create DB, or maybe you can put it inside the config folder. It's fine. Let's get a new folder. And inside of this one, let me cross this, and I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call it Securize. So let me make sure I get this name correct. Securize.ts, so SEAS. Okay, that is fine. And now let's import it. So import the tag import Securize. So what do we need? We just need to get the Securize. All right. So now let's import also our env file. So let me put it here. So import. All right. So config env. Why is it not finding it again? Wait. What's going on? Did we not? We're already using this as it is. Oh, there's a space. Okay. All right, and also let's import our logger. So utils logger, and we got this. Now we can do export const. We can say Securize equals to new Securize. Let me just accept this for now, but this is going to take in just the env.authDB URL. So yeah, that's all we need. And inside of this, we can say select. We're going to use not Postgres, but we're going to use what? MySQL. So MySQL. So this is our password, and for logging, we are going to, we can depend on, so env, if it's equals to, if the node env is equals to development. So if it's equals to development, we can say get a message. So message with type of unknown equals to tag, and we can say logger.debug message, and just to be sure that we know it's from our database, we can just do it this way. Otherwise, we're not going to log anything at all. And here we can define. So define some settings. So we're going to say underscores, we're going to use to true, and freeze table names going to be to true. And here I can do export const. We're going to call it connect to database. Okay. And this is not going to be a promise of void. Otherwise, yeah, just like this. And you can say await Securize.authenticate, and here you can just log us. So logger.info connected of database, or I can say of database connection established successfully. Yeah, I guess that's right. And also this another one. So export const, we can create cross database and async. Yeah, so this is basically it, what we need to do. And now we need to use this inside of our index.ts file. So cross this inside of index, and after, actually let's try connect to our database first. This is the first thing we need to do. So we can do await connect connect to database. Let me scroll down. Connect to database, that is fine. And let me use this one. Okay, so this connect to database, and if everything is working well, we should be able to connect to our database. And if our database is running, it's running. So let me try to run this. pnpm run dev Okay. Oh, okay. So we need to learn. We need to install this. So please install MySQL2 package manually. So let's install this package. Pnpm. Wait, let me just do that. So just to avoid to add this again. MySQL2. Perfect. So let's do pnpm run dev again. Perfect. So database is running, it's connected, and you can see that I just did pnpm run dev, and it know that we have our services that need to be run. Okay, so pnpm run dev. We can also do pnpm run dev filter, and we can say services of service. Yep, that's fine. So our database is connected successfully. Authentication service connected, and also our port is running over here. Great. So we have our database connected, which is my SQL database. And the next possible thing that we can do is is create the user tables. So before we can actually be able to create anything else, we need to create user tables. Yeah, let's do that. So for authentication service, inside the SCIC, I'm going to create models folder. So let me call models folder. And inside of this one, I'm going to create a user, and we're going to create credentials. User credentials dot model model.ts. User credentials.ts. So this is the model that we're going to use for our authentication. And let's import. So import, we need the, let me just get it. So from Dockerizing, right? So we're going to need the data types, and also need the model, and we need the type of optional, this one. All right, and we need to import the Dockerizing. So import the one we just created, import Dockerizing. Make sure to import it from the one we created, not from the packages we installed. So just go to here and import it from db and Dockerizing. So let's import Dockerizing. Okay, and here I can do export. We can set the interface. So interface, we're going to use user credential attributes. Perfect. And inside of this one, I'm going to have ID of we are not going to use a number, we're going to use a string. And here also we need the email. We made the user, which is a string. We need the display name of string. We need the password hash. So let's do password hash of string. We need the created that, which is a date, updated that, which is a date. And let's now make them optional. Okay. And here we need also to export, this time it's type. So type user credential creation attributes. All right, perfect. Passing this optional. So user credentials creation attributes, passing this optional, and we're going to pass in the one we just created on top here. And we're going to add ID created that and updated that. All right, and here we can do export class. Yeah, let's do it class. So user class user credentials. That's how we're going to call it. And we can let me see. Just a second. So extends model user creation attribute, user credentials attributes, and also the user credentials creation attributes, and implements user credentials attributes. Okay, Perfect. And inside of this one, we're going to have, so come on. So we're going to declare this ID, which is a string, also the email, which is a string. So basically everything is going to be a string for the password hash. For the created that is going to be date, and for the updated that is going to be date as well. Okay, perfect. And now we can go ahead and actually start defining our tables. Okay. So user credentials.init, and inside of this one, we're going to define our tables. So just a second. And here we're going to say ID. The ID is going to be type. So the type, because the data types.uid is going to be a primary key. So it's true. And default value is going to be data types.uid version 4. And for the second one, which is the email, so for the email, we need to say type of data type string, and allow now is going to be equals to false. Okay, and unique is going to be true for the email, and for the validate, we can use is email is going to be to true. So I'm validating, making sure that this is an email, but also we're going to validate again with sod. So this is just to be safe. So on the safe side, let's go outside of here. We need to do the same thing for the password hash. So for the password hash, we're going to have the types equal to data type string. Allow now is going to be false. And for the display name, we're going to have data types of string as well. And allow null is going to be false as well. And now let's go ahead and create that. So for the created that, it's going to be data types date. Default type is going to be now. So same thing for the updated that. So allow null is going to be false as well. And outside of here, but inside of this one, we can say synchronize, and also table name. Give this table name as user credentials. All right. Okay. All right. So all right. So we have this now, and we need to create a new file. So going index.ts, and this is where we're going to import all of this stuff. So let me get what I need first. For example, this synchronize, I need this synchronize again. I need to use it here, and I need to import the model we just created. So I like to use it. Come on, guys. db take. Oh, it's not on it's models. Yep, models and user credential models. So now I can do export const, and you can call it init models. So this is going to make sure that our models are always there. You can do await synchronize.sync. Okay, and I'm not going to set any settings here, but here I'm going to export user credentials. All right. So now we can go inside of our index, so our main index folder file. And after this one, we can say await init models. So make sure that our models actually exist. And we can just, inside the models. So this will make sure that our models exist. We can just run it quick to see npm run dev. And this one is going to create these models we just defined. So, yep. So everything is running, still running as it should be running. And now let me close this. Okay, so we have this ready. We have most of stuff we need. Inside of when we shut down, I need to make sure I shut down the database correctly. So cross database. So we have it now. So we can just call this one. So cross database as well when we shut down our server. Okay. Perfect. So we have our models. And this is okay. But we also need another table here, which is going to be for our refresh tokens. So refresh tokens and user credentials are not going to be in the same stuff. So we're going to create a new one. So refresh, and I'm going to call it refresh token dot models just model.ts. Okay. So this is going to be similar to this one. So we can import these two settings over here, and also we need to get the where is it? We need to get this user credentials because we're going to somehow connect it to it. So models user credentials, and now you can do export interface refresh token attributes. So the ID, we need the user ID, we need the token ID, which is a string, we need the expires at, created at, and updated at. All of them are going to be dates. Okay, so we can do export, and we can do type, and it's going to be refresh token creation attribute. Okay, so it's going to be optional. And inside of this one, we're going to have refresh token attributes. And now we're going to have this one. So ID, created that, and updated that. All right. So now you can do export cross refresh token. And same thing we did before. Inside of this one, we're going to have extend model refresh token attributes, refresh token creation attributes, implements refresh token attributes. And inside of this one, we can declare the ID, the user ID string, the token ID, expires that, created that, and updated that. All right. So it's basically the similar thing we just did, but this is for different models. So refresh token init. And inside of this one, we're going to define what we have. So ID, for the ID, it's going to have the type of UUID, primary key is going to be to true, and the default is going to be version 4. For the user ID, we're going to use the type of UUID, allow null equals to false. And outside of this one, I'm going to take the token ID, and token ID is going to be type of let's use UUID as well, UUID, and allow now is go to false. Expires that is going to be date, allow now is going to be false as well, and created that. Like wait, let me remove this. Yeah, the default is going to be now, allow now false. So same thing for the updated that. Boom. Yep, so this is it. And now let's go outside of this one. We need to say the squarize, and also need to give it the table names, so refresh tokens. Okay, and now we're going to connect those. So let's say user credentials dot has many, passing this refresh token, And inside of this one, we can say the foreign key is going to be user ID. And it's going to be this user ID. Okay. And as we can just say refresh tokens. Refresh tokens, and also we can on delete. If we delete this, we're going to cascade this. We're going to delete it with it. So let's make sure that user ID is the same one as here. Perfect. And we can do the same thing. So the refresh token belongs to user credentials. And inside of this one, we can say foreign key user ID as user. So this will connect it together. All right. So now you can go back to our index file. So let me open this inside the index here. I can also import the refresh token, but I need to, of course, to take okay. I mean, actually, oh, it's not in the same thing, so I need to import it separately. So import refresh token over here, and you can just add it. Okay, so we have this ready, and next thing we can do is to type what can we do? So we have the models ready, we have our database connected, we have the models ready as well. Next important thing I think is to create what is it? To create a service to create this, or can we just validate them, like creating the actual types that we're going to need? Yeah, let me create the types that I'm going to need so we don't have to come back to this. So inside of SRC, inside the Auth folder, and I'm going to create auth.ts. So export interface, and this is going to be for the register input. So we're going to have email of string, password, and we're going to have display name. So display name of string. So we can do export interface login input, email, and password. And also we're going to have export interface. Interface is going to be a user data. It's going to be ID string, email string, display name string, created out of date. And also export interface is going to be the auth token. And going to have access token of a string and also the refresh token of string. And finally, we're going to have export interface. This is going to be of response, extends the of token. Wait, what did I call it? This should be of tokens. Of tokens. And inside of this one, I'm going to have the user as user data. All right. So now we can probably go and create the service we need. So instead of here, I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to create services or services. And inside the services, I'm going to have auth, and I'm going to call it .service.ts. Auth.service.ts. And I need to import stuff I need, but first of all, let me do export const, and this is going to be for registering user. So register is going to be async, and we're going to take in the input, which is of the register input we just created. So register input from the types, and this is going to return a promise of void, or we can use our auth response we created as well. Perfect. And inside of this one, I'm going to have, so check const existing. So we're going to check if the user exists. We can check await user credentials from the input from the models we created. So user credentials dot find one. So find one, and we can check so where the email is equals to how do I want to do this? So let me use this, and we can check. We need to import this output from the Dockerizing and equals to input.email. So make sure you import this Dockerizing from Dockerizing. Okay. Operators in unique symbol. Okay. So input.email. So if this is not the case, or if this is the case, so if existing, what we need to do, we can throw a new error. So throw new, instead of errors, we already created an util HTTP error. So let's use that, passing the status code of 409. You can say user with this email already exists. And here we can do, can say, so we can start const transaction if the user is not there. So await Dockerizing. Let me import Dockerizing from DB. So make sure you import Dockerizing from DB, the one we created, and you can say transaction. Okay. So this will start our transaction. Okay. All right. So after this one, we can do a try catch. Inside of the try, I'm going to do const, let's get the password. So const password hash is going to await Dockerizing wait. So I'm going to use await. We need to create a method to hash this password. So let's create some util function. We can use this. So instead of putting everything inside of here, let me create a new, inside the utils, we have the logger. Now let me create a new file. I'm going to call it token. So here we're going to add all our utils that we need for the tokens, for hashing passwords, etc, etc. But first of all, let me install, so pnpm add bcrypt, and I'm going to add it inside of services of service. Like, wait, did it pnpm add? Okay, I think I need to actually finish this command. Filter. All right, so I just added it, and also I need to add in the JWT token. While I'm still here, let's add it. So JSON Web Tokens. We can just say JSON Web Token. All right, so that is done. Now let's import them. So import bcrypt from bcrypt, import JWT from JWT. We need to install their types as well. Let's do that. So let me bring this command again. Let me add this as the Dev Dependencies. So it's to install them as Dev Dependencies. So and also for the bcrypt as well. All right, that is done. That is done, and now we need to add more environment variables that we're going to be needing for this. So let me add them while we are still here. So the first one is going to be JWT secret, JWT expires in, and JWT JWT refresh secret, not expires in but refresh secret, and JWT refresh expires in. For this one, we can make it 1 day or 15 minutes, but that's fine. So let me go inside the env file, inside of authentication service. So inside of this env, we need to add them as well. So over here, after our database URL, we can say we can get the JWT secret, and this is going to be a string. And we can set, minimum is going to be 32. We're going to have JWT expires in. Okay, this is going to be, let me accept this. So JWT secret, JWT expires in. Okay, just making sure it's the same. Okay, so we have JWT expires in. The default is 1 day, secret 32, JWT refresh expires in string, default is 30 days. All right, that is fine, that is done. Let's go back to token, and now you can do const, let's get the access token. So access, we can call it token, say token. It's going to be of type secret. So we can import secret from JWT. So let me show you. We can say type, and we can say secret, and also we can say type, and we can get the sign in options. We're going to use this, so let me call it secret, and instead of this one, just use env from our settings, and you can call it JWT secret. Refresh secret, JWT refresh secret, and also need the const access. We're just setting this ready. We're not going to use them now, but options. So we're going to use sign-in options, and we have the expires in equals to env expires in, and here we can cast this as sign options expires in. Okay, so also refresh options, so same thing, expires in. Okay, that's fine. And now then do export const. Let's create the method hash password. So hash password is going to be async. Async is going to take in the password of string. It's going to return a promise of string. And you can do const sort round. It's going to be we're going to use 12. And here I can do return bcrypt.hash, so password, and passing also the source round. Okay, so this is what we need for us to be able to hash the password. So let's go back over here, and now we can start. After these transaction, we can do await hash password from the utils, and we need to pass in the input.password. So this is the password we are hashing. We can do const user equals to await user credentials dot create. So we're going to create this user with these details. So email input.email, display name, input.display name, and password hash. It's got password hash. And let's pass in this transaction. So transaction. Okay. Perfect. All right. And after this, so after we have done creating this, we also need to create the refresh tokens from our models. So for that to happen, I need to create a new method over here, still inside the authentication service. I think we can, let me see. Okay, let me create an outside of this one. Let me create a new method. So let me call it const, and you can call it create refresh token. And this is going to be async, and it's going to take in the user ID of type string, and also a transaction which is optional, and it's going to be type of transaction from Synchronize. Okay, and inside of this one I can do const expires that, which is new date, and expires that dot set date, expires that dot get date 30. We can actually use our env file. So instead of doing this, we can say refresh. Like, did I not add that on top over here? Let me add a new, so I can do const refresh token. Refresh token, I can say t and underscore. What is it? I'm getting tired. There is TTL instead. Yeah, it's TTL. All right. So let's go back here, and we can use this here. So instead of hard coding it like that, and over here, so this is just 30 days from now, and here I can do const, and we can create the token ID. So token ID is going to be crypto.random UUID, and to import crypto actually. So import crypto from crypto. You do not need to install this. From random UUID, and here we can create the record. So const record is going to await refresh token. So the refresh token from models dot create, and pass in this data. So user ID, token ID, and expires that, and also pass in this transaction. And here we can return not here, but yeah, we can return record. This is now going to be creating our tokens as well. So now you can go back and use it here. So after creating the user, after here creating this user, okay, so after transaction over here, still inside of the try catch, we can say const refresh token record equals to await create refresh token, passing the user ID and also the transaction. And here you can say await transaction dot commit. Okay, so committing the transaction. All right. So we need to use this token we created, and we need to sign them, and also same thing for the refresh token, we need to sign them. Okay, so for this, we need to create new methods. So for signing access, and also for the refresh token. So let's go back to token, the util file we created. We can create a new file, method const yeah, let's create this verify password so we can finish with this one. So verify password, it's going to take in the async password of string, hash password of string. It's going to return a promise of boolean, and here we just need to return this bcrypt compare password. So that is done, and now we can go ahead and start. So export interface, and we're going to get the access token. We can say access token, and we can call it payload. Access reflection token payload, and here we can do sub, use a string, email, which is a string, okay, and we can do the similar thing for the refresh token. So so reflection token payload sub, and also the token ID. Okay, so now we can create this util, so call export const, and we can say sign access token. We're going to take in the payload, so access token, which will return a type of string, and here we're going to return JWT dot sign payload access token, and also with the access options. Same thing for export const sign refresh token. So refresh token payload, refresh token payload string, sign payload refresh token, and last method is to verify. So the export const, and let's verify this verify access token, verify refresh token. Yeah, and we're going to take in the payload payload and a string, return this. So payload refresh secret as refresh token payload. All right. So we have this now. Let's go back to our authentication service. So after this transaction commit, we can say const and access token. So let's get the access token. It's going to be equal to sign access token, and we can get the sub, which is the user.id, and the email user.email. Okay, so const refresh token, sign access token, refresh token, sign access token. This is, we already have this mess, sign refresh token. So sub equals to user.id, token ID is equal to refresh record, token record, and get in the token.id, the one we created over here. Okay. And here let's create a user data. So const user data, because later on we need to publish this data to our user service with RabbitMQ events. So email equals to user .email, display name, user.display name, created at okay, user.created at, and let me say to ISO string. All right, so here we can add a little to do publish event user registered. All right, and here we can do return, and you can turn the access token, refresh token, and the user is going to be user data. What's the issue here? User is a key idea on of response. Okay, so ID, data, user data. What's the issue? Let me go to my types. So instead of the types, we have the user data, we have the ID string, and oh, this is supposed to be just a string. Sorry. All right, so that is fixed now. And what else is the issue? This should be good. So inside of the catch, we can say our transaction.load back and also throw an error. Okay, so this is just we are aborting the transaction if something goes wrong. We're going to come back to this to add our publishing this event to RabbitMQ events, so the user service can know that we have a new user just registered. But this is the whole idea for creating the user. For registering, we are going to come back to add one more for logging in, and etc. Yeah, this is not done yet, and we're going to test it. But I think we can maybe create the controllers for this as well. Let me close all of this so we don't get confused. So inside of the services, src, let me create controllers, and we're going to use the auth.controller.ts. And here I can do export const, and I can say call it register 100. Let me call it register 100, which is going to be equals to request 100. We need to import that, so request 100. Just a second, let me import that. So import from Express, and we're not going to use this async. We're going to create our custom async handler. Let's actually do that. It's going to be inside of our common, since we're going to be using it everywhere. So let me cross this inside the packages common, inside of src http folder. I'm going to create a new one. I'm going to call it async and android.ts. Okay. So I'm going to import the all the types I need from Express. So the next function, request handler, and here I can go to export type, and this is going to be of async handler, and it's going to take in the request of type of request. Okay, request, response of response, next of next function, and it's going to return unknown. Okay, promise of unknown, and here I can do const to error, and it's going to take in this error, and it's going to be unknown, and return this error. Inside of this one, we can say return error instance of error equals error new error string error, and you can say const forward error, and inside of this one you can take in the next function, which is going to be taking the let me get error forwarder. We need to create this type, so type error forwarder issues, which is equals to wait for now, let me do this, which taking the error forwarder of error of type error actually, and it will return void. so error forwarder, and also we can get this error of type unknown. And inside of this, just next function to error. Perfect. So now let's create our actual method that we need. So export const async handler, and we're taking the handler of async handler and also the request handler. Inside of this one, we can return request, response, and next, and we open this. So let's use void. So void handler, and we're taking the request, response, and next. So also with next dot catch error, and do I not do this catch error? Yeah, but let me actually do this first. So let me get the error. Okay, but I'm going to open it like this as an object, and also let me cast it as a noun. And inside of this one, you can say forward error equals to next as error forwarder, and also the error. Okay, so this is our async handler, and we need to do packages and common. What's going on? I'm sure we were using this command before, right? This is the build command. Or we don't need to okay. Okay, maybe I'm doing something wrong. I'm really tired, guys. Did I forget to export it? Okay. Export everything from HTTP async 100. Yep. Alright. Let me open this again. Build. Okay, this is done. Yep. That's fine. That's fine. So the services of service, controllers of controller, and I can remove this we added here, and you can use our async handler from the common directory, and inside of this one I need to pass in the async and async. Yep. So this is how we're going to be using it. And here you can get the const payload, const payload goes to request.body dot as register input, so the type we created. Okay, and also const tokens goes to await register register. So from the services of dot service, pass in the service, and we can do res.status, and we can pass in the status of 201 JSON. All we need to pass in is the tokens. So that is all we need to do for this. Like, this is everything for our controller. So most of the stuff happens inside of our service, and we just use the controller to call it. Okay, so last thing before I stop this and continue recording at the time, I need to go inside of my louds. I need to create louds. We already have the folder, but we didn't created also the file, but we did not really start working on this. And this will ask us to also validate tags. So let me import this too. Validate request. We created this. Why is it not? Why is it not? Alright, so let's import the router from router, and let's create, so export const of router is goes to router. This can be the type of router, and here you can say of router dot post. The first one is going to be on register, but we need to validate the request of this. So for now, let me do validate request, validate request. I believe we created this. Shut up command, validate. Wait, okay. Did we not export it as well? Yeah, we probably did not, did we? Yeah, I did not. So make sure to export it over here. And this is going to be from tag validate request. Okay, let me build this again. Validate request. Okay. I'm so tired, guys. But I really want to finish this before I can do anything else. We need to pass in the schema. We don't have the schema now. I will add it like next time, but for now I just want to finish this. Register handler from our controller, and next time we're going to be adding our schema for this to validate all data we are sending. So let's finish this up. Let's create a new file inside of routes, index.ts, and here I'm going to export const, call it register routes, yeah, taking the app of type router from Express, and this is going to just the app.use, and we're going to use of router from authentication routes, or if you prefer, we can just use this one. Like, okay, hold on. Don't allow. Let me do loads, so loads and off loads. All right, so this will be our main, and now we can go inside of app. Instead of our index, no, inside of our app. Yeah, inside of our app file, that's this way we're going to validate these. So after these middlewares, we can do register routes, passing the app. So this is all we need to do. Next time we just need to add routes, we add them there, but Let's just start pnpm dev to see if nothing is broken. Yeah, it is. There is something broken. What are you missing? JWT secret is missing. JWT secret is missing. So this is our validating our env mass container trist. JWT secret, do we not have it inside of env? Oh, okay. That's because we are saying that we need more than 32 characters. Here we can use JWT key. Okay, we need 32. Copy, and I can go inside of my M file, copy paste this. Also, let's refresh another one for the refresh token. Yep. pnpm and dev. Yeah, now everything's running. So you saw how our validating works of our secrets when they're not matching what we have defined over here. You saw the message you get. Yeah, it's pretty cool, right? All right, so I'm going to stop here, guys. But for you will see a full video. But for now, I'm tired. It's very late. It's like, yeah. All right, so I'm stopping here, and we'll continue with this one. But we're already making some progress, which is a good thing. We made some mistakes, but yeah, that's part of the journey. And yeah, let's go ahead and finish up this authentication and create some more interesting stuff. So yeah, let's go ahead and finish this. All right, so anyways, let's continue now. And so we have our loads. So we have this inside the loads. We have this validate request, but there is no schema yet. So we need to validate of whatever we want to validate, how we want stuff to be like. So still inside the loads, I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to create auth.schema.ts. And inside of this one, I'm going to import Zod. So let's import Zod from our common packages. So Zod, and it's going to come from @chat app common. Okay, that's all we need to import. Now let's export. The first one is going to be register schema. So let's make it small capital. Register schema. Yep. And inside of this one, Z object, going to have a body. So let's have a body, and inside of this body, it's going to be Z object as well. And inside of this one, what do we need? We need the email, which is a Z string, and .email. We need the password. Okay, so we need to have the password, which is a Z string, and the minimum we can have not 6, but maybe let's make it 8. So this depends on you, on what you want. And finally, we have the display name. So if you remember, this is the only things we need. Since this is just for registering, so registration service, we do not need so much information. This is pretty enough. Now while you're still here, let's create everything we need for logging in. So the login schema is going to have the body as well. And inside of this one, I'm going to have the email and just the password for logging in. Okay. And next one, so export cons. This is going to be for our refresh schema. So refresh schema, Z object as well. And inside of this one, I'm going to have in the body Z object, and I'm going to have just one thing, which is a refresh token of type of string. And yeah, this is pretty much all. And lastly, let's do export const. This is going to be for revoking the token, so the schema, revoke schema, which is that object. And inside of this one, I'm going to have the body z string. And inside of this one, I'm just going to pass in the user ID. So user ID, z string, and it's going to be type of UUID. Okay. So now you can go ahead and use these types or these schemas inside of our louds. Actually, let me close everything over here and I can go inside of the auth louds. So we have this validate request. Now we need to pass in the schema that we need to have. So register, register schema. Oh, we need to first pass in as body. So body, and we pass it register schema. Register schema, schema, yeah. Yep. And we can get the shape and also dot body. Okay. So body, register schema, shape, okay, which is the shape. And inside the shape, we have this, we have defined. Perfect. So this is all we have for now. And while I'm still here, let me just get this. It's inside of plan, inside of the, it's inside of this one. So the louds. Inside the louds. Yeah. So this is all we need to do. And like louds of schema. Fine. So we have the louds, and also the louds we are already loading them inside of my index, not index, but app.ts. We are registering these louds that we have added. Let me make it as louds as well. Not just the side. Right, this should be good. And yep. So actually this endpoint, I think is working. We can test it, but for testing this, just for now, but we are not done because we want to call this from our API gateway, not inside of this thing, inside of this, like just direct you to the service, but just for us to test. And also let me learn my database again. And inside of this one, I need to, should I use Postman or should I just use directory inside of Visual Studio Code? I'm thinking. Now, yeah, let me, for now, just to test, let's use Visual Studio Code. But make sure you have this extension. What is the extension again? REST client, where I think this is the name. So REST client. Yeah, make sure you have this extension for you to test. Inside of the API calls inside of Visual Studio Code, you can use this extension, so you don't have to install something else. And also, let me make sure my thing is running. So this is my database. Let me start my database. And TablePress. So I'm going to be using TablePress to see my data. Yeah, okay. So this is what I use, and I need to create a new database. So let me go to connection, new, and I'm going to choose MySQL. We're using MySQL for authentication service. Create, and let me give it a name. The name is going to be, wait, what's going on? Okay, new, MySQL, create. All right. And we can call this, we'll give it a name so we know that it's from our chat app, and you can say of service. Okay, and for the host, it's localhost, that is fine. The port, that is fine, we did not change it, but we need to fill in the user and the user password and the database. So let's get those inside of our editor. We need to get those. Let's go to the services env file from our authentication service. We need to get the username. We need to get in the password. Okay, and also need to get the database name. So that is fine. Now I can click on test, and also I can just connect to it. All right, so now you can see that we have our two tables. So we have the refresh tokens and also we have the user credentials one. So the refresh token is over here and user credentials are created. Now, sorry guys. Oh, now let me create a new file. So for you to be able to use REST client, you need to create a file in this specific name. So let me call it request.http. It must be named this way, so don't forget to add http at the end as extension. It can be anything else on the name, but make sure it ends with http. And let me close this. And the first thing you need to define, we need to define our route, but for just us to stay. So let me call it post, and inside of this one, I can give it a, I forgot how this works. Wait, how do you use this again? Let me check the extensions again. This client. Oh yeah. So you have post. Let's check actually this example. Let me paste it here. And I'm going to change to what I need. So this is the URL. Let me start my server. Let me start it again. So pnpm run dev. My database is running on this port. So localhost port 3000. So HTTP, I can just say HTTP, and here I can say localhost. And the port is 3000 register. But if you remember, inside of our services, SRC routes of routes, yeah, we have this as register, but inside the index, we also added this. So it must start with off, then it goes to the register. So inside of here, I must include this one. And also I don't have to add this. And what do we need when we are registering? So let's check our services. We need to add in the user email display name, email display name, and the password. Actually, I think that is everything. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Controls. Register input. So the email, password, and the display name. So let me add those. So I'm going to add in the email, the display name, and finally you can have the password. So I can say test user at example.com, and the password can be no, this is not the password, sorry. Password here, and here I can say test user. So our database is running, our server is running. Now we also don't have anything inside of the tables, so both of the tables there's nothing. Now let me hit the post request. Yeah, let's check if it's the post. And inside the loads of loads is post load. Okay. So I'm going to send the request. this is supposed to be 4003, not 3000 port. Right. Let me hit the request again. Oh wow, look at that. On the first try, it actually worked. And the data we are sending, so access token is created, refresh token has been created, and the user data has also been created. Now let's check our tables. So let me just refresh this. So on the user credentials, we have these. Let me just arrange them, name, password, hash, email. All right, so let me just click on it. You have the email, password, and also the refresh token table. You can see we have the ID, the user ID, token ID, and expire that, created that. Okay. So let's check this user ID. It must match the user we have over here. So let's see. Let's end with A6BD. And the user ID over here, it is A6BD. So it's the same user. From these tokens belong to this user. So far our system is working as expected, but this is not how we want to use things. But just for us to test this, this should be okay. Or maybe even before you even go further, would it be appropriate to set up API gateway right now, so we can go and build on that, on top of that as we go? Like before we go ahead and start building so much stuff, I think it would make much sense actually to build the API gateway and work our way on that. But for now, it's so that what we created is working. I just wanted to show you that it will work without any issues. Perfect. So I'm thinking we should work on the API gateway right now, set it up as we did with other services. And yeah, let's go ahead and actually do that. So for the API gateway, it's going to be pretty much the same thing we did for the authentication service. And as I told you, this is going to be pretty much the same. So for our services. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go inside of my services and I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to call this gateway and service. Gateway service. Okay. Just again. Yeah. So gateway service, and I'm going to do pnpm init, and I can say filter. Filter, filter, and I can go inside of services and gateway service. Hope this work. npm. That doesn't work anyways. Let me see the interface. So cd services and gateway service, npm init. All right. Okay, so we have initialized this, and now we can take these settings for our authentication service, tsconfig, copy this file, go to gateway, paste this file, and I don't think, let me just close this, and I don't think we need to change much. Actually, we don't have even to change anything at all. So as I told you, it's going to be the same config file for all. So this is all for our gateway service. And after this, we need to create the src directory. So src, and also we need to add some packages that we are going to be using. So some packages we used. So let me do npm add. I need to add the cores. I need to add Axios. I need to add Express. I need to add the Hermit and JSON web. Actually, sure. Yeah, but it's fine. JSON web tokens. So let's add these. Okay, those are added. And I think you can also add their types. So let me bring back this command. I'm going to start from the beginning. I'm just going to add it as Dev Dependencies, and I'm going to say types. Okay, and here I'm going to add the add types as well. Add types. Add types. I don't think for JSON Web Tokens we need any, but let's do it anyways. And that is done. And if we check now, we have these as Dev Dependencies, and this is everything we need to do. But let's go to the Authentication service, package.json. We also need to get use for our workspaces, our package common folder. So let me go inside the gateway. Let me add this as dependencies. And that means we can also run pnpm install. Okay. All right. So now we need to set up the server, the start of the server. It's going to be pretty much like literally the same thing for authentication service, for the server, etc. So the app service, this is not going to change at all. Let me copy copy this content of app service. Let me go inside of the gateway, src. I'm going to create app.ts, paste this content. And don't worry about the errors for now. We need to add also don't worry about these errors, just follow me. And now let's go back, and we're going to go inside the authentication service, src index, index as well, the same thing. Expect, we're going to remove most of the stuff, but copy the content of our index, src, and we can add index.ts. Copy the paste the content. But here we're going to move these models. We do not have models. We don't have database to connect to. And for config, it can stay there. Let's now remove these. And this one for the shutdown, we don't have anything else to shut down. So I guess I can just remove this. Let's remove this, and let's change the name. This is going to be gateway service. And yeah, this is going to stay the same. We're going to add our utils for the logger as well. So the same logger we added in our service. So let me go to Auth Service, src, and inside the util, logger, copy this content, go back to gateway service, create a new folder inside of src, utils, and here I can create logger.ts. Okay, and now inside of our index, I should be getting it, right? Yeah, so let's change this. Why is the logger not oh, we need to change the name as well. It's supposed to be gateway. Wait, where am I? Oh, come on. Close this. Make sure to be inside of gateway service. Sorry, guys. Gateway service, and okay, index. The logger is not showing up yet. Okay, the logger is there. And for the .env file, the same thing. So config env, let me copy the whole folder, set the gateway, src, paste it. And for now, this can be like this. We're going to add the ones we need. So we need the node env, we need that. Let me remove these errors. So the node env, I need to give the service name, change it to gateway. So node env, it's going to be this, no problem. And for the port, this is going to be gateway port. So let me get gateway port. Okay, now I need to add the service. I can just leave it like this. Thanks for the suggestion though. And we can paste this on the bottom. And this is going to be for it's going to be the Auth Service port. Since it's the only port we have, and make sure the default is going to be on this port, and for our gateway service it's going to run on 4000. Okay, and this is the authentication service, runs on this one. So that is done, and now let's go to index. We don't have any more errors, and this one should flow error, but I'm not sure why it's still Auth Service port. Yeah, because we have it, of course, that's why. Instead of port, it's going to be of your URL. Auth Service URL. And yeah, Auth Service URL string, and it's supposed to be URL. Yeah, so this is how we're going to get our URLs for our services inside of this one. So instead of just saying, so this is supposed to be the gateway port. So gateway port, that is fine. And I'm pretty sure for the index.js file, this is all we need. Yep, and now we need to finish our app.ts as well. So we already have the most of things we need. Just for the louds, we do not have this yet, but we're going to create that. But we're going to use this. We're going to use this. Nothing is changing. We're going to use this as well. And for the middleware, the error as well, I believe it's going to be exactly the same thing for our authentication service. So authentication service, the middleware. So let me copy this in middleware, go to the gateway src, paste this middleware here. Okay, and this is the error we're going to have. We're not changing anything at all. And the utils handled, etc, etc. This is the same thing we are going to be using all over again. This is not changing. Now let's go to our app. The thing we are missing is the routes, but let me remove the routes for now. We're going to come back to this one. Yeah, so our server is set, and now this is fine. Let me try to run the services. So pnpm run dev. Let me cd back, cd, go to the load, pnpm run dev, and we're going to run the both of the services. Okay. We don't have the script set, that's why it's not starting. So we need to also set the script. So like I said last time, inside of the Auth Service, this is the script we're going to be using all over. So let me copy this one inside the gateway, package the JSON, and the scripts, I can just add this. Like, it's not going to change. So yep, I added this, and now we can try to start our services again. And yeah, wait, what's the issue here? Config, are we okay? Maybe I need to add the env files. So let me add it. I'm not sure about the issue we're getting here, and I need to add in the tool that we are using. So the gateway is running on port 4000, and also we need to add in our authentication service URL, which is going to be equal to HTTP locals, and the authentication service is on port 3003. So let me try to run this again. I'm not sure about the issue I'm getting. Okay, yeah, it was the API keys missing. So pnpm run dev now. Okay, so our services are running here. So we have these services and also the gateway service running. Perfect. Gateway service running. Boom. Okay. So our server is running. And we can go ahead and start using this. So let me just check how much time I spent right now. Yeah. So yeah, let me go ahead and pause this, and I'm going to come back and we can keep working on the gateway service so we can connect to our other services free. And we can also set up protection. So like whenever the service send a request to our gateway, they have to authenticate that service and make sure that it's the service we are expecting. Like we don't want to allow any service to connect to us if you don't know about it. So we're going to set up authentication for that and all of those cool stuff. We're going to do that. So yeah, let's go ahead and start implementing some of. Now let's go ahead and keep working on this. So there is a thing that we're going to need, and I think the main thing we're going to be using is the like authenticating or validating the our APIs that they belong to this. So like we need to validate if this a service can make a request. So we need to create some kind of authentication middleware that we can use. And I think the best place to add that is probably inside of the packages. So let me go inside the packages, inside of src, inside http. I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call it internal and internal of. So we need to authenticate this. So I'm going to import the HTTPL. Okay, and here I'm going to import and type. It's going to be type, but it's going to be the request handler from Express, and I can do export const interface export, not just an export interface, and this is going to be internal of options. Okay, so we're going to need a header name. So we're going to have a header name, which is a string, and also it can be optional. And also there's some there's some path that we don't want to protect. So they're going to be exempt paths. We're going to be a string of an array. And here we can have const default header name, and we're going to call it internal and just token, internal token. Okay, so this is the default header name. This is our header, and I can do export const, and you can call it create internal of middleware. Yeah, create internal of middleware. And here we're going to say expected token. So we're going to say expected token, which is a string. So expected token. And also we have the options. We have options, which of internal of options. By default, they can be this empty. And this is going to return the request handler. So inside of this one, I'm going to have const, I'm going to get the header name. So let me do const header name, which is going to get from the options dot header name, and we can also make it to lowercase, so to lowercase. Okay, and or by default we're gonna having this default header name. We can use this. Yeah. And next we're going to accept paths. We're going to get from options. We can actually use new set options accept path. We're going to have this empty array. And now we're going to return. So let's return a request, response, and next. And inside of this one, we're going to have so we're going to check. So if accept paths, we have those from the request path, we're going to return next. So just next. We're going to continue. We're not going to protect anything. Okay, so we're not using this one. We can just add this. So if there's this path, we are going to just return. Okay, so we're just going to continue. We don't gonna protect those. But outside of this, so outside of this return, outside of this, let me see. So we're checking if so. Actually, still inside of this one. Oh yeah, this return, yeah. But outside of this if, okay, after this if, we can get the const, and we can call it provided here, and we can call it from the request dot headers and get the header name. And next we can get the token. So const token is going to be equals to an array, and we're going to check is array, passing the provided, getting the first one, otherwise just getting this provided. Okay, so this is wait, I mean to do that. Okay, so here over here we're going to check. So if type of token is not equals to string, so it's not a string. Token is expected token, is expected token. We're just going to return next equals to a new HTTP error and unauthorized, and here we can just return this one, and at the end here we can just return the next, which is the next that which will tell us to just continue. So I'm going to just explain to you what all of this means. Let me just go over here. So let me start on the interfaces that we have here. So these are the types and the options. So for example, the header name, which is a string, and the exempt path or string array. So the header name, that means we can customize it. So we have the name for each header, and we have this default header here. The header name, we can add another names of the header we want, but this is going to be our default header. And this exempt path, this is just an array of paths that should skip this authentication, just like we said earlier. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So now I think we can just move on. I hope you understand what the use of this is. And we have next here, make sure to return here as well. And yeah, so we have the validate request, which is good. And so let's quickly create the schema also for this gateway service for authentication. So inside the SRC, inside of gateway, we're going to create a new folder, and we're going to call this validation. And inside of this one, we're creating the auth.schema.ts. Yeah, I know I'm doing a bit too much of validating, but I like to make sure that my stuff is safe. So, and from @sign and we have this result. And for validating this, it's going to be a bit similar from the one we have inside the authentication service, louds. of schema, but we're not going to use the body, and actually it's a bit the same. Let me copy this and go back to gateway service, validate. Let me paste this. This is going to be a bit the same, but we're not going to have this body. Okay, remove the body, and here I can just remove it. And I will have the email, a string, password, display name, the same thing, user ID, refresh token. All right, so you have the user ID, which is the UID, and yep. So this is all we need to add. And next we can try to add the services we need, and also, yeah, so let's add the services we need. But before we do that, inside the env file, so inside of this env file, we need to add another stuff. So let's add, we're going to be using internal API token. So this is the API token that we'll be expecting all our services to come with when they make requests in the header. So do we expect them to have this API token? So if they don't have this, we're going to refuse the request and flow some errors. Yeah, but for now, yeah, make sure to add this, and also inside the config env file, we're going to add it inside of our env file as well. So after the auth URL, let me add this, which is going to be a string, and minimum is can be 16. Yep. Okay. So now let's go ahead and set up our services for this. So inside of gateway service src, I'm going to create services folder. So services, and I'm going to create a new file, going to auth, and this is going to be proxy, and we can call it .service.ts, auth proxy.service.ts. And if you remember, we have installed Axios. So yep. And now let's import also the env file. So import env, but just env. Yep, env from config. Now let's create the client for the Axios. So const client is going to be axios.create, and here we're going to have in the base URL, which is going to be auth URL, and we can give it also the timeout, which can be 5,000. Now we need to pass in the header, if you remember. So auth header, and here we can add the header that we can say headers. And now we need to pass in the name of the header that we have defined. All right, so now let's check. Let's check our request validation that we just created to see what we need to pass in the header as. So over here inside the packages, src, http, internal auth, we need to pass in this x internal token. So let me pass that proxy, and I need to pass it inside of my Axios when requesting. So close this, and then make it capital, and internal token, and it's going to be this from the env API token, and let's pass this as const. All right. And next we need to define some interface that we're going to use. So after this we can say export interface, and we can call it user data, and this is going to have in the ID, the email, the display name, and also the created at. All of them are strings. Next we can do export interface, interface. This is going to be auth response to extend the auth tokens. Did we create that? I thought we created it inside of. Okay, let's add it before the user data. So I can do export interface. Interface, let's call it auth tokens. And we're going to have access token and as well as refresh token. So this is going to auth tokens. This is going to extend those, and we're going to have the user and also the user data as well. Okay, and next we can have this. So export export interface here. So export interface, and we're going to have the register payload. So register payload, and inside of this one I'm going to have email, password, and display name. So this is what we need when we're registering. And here we can do export interface. We're going to have login payload, boom, and it's going to have email and the password only. So this is all we need for logging in. And can do, so let's do all of them for now. So refresh payload as well, and we're going to have in the refresh token as string. And here I can do export interface, and you can call this revoke payload. I think we're taking the user ID of type string. Yeah, so that's all for our interfaces, so for our types. And we can go ahead and create, or can do const. We can call this resolved tag, resolved message, and here can get the status of type number, and can also get the data of type unknown. And this is going to return a string, and inside of this one we can say, you can check if type if type of data is equals to object, and you can say end data and message and message in data. Okay, and here we can just get the const message going to be equals to data as record of string and unknown, and here we can just get the dot message. Okay, and here we can check if type of message is equals to string and message dot trim the length like that. Perfect. Here you can just return the message. Okay, and over here we can return status. Yeah, so authentication service is an variable, or we can just say an error code while processing the request. Okay, yeah, just like that. Okay, now let's handle also the Axios errors. So const handle Axios error. Here we're going to have the error which is unknown, and also going to type is never. So we can check if the Axios is not error. Okay, it's not error, and here we can just say or the error dot response. There's no response. We can just throw just throw this new HTTP, or maybe you can just throw the error, but for now I guess that is fine. Yeah, so let's get the status and also the data inside of the error.response as status number and data is equals to unknown. And here we can just throw new HTTP error passing the status and also the resolved message with a status and data. Okay, perfect. And now we can go ahead and create the proxy service. So export const, we can call it Auth proxy service. Inside of this one, the first one is async register, which is going to take in the register payload and going to return promise with auth response. Here we can do a try catch, and inside the try we can do const response is equals to await client dot post, passing this auth response, and the endpoint is going to be here auth and register. This is what we set, okay? And also don't forget to add in the auth header. This is very important. So this is the auth header we are passing in over here. We have defined it here. Okay. And here we can just return response.data. And if there's an error, we can return handle Axios error and pass in this error. Yeah, and this is pretty much it. So we're going to come back here and add more, but we're going to reuse most of the stuff in other services as well. So it will be easier. That's why we typed all of them. But for now, this is fine for the service. And we can also create the controller for this one. All right. So instead of gateway service, let me create a new folder. I'm going to call it controllers, and the file name is going to be controller.ts. And we need to import, we can just do export const. This is going to be register user, or we can, register user is fine. And we can give it the async handler that we created before. If you remember, async handler, and it's going to have the request, response, and also the next function. And here I'm going to do a try catch, and inside of this one, we're going to do const payload. It's going to get it from the register. So let's get the schema, register schema, okay, from validation, pass, and passing this request.body, and also the const, the response. So response is going to be equals to await of service proxy and register, passing the payload, okay. And here the res.status is going to be 201 and passing the response in the JSON. And here I can just pass the next with an error. Yeah, so this is how we're going to be doing most of this is our setup. This is how I like to do things. And now we're going to come back this later as well, but let's go ahead and set up our routes as well. All right. So instead of my SL assist inside the gateway, I'm going to create the routes. And the first one is our auth routes. So auth.routes.ts. And I can go ahead and import, import, and you can call it router from Express. And here, we can just say to export const of router, and let's give this the type of router. Okay, and now the first one is the post route. So of router dot post, going to go to the register endpoint. We can say register is fine. but here also we need to validate the request just like we did. So validate request, passing the body, which is going to be equals to register schema, right? So register schema from our schemas. And finally over here we need to pass in the so we can use async handler as well, pass in the register user. So make sure to add that. All right. So this is how we're going to use this on this post request. And let's create the index file. So let me create an index.ts, and inside of this one I can import the router again, index, but this time I can just import it as a type. So type as this one, and here I can do export const, and I can say register routes, and here I can pass in the app, and I can say router, and it will return a void, or can just remove it at all. And inside of this one, the first one is our auth routes, so import those, and the main endpoint is going to be on auth. We're going to come back to this when we add more services, and it's going to be on routes /routes. Yep. And now we need to go back to our index file. So not the index, but I think it will be inside of our app.ts. So app.ts, we need to handle the routes as well. So after the middlewares here, we can do register routes, and we need to import this over here, passing the app. Yeah. And for now, I believe this is all, but we need to go back to our we need to pass the API, the other API token thing we said that we're going to pass in through all our middlewares, so we know that they are the ones we need. So we need to validate those as well. All right, so we need to go back. Let me close all of these. We need to go back inside of services, Auth Service, HRC, and inside of the app.ts. After this middleware, we need to add one more middleware we just created. So app.use, and this one is going to be the create. We call it internal. Yeah, we need to export this, don't we? I always forget that. Yeah, let's do that. So packages, src index, and after this request we can do export, and we can call it from, and this is going to be and the from inside of HTTP, and it's going to be it's going to be internal auth, right? What did you call it? HTTP internal auth. Yeah, this is the name. All right, so we have it. Create internal middleware. Let's add that, and yeah, I think that's what we have to add, but we also need to add in the token. So, and it's going to be coming from m file, from our config, and it's going to be auth token. But we don't have this yet, so I need to add it inside of my env file. And let's add it after this. So we have the service. We have the service port, but you can add it actually anywhere you want. I don't know why I'm stressing this. Let me add it here. Yeah, we're going to come back to this and set any token that we're going to be using everywhere. So anywhere you need to make sure that you add the same token. Yeah. So now you can go inside the config and make sure to add this eternal token as well. Okay. So now you don't have the error anymore. And I'm not sure if we have to create anything guys to test this. I actually think we can go ahead and make a request to our gateway. Yeah, let me try to start this. So npm run dev. This will start both of them. Yeah, we need to build we need to build this again. Okay. So I hope that this works. Okay. So we have our Auth Service running, we have our gateway service running. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to go inside my request. Instead of making the request to the Auth Service directory, what I'm going to do, I'm going to make it to the API gateway. So 4000. Okay. And the path is going to still be this one, auth, and this one. So let's make a request and see. I'm going to click on send request. Unauthorized, interesting. Let's see, unauthorized. This is the message we get, unauthorized. So let's see where this message is coming from. So this which means we don't have the same token as the one we have inside of our gateway service. So let me see. Yeah, see, this is the token is not the same thing as we have inside of our authentication service. So that's why we're getting this. So you see the useful of that. So that means our services need to have validated them. So I believe we are getting this message from our internal auth. Yeah, perfect. And now let's generate tokens that we know that we're going to use or in all our services. So we're going to generate a secure token that we're going to be using. All right, so I'm going to generate a secure key. Let me open a new terminal and I'm going to use this command. And we say that we want ours to have 32. So I'm generating this key and inside of my services. So let me start with gateway service. And I'm going to use this token here. So let me paste it and make sure to use the same thing inside of Auth Service. So let's add it here. So make sure you have the same thing inside of Auth Service and also the gateway service, that the same token. Otherwise, it will not allow us to make a request to this service. So let me start again my services. So they are all running and we have the same token, and now it should be able to validate us. So let me go to a request and now let me make a request. So since time we're making a request through the gateway service, not inside of the authentication service. So let me make a request. Yep, perfect. So this is working. We already have this user, that's why I get this message. Okay, and also we did not test very well our validations. So let me try to make a request that is not with email. Yeah, we have the validation error and the issues path email message invalid email. Perfect. The password, let me try to make a request without password, and we get password string must contain at least 8 characters. Okay, this is pretty good. Let me add a new password. Yeah, and for the user we can use Jane.do, and for the name we can use anything, Jane.do. And now we're making a request. Remember, we're making the request through the API gateway and we're authenticating with our internal token. And now we have a new user, and we can open our table to check this. So we have a new token for the gen user, and for the database, we have this gen user as well with their password. Okay, so our API gateway is kind of working since we are making a request through it, and it's working without any issues. Okay, and so what we can do next, we should go ahead. So we have our services. So our authentication service is communicating with this gateway service without any issues. I'm thinking, should we set it up right now? What I'm talking about is like the RabbitMQ. So whenever we make a request to the service, it will send an event to other services that we need, or it will publish or it will consume those events. So yeah, I think it makes sense to start working on RabbitMQ so you can be able to use it as well. Yeah, so this is cool. We are going very well, and we are advancing slowly, but we're getting there. So yeah, let's go ahead and start working on the RabbitMQ next. All right, so we're going to be using RabbitMQ as our message broker. So we're going to use this to publish and consume some events between our services. Okay, so the first thing we should do is setting up. So let me go to Docker Hub, and I'm going to search for RabbitMQ so we can get started. And we're going to use the official version, so this one. There is different versions, but once again, I'm sure the version I'm sure about is the version from this one. So this version number 3 and management. So let me close this and go to inside of Docker Compose, and maybe we should put it over here. Let me put it on top. Okay, and I'm going to call this just RabbitMQ. Okay, RabbitMQ, and I can give it, okay, so let's give it this default. Let me leave some space, and it's going to use this. Let me see the network we created. Chat up network. Yeah, that is fine. And here we're going to use this version source 3 management. The container name is going to have this name for the port. So this is the port we connected to, and I believe this is the UI port. We're going to check that out. And for the password, the user and also the password. So we're going to have both guest as guest, and we're going to use this network. So that is all for the RabbitMQ to start working. Make sure you have Docker running, and now you can go ahead and let me actually open it just to be sure. So go to dashboard. Okay, and I have it here. I can just make it full screen, and now I can start. So let me start all my services. Docker Compose again. Docker Compose app -t, and it's going to pull the RabbitMQ image from the Docker Hub, since we don't have it on our local machine. So that is done. And now, as you can see, we have 2 of them up and running. And let me try to open this. Yeah, this one, the UI, I think. Perfect. So this is the UI one, and the password we set is guest and guest. So let's do that. Guest, I mean. And also for the password, guest. Login. Yeah, that is fine. I'm not going to save this. And yeah, so this is the UI we're going to be changing. So creating our channels, our exchanges. For now, we don't have anything custom. These are all the defaults. I don't see anything I created. And Yeah. So all of this is the default one. All right. Okay. So we have this. Now let's go ahead and start working on what we need. So the first thing I think we should do is create the event types that we're going to be using. And we can do that by going inside of our packages and inside of the command folder and inside of src, and I should create a new folder, so call it events. So we're going to have all our event stuff related over here, and the first file we're going to create is called event types. We can just call it types, actually. Yeah, just types.ts. Okay, and the first thing you need to do, you need to export. So export type, you can call it event type, not event type, but let me call it event payload. All right, and it's going to be equals to record string, and also this can be unknown. Let me make it unknown. And it's going to be, or we don't have to have this, it's just going to be like this. Okay, so this is just the type we're using is like we're making this a flexible type that can represent like an object with a string and the unknown. So we'll be using this as base for our event data. Okay. All right, the second thing we should do is create some interface for our let me do that here. So I'm going to do export interface, and I'm going to call this domain event. That is correct, domain event, and it's going to have a type. It's going to extend string, and also going to have payload. Perfect, that is fine. Extends also our event payload. Okay, so this is just a generic interface which is representing our domain event with these three points we're going to add inside. So we're going to add type, which is going to be type. We're going to have a payload, which is payload, and also we're going to add a keyword at. Okay, so each of these, the type, this is the event type. For example, it can be a string like user created, and also our payload, the event which will follow the event payload structure. And this keyword at let me make it actually a string. Just a string to keep things simple. This is just an ISO timestamp, a string like which will show us when the event has happened. Okay, and the sixth thing you need to create is another interface. So export interface. We need to add some metadata. So you can say event metadata. We're not going to extend anything, and inside of this one, I'm going to have correlation ID, which is optional of string, and this is just for tracing or tracing related events across our services. And the second thing is caution ID, and this is just we just link event in the cause effect chain, and also the version. So version, which is as option of number. So this is just a schema version of the event. And after this one, we can also add another interface. So export interface. This is going to be our outbound event. So this is going to be also type. So type, and it's going to extend a string, and also payload. which is going to extend our event payload. Okay, but we're going to also just go over here. We're going to extend domain event t-type and t-payload, and we're going to go inside of this one. We're going to add in this metadata and also event metadata. Perfect. Now the last thing we need to do, okay, so yeah, this outbound event, this is just an event that is being sent out from a service, so it will extend our domain event, and it will just add some optional metadata used when publishing events to other services. Okay, and here I'm going to add another export. So export interface. So export interface inbound event. So the same idea. So inbound event is going to have the type extends string, t payload extends event payload, and extends domain event, and add in this metadata, but this time it's not optional. So this inbound event, and it's just like the I don't know how to say it. It's just an event received by a service, so it will extend. So instead of out, it will just be receiving by a service. So it will also extend our domain event, and it has required metadata. So unlike our outbound event here, this is just used when consuming events from other services. Okay, so this is everything we have for our events. And now let's also, since we just have our authentication services, so let me create a new service type, event auth dot let's not use dot event.ts. Okay, and inside of this one we're going to use export const, and we're going to use this. We're going to call it auth and event underscore again exchange. Okay, so exchange, and we're going to call it auth dot events. Okay, so this is going to be our exchange, and also let's do export const. It's going to be of not routing key for now, but it's going to be user registered, right? User registered, and it's going to be for routing key, and we're going to call it auth.user dot user also we're going to call it auth.user.registered. All right, so we have an event exchange. So this the RabbitMQ this is just a RabbitMQ exchange name, which is, if we call it auth.events, this can be anything. So this is where all authentication related events are published. Okay, so all services are subscribed to this exchange to receive the authentication events. And also the second one, which is of user registered routing key. This is RabbitMQ routing key, so we call it of user.registered. This will just identify the specific event type usage. We use this to filter which event service receive from the exchange. Okay, and here you can go ahead and do export interface. Yeah, interface, and we're going to call this of user registered payload. Extends, we're going to add our event, so event payload, we created that. Inside of this one, I'm going to have in the ID, which is a string, email, which is string. I'm going to have display name, a string, and create that of a string. So this of registered payload, this is just the data structure that we want to contain our details when maybe receiving the events. Okay, and it's just extending the payload to follow our architecture pattern. All right, and here lastly we can do export type, and we're going to do of registered event, register event. Yeah, register event is going to have our outbound event we created. So outbound event, and here we're going to pass in type of, and going to pass in the routing key and also the of user registered. So this is just of event. This will just complete the event type combining. So we're combining everything. So we're adding the type, which is the user registered routing key, the payload, user registered payload, and we're also adding the outbound events. So with accord add and etc. All right. A brief, this is all we need inside of our common folder. We can go ahead and actually start implementing this inside of, for example, we have just the authentication service, so we can go ahead and start using that there. But before I forget, we can run the build command for this. So let me run build, and also we can install a package we need. So pnpm add, and it's going to be pnpm add. It's going to be not. Let me check the package again. I don't remember the name of this package. So npm JS. We're going to have it's called AMQP library. Yeah. Yep, this is the package we're going to be using when working with RabbitMQ. So add this, and I can do filter again, go to services and Auth Service. Wait, is it adding it inside of packages? I just realized that. Wait, let me check something out. Gateway service. Oh no, okay. Okay, that's fine. It's adding just in the package that we specify. That is fine. And I think we also need the types. Do we need the types? Just let me add them just in case. This, so I can add types. Okay. I'll use this look for online session and make it out of the all right. So now we have that. Let's go to the services, authentication service, and inside SRC, let's create a new folder. We're going to call it messaging. Okay, since here we are not going to be consuming an event, but we're going to be publishing event. So let's create event publishing. So this publishing .ts, event publishing.ts, and here I'm going to import all the, so import from here, and we're going to have in the auth, yeah. All right, I just remembered we forgot to export. We forgot to export again our events. So set services, CRC index. I can add the events that we are going to export. So let me just export everything from, and it's going to be from events, and it's going to be, the first one is going to be event types, okay, and the second one is going to export everything from not event bus, but it's going to be, yeah, of events is better. Now let's build this again. And let's go back to our event publishing. So instead of our services, Auth Service, SRC, messaging, event publishing. Okay, so now we can import our auth exchange and also our auth registered routing key. All right, that is good. And also maybe let's get the type. So type, which is going to be of registered payload. All right, and now let's import some import things we need from RabbitMQ. So we're going to need the connect, type channel, and also type channel model. Okay, and also we need to import the logger and as well as the env file. Okay, so now we need to set up the RabbitMQ URL. So let's go inside of our env file. Let me reload the TypeScript actually. So this is the TypeScript server. So it stops seeing that error. And inside the Auth Service env file, we're going to add the RabbitMQ URL. So I'm going to go on the bottom here, and I'm going to call this RabbitMQ URL. And this is going to be this way. So this is the format. So we have the user, the password, and where it's running at. Okay. So that is everything for RabbitMQ URL, and I can go and also add the URL inside of our env. So env, and I can add it maybe over here, which is going to be a string and a URL. Perfect. So that is everything we have for this, and we can go ahead and continue with our publisher. So let me close all of this, messaging, event publishing. And here I can, first of all, I can let connection, can call this connection reference. It's going to have our channel model or null. By default it's null. And so let channel, and it's going to be type of channel or null by default. So now let's do export const. We're going to initialize the publisher. So initialize publisher. It's going to be async. And over here, inside of this one, we're going to check. So if env, we can check if the env doesn't have the RabbitMQ URL. We're going to logger .1. So we're going to just say RabbitMQ is not defined. We are skipping this event. And here we can go ahead and return. We don't want to do anything else if the RabbitMQ URL is not present. Okay. Now let's go outside of the if, and here we're going to check if channel. So if there is a channel, we're going to return. Okay, and here we can do const. We're going to do const. Let's call it connection. So connection, and it's going to be await connect env and use the RabbitMQ URL to connect to this. All right, and here we can do connection left. It's going to have the connection, and also the channel is going to be await connection create channel, and they're going to await channel dot asset exchange, and we're going to pass in this of exchange, and this is going to be a topic. Okay, and here we're going to add durable to be true. Okay, perfect. And here you can do connection. Connection. So connection dot on. We're going to listen to some events. The first one is the error. So if there's not error, but let me use cross. So connection dot on cross, and inside of this one we can have what happened? Yeah, connection, and we're going to say logger dot should we call that just the warning? So RabbitMQ connection closed, and channel is going to be null, and also channel left is going to be null as well. Okay, and also we're going to do the same thing for the error. So if there is an error, we're going to say logger.error, and here let me just move this, and let me do it this way. So passing the error, and also yeah, just the error actually. Yeah, let me see what do I want to do. Yeah, this is fine. Okay, and here I can also pass in a message. So RabbitMQ connection error, and outside of this one we can say logger.info. We can turn also that is coming from Authentication Service. You can say our publisher initialized. Okay, perfect. So that is what we have to do. And now let's also create, so export const. The first one is to publish the user registered event. So let's create this one. So publish user registered, just registered. And here we're going to pass in the payload, and it's going to have the of user registered payload. And inside of this one, we're going to check if there is no channel. So if you don't have the channel, we're just going to log one and also return. Okay, we don't want to continue. And here we can do const event. So const event is going to be equals to this, and we're going to have type, which is going to be of user outing key. Payload is going to just be payload. Occurred at, it's going to be new date to ISO string, and also the metadata is going to be to have a version. You can call it version 1. Okay, and here you can say const take const published equals to be channel.publish, and inside of this one we're going to have of event key, of routing key, and also can say buffer is going to json.stringify, passing the event. Okay, passing the event, and over here we can just pass in the persistent to be true, and also maybe the content type, content type to be application JSON. Okay. And outside of this one, we're going to have, so if it's not published, outside of this one, we're going to have a logger.1. So logger.1, we went to 1. So we're going to say failed to publish this one. Maybe I can just do it this way, event. So failed to publish user registered event. And finally, outside of this one, we can create for closing. So export cons cross publisher equals to be async, and inside of this one, I can do try catch, and here I can get the channel, const channel. It's going to be equals to channel, and here I can say if the channel is there, we're going to say await channel.close, and also we're going to say the channel to be null. And also we can do the same thing for connection. So if there is connection, await connection, close connection reference going to be null. And here we can just learn an error. So error is going to be this one, error closing RabbitMQ channel. Yeah, so this is everything we need. And now we need to go inside of our index.js TS, and we need to use these methods we just created. So, and let's do it after the model. So await init publisher, import these, and let me use just our messaging. Yeah, there's a space again. All right. And also here, when we promise this, we can pass in the cross publisher as well. So import that. Okay. So now let's start this to see if we run. So pnpm and dev. Okay, so you can see inside the loggers, we have the authentication database connection, and also service RabbitMQ Publisher initialized. Okay, and now let's check our side of the UI if there's anything created. Let's refresh this. Channels. Okay, for now there's nothing. That is fine. They will be created, I believe, when we add or use those events we created. Okay, and these are the default one. Oh yeah, we have it here. It's here. Authentication event is created. All right. Okay, great. And next thing you need to do, let's use this. So inside of our authentication service, we already left a to-do message that will be publishing this event. So let me go to services, Auth Service, and here I'm going to use this right here. So I can say publish user registered, and here just pass in the user data. All right, so this is all we need to do to publish the user event, and this will be consumed by our user services. So our user services will listen to this, and it will do what it has to do. And I believe that is all we need to do for the RabbitMQ for now. Okay, and so maybe we should also we actually set up the user service right now so it can listen to these events. Yeah, I think it's a great idea, so we can see how to use this. Yeah, So yeah, let's go ahead and start working on the user service. All right, so let's set up our user service. Let's set up the basic structure. So we're going to call this user and service folder, and we need to initialize this project. So let's do cd services and the user service. So let's let me just do pnpm init. We have this, and before we forget, let's check what we have inside of Auth Service. So we can take the script. So let's take the script first. Let's go to user service. Let's replace this with this. And also we need to change the type and etc. Maybe we can just take this and modify them. This is going to be user service, and this will stay the same. And also let's take the common package. So let's add it. Okay, we don't have the packages yet. We're going to add those. That is fine. Okay, that is fine. Let me close this. So I'm going to install the packages that I'm going to need for right now. Let me open this. Let's just do pnpm add, and we're going to add course express hermit. Now let's add the package that we wanted to add, so which is the common setup common. Let's add also their types. So for this one, I'm going to add t, and we're going to say types, and same thing for the hermit. So types hermit. All right. Okay, so we have this, and for now we can go ahead and start setting up our server. So as I said, it's going to be the same thing for all our services. So let me add the src file, and also we need to add in our tsconfig file, which is going to be the same from any service. For example, let's take this one from gateway service, so add it inside the user service, and there is nothing is going to change. It's going to stay exactly the same. And next thing is the files that we're going to need. For example, the app and index.ts. So app.ts, and it's going to have the same exactly structure. So we can go inside of gateway service, for example, and inside of app.ts, this is the same thing. So let's copy this content, inside the user service, app.ts, paste it here, and also for now you can remove the loads, but the error handler is going to be the same as in here. So let's copy this middleware folder from our gateway service, go to src, paste this folder here. Okay, and the error handler is going to be the same. Yeah, we also need to set up the logger and the env file. So you already know the drill. If you want to go ahead, you can go ahead and do the same thing. So let's copy the config folder, go to user service, src, paste this config. Okay, so nothing's we're going to change some stuff, but for now don't worry about it. And next thing is the logger. So we need to add the logger. So let me copy this util from our gateway service. Let me paste it inside of here. So this one is going to be our user service. So user service. Now let's go inside the app. Now we don't have any errors anymore. For our Express app, this is fine. This is fine. Let's check the middleware. That is fine. We don't need to change anything here. Let me close all of this. So app TS, and our app actually is pretty set. So we also need to add the gateway service. You need to add the index file. So let's go to index.ts from our gateway service. Let's copy the content. Let's go to user service. To the src, let's create the index.ts. Let's paste this here. And it looks like we don't have to change much, just the port and also some few other things we will be adding. Okay, and yeah, let's change this gateway to be user service. Yeah, I also saw somewhere inside the gateway service we need to change this to gateway service. All right, so we need to modify the env config for our user service. So we're going to use a bit similar things, but not all of it. So let's go to env. We're going to have the node env, that is fine, but instead of the gateway port, we're going to use user service port. So user service port is going to be running on 44001. We're going to have in user DB URL, since we're going to use a user database, so DB URL, which is going to be a string, and also we're going to have the RabbitMQ URL, which is going to be a URL, but this also can be optional. Okay, and we are going to use this internal API token as always, so this is needed. So we're going to be using this as well. So these are all the this is, let me see, the node env, user service port, user DB URL. Yep, so this is actually all we need to do. Yeah, let's change this also to be user service. And now inside of our index dot, yeah, we need to change it to user service port. Okay, that is done. And we also need to create, since this is a user, this is not a gateway, so we need to add the middleware to protect our service, to authenticate our services. So let's go to user service, authentication service, src, and this is inside the app. We need to use this API, use create internal middleware. Okay, so we're going to be using this for all our services that we need to protect, or we need to be authenticated before receiving any request. So let's add it right here. Okay, let's import this, and let's also import our env. Can do import. Wait, it's not. It's not coming from config, right? User service. We have it. Okay. So what did you call it? Internal auth token. Okay, what did we call our from authentication? Internal auth token, yeah. Okay. And here it's saying internal API token. Let me check our Auth Service config, internal auth token, gateway service, internal API token. Maybe let's keep it to internal API token actually. So let's name all of them to be internal API token. Okay, and make sure to change it to our app.ts as well. Okay, so this is the first place that is done. Set of authentication service. So make sure to change from our .env, change it to API token. Let's go to the next service. This one is already correct. This one is correct. And the service we're using this, so API token. And yeah, and let's just keep it like this. So the user service, for now, this is okay, but I don't want to protect the health logs, so we can add some optional, and we can say exempt path, and we can give it to, for example, users and health. Okay, so this will not be protected by this one. It will skip this because we don't want to protect if we want to check the health of our service. So we should do the same thing actually for the authentication service. Yeah, but for now that is fine. So let's try to start this and see if it will start. So let me see debug, and let me run all of my 3 services. So pnpm run dev. Okay. Which one is failed? User service. Do not do pnpm install. cd services, user service, pnpm install, pnpm run dev. Yeah, we did not install the .env. pnpm add .env. pnpm. Now let's go back. I'm sure it should start. pnpm and dev. Yeah, we're missing the user DB URL. We don't have the env at all actually. So this is why we're getting the error. So let's add this env that we need. We already have some of the things we need, but yeah, let's create an env file. So .env, and let's go to user service. So get this first and the third one. So these three, and we're going to use this. Is going to be user. So user service port, which is on port 4001. The internal API token is still the same, but we also need this RabbitMQ. Okay, RabbitMQ, let me add it here. Yeah, from our user service. And also, what else do we need as the config? We need the user database URL. So user DB URL. Let me add this here. So use it DB URL. And for this one, I believe we're going to be using RabbitMQ, not RabbitMQ, but Postgres for our users. database. But for now, that is enough. So let's go ahead and test this. See if our server will start up. So pnpm and dev. I'll invalid URL because we don't have the URL. Okay. Which URL should we add? We can just, for now, just to skip this error, and I can say PostgreSQL. URL. Let's see if this will skip it. Yeah, okay. So you can see our three services are running. So first we have the authentication service, then we have gateway service, and also the user service. They are all running. So one is running on port 3003, 4000, and 4001. Okay, perfect. So this is the basic setup, is working as needed. Yeah, let's go ahead and set up this database actually. So let's set up our database for our user services. So for the user services, we're going to use Postgres as we said. So let's go to Docker Compose, and should we add it just here? Let me add it here. I'm going to call it userdb. So we follow the same format. So userdb, and what's the issue here? My services. Yeah, service. So the services, and we're going to use Postgres. So image is going to be Postgres. So this is going to be Postgres. Maybe let's use Postgres 16. And container name. Container name, I'm going to use chat app underscore, not underscore, but maybe you can use userdb, right? So user db, and we're going to have the environments. So environment, and the first one, these are the environment that we're going to be using for these ones. So we have the Postgres underscore db, so database, not equals, but here, and this one's going to be equals to so user, let's call it user score db underscore name. Okay, and by default it can have this, so chat app, and it's going to be underscore user underscore service. Okay, so I can copy paste this 3 more times. The second one is going to be for our username. So user db, and it's going to be user. So this is going to be chat user, chat app user, and Postgres db password. And it's going to be chat user db password. And the default one is going to be chat app. Instead, it can just be chat password. Chat password. All right, so that is what we have, and we're going to do the same thing for the ports. So let's add ports, and the first one, or only the port we need, is this one, so which is the user let's add this underscore. It's going to be user DB and port. Okay, so by default it will be on the port 54 and 32 port. All right, 54 and 32 port. All right, so if you don't have the port, this port variable, you can change it here, but make sure to keep this as it is. And for the volumes, we're going to put it inside user data, user DB data. Okay, and we're going to map this through so var. You can put it inside the lib, and you can call it Postgres. So Postgres SQL, and get the data. All right, and I think we can go ahead and add the network as well. Will be over here, chat app network, and yeah, no, we just need to create this volume we just added. So volume, so we have the authentication data. Let's also add it here and make it user data, and going to be DB, just like that. So make sure it's the same. So user DB, we have user DB data. Right, so let's get the URL we need. Let me okay, wait, that is fine. Let me do Docker Compose app. Oh, what was that? Okay. Wait, volumes goes to, you have this volume created, user, oh, user DB data, user DB data. Yeah. Okay. So let's open the database. User DB is running. Let me open this. All right, so it seems like it's ready. Now let's go ahead and set up the URL for our user service. So inside the user service, env file. Let me put it here. We need to set this URL for our user database URL. So we already have this Postgres. So this is the format actually. So let me just get this. So it's going to be Postgres, and now we're going to have the username. So username, and we're going to also have the password. So chat of password, and it's going to be running on localhost, and the port is going to be 5432. Okay, and now finally we can add our oh I'm using the authentication database. Okay, it's supposed to be the user, and also no, it's supposed to be the user. Okay, and the password. Shut up, password, and the database name. This is the database name. Yeah. Chat user, chat password. All right, that is fine, and these ones can be false. Okay, we have this now. And what's next? So next thing is to configure the database like we did before. So we're going to use Dockerizing as well for the for this one also. So we can go ahead and do pnpm pnpm add Dockerizing, and can do filter services and user service. Okay, and let's see how we did it inside the gateway. So we created this db file, etc, etc. Actually, I believe it's going to be the same thing. Yeah, it's going to be the same thing for this one as well. So why not copy the whole file and change some couple of settings. So let me go to user service, src, and let's create a new folder called db, and the name is going to be Dockerizing, just like we did before. So Dockerizing.ts, paste this, and I just need to change this to be the user db URL. And this time I'm going to use Postgres, right? Postgres. All right. So this is going to stay the same, connect to database the same. We just need to change this to user database. Okay. Yep. Yeah, so this is everything actually need. We just need to use this inside of our index. So let me go to index file, and let's use it on top here. I'm going to do await initialize database. What is the name? Initialize database. Yeah, so I need to create actually that initialize database method. So let me go here, export const, and I can say initialize maxing it right init. Okay, initialize database, and inside of this one going to be async, and I'm going to have just await connect database. Yeah, so let's do it this way. That is fine. Now let's go back to here. I can do initial database, and yep. So yeah, that is everything for the database for now. And now let's try to start this. So let's see if they connect. npm run dev. Okay, we also need to install this manual as they say. So let's add this package instead of our user service. PG. Now let's start this. Okay. So we have our user authentication service running. We have the user service running as well. So database connection established successfully. And all of them are running. Okay, perfect. This is perfect. So I think the simple setup for user service is also done. Yeah, we can go ahead and start working more on this user service. So let's go ahead and just do that. Okay, so we have most of things ready. We have our database set as needed. So for our user service, for the database, we have this set. Okay, this is fine, but we also need to create the models for this. Maybe I can put the model folders inside of this one. So let me add models inside of DB folder, and I'm going to create the user model. So user.model.ts. Okay, and inside of this one, I'm going to import what I will need. So from data types and models. And also I think we need to create the types that we're going to be using for this one. So inside of my SRC, I'm going to create a new folder. I can call it types. And I can create a new file, which is user.ts. And here I can export, and it can be interface user. And inside of these types, we're going to have the ID, which is a string. We're going to have the email, which is a string. And we don't have password here because this is just user service. So passwords are handled by the authentication service. So we just have the display name. They created that, which is a date, and as well, etc. Let's also do export, and it's going to be interface. This is going to be created create user input. Okay, so we're just going to have the email and as well as the display name. Perfect. So now you can go ahead inside the user model, and we can import this type. So let's do import, let me say import type from the user we just created. And so I can do import and type. This is going to be the optional from Dockerizing. So let me get the optional from Dockerizing. And now we also need to import the database that we created. So let me create a new file inside the DB. I'm going to create a new index so I can import my database, export it. So index.ts, and here I'm going to so export, and I can say everything from let me say Dockerizing for now. Okay, so now let's go back to this user model, and here I can say import. I get that Dockerizing from okay, wait, let me just do this actually. So yeah, DB and Dockerizing. Now let's do export. It's going to be type, and it's going to be user, and it's going to say creation attributes. It's going to take in the optional of user ID, created that and updated that. Okay, and I can do export, and this is going to be a class. I'm going to call it user model. It's going to extend. It's going to extend the model user creation attributes, and it implements the user. And inside of this one, I'm going to have all of these types that we have defined earlier. So the ID, email, display name, created that and updated that. Perfect. And I can do user model. So user model dot init, and inside of this one, I'm going to have in and you can say ID types going to be UUID. Okay, and I'm going to have around default is going to be false, and we're going to have the primary key as this one. Okay, so that is fine. Now let me also do the same thing for let me go outside of this actually, and let me go here. I'm going to do the same thing for the display name. and this is going to have data types of string. I don't know how to false. I don't know, can we make it unique? Let's remove it for now. And we have the created that, which is I don't need to add this. I don't know why I keep adding this. So created that. We're going to have also the updated that. Okay. So data types is going to be date, alone at false, default is just like that. And we're going to come to the end of here. We're going to have another, so make it squarize. It's going just be squarize we imported, and table names going to be users. Yep. So we have this, and now you can go inside of our index and import this as well. So export everything from, and we can say db and models, then the user model. We can just say it like this. Yeah, then doesn't matter that much. All right, so we have that ready. All right, so we have this ready. That is fine. We can cross this, go back to the user service, SRC. Now let's create our repository. So we can just say repository, or we can call it repositories because we're going to have different repositories, and inside repositories we can say user.repositories.ts, and inside of this one I'm going to import things that we use from the Dockerizing, and also we're going to import the events that we just created, the types I mean. And also let's import, so import from our chat app command. We're going to import this type as type, so type, and it's going to be our registered payload, right? That's what we have. And finally we can also import the user model we just created. Great. So the first one, const, I'm going to call it to domain user, and we're going to take in the model, and after that the type is user model, return user, and here inside of this one I'm going to say the ID is going to be the model.id, the email, right? It's going to be the model.email. We're going to have the display name, going to be model.display name. We're going to have created at, going to be model.created at. We're going to have updated at, going to be model dot updated at. Okay, so we have this. What's the issue? Okay, we are not returning. Come on, what happened? We are not returning anything. Let me cut this. I just typed. Let me cut this, and we go back. Remove this, and I'm going to put them inside of this. Then add an object. Then I can add this. But yeah, so just make it this just like that. So to the main user, that is fine, that is done, and we can now create the user repository. So we can do export class, and this is going to be user. So going to be user repository, repository. Okay, and inside of this one, I can have do async find by ID. So this is what we use to when we want to find the user by ID. So it's going to be a string, and it's going to be a promise of user, or this can be also this can also return null as well. So user or null. Okay, so let's do const user is going to be equals to await user model find by pk, and the identifier is going to be the ID. And here we can just return user, and the user is going to be to the main user, getting the user, or just going to be null. So this is going to be finding the user. And another method we're going to need, so async, this is going to be find all. So we're going to be getting all the users. It's going to be promise and user, but this time it's going to be of array. But inside of this one, we're going to say const users, const await user find all. But I'm going to an object. So inside of this one, I'm going to say well, I can get it in order. So the order I want this to be in is going to be, let me add an array. It's going to get in from the display name. Okay, display name, and it's going to be the order is ascending. Great. And here I can just return, so return users dot map, and you can get in the to domain user. Okay, so this is for finding all, and here for now we think we can stop there, and let's create the method that we create actually the user when we receive the event from the authentication service. So we can call it upset from of event, and it's going to take in the payload, and the payload is going to include the of registered payload, and this is going to return a promise, so promise of a user. And here I can have in the can do const let me get in the user just like this, so can get the user, and it's going to await user model dot upset. So I'm going to upset this inside of this one. I'm going to have in the ID, which is the payload.id email, payload.email, display name, same thing, but also we need to create that. So created that, but we don't have to add it because the default is already the the default is already created, but yeah, it's alright. Let's use the one we received. So created that, and here I can have the same thing for the updated that. So new date payload and created that. Okay, and here I can also include this method. This is say returning. It's going to be to true. Okay. Yep. And after this one, here I can just say return to domain user, passing the user. Okay, so we will use this when we want to create the user we receive from the authentication event service. So now you can export this. So export const, and it's going to be user repository, but with small capital, and it's going to be const new user repository, just like that. We're going to come back and add one more method, but for now, I believe these are pretty much enough for what we need to do. So now we can go ahead and should we create the services now, or should we start by listening or creating the event listener for this and use this method and test if everything is working as expected? Yeah, I believe we can just go ahead and work on the event consumer, and yeah, this is how that was. So let me go to my SRC. I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to create messaging as well. And inside of this one, I'm going to create the first one, that is of consumer. So we're going to consume the event we receive. We're going to import all the types that we need from this package. We do not have it. So let's install it. We're going to do pnpm add, and this is the package. Great. So we just added it. This shouldn't be causing an issue anymore. Yeah, we need also the types as well. Okay, let me open this. And let me add it as Dev Dependency. Now let's also import, we're going to import from chat common, and we're going to get the of events exchange of user registered key, and also the type is going to be of registered payload. Yep. And now we can also import our env. And also we can import our logger. Okay, import our logger as well. So that is done. And now let's see. Okay, so now I need to create, actually, yeah, we need, instead of creating everything inside of this folder, we can go ahead and create the services folder right now, instead of creating everything inside of this one. Yeah, I don't like seeing so much code. So services, I'm going to create the user.service.ts, and yeah, let me create the method. For now, we can just create one single method that I'm going to use, and we can then create others later. But yeah, so let me import all of those, and also let me import the types I'm going to need. Yeah, instead of user repository, what did I call it? Oh, user repository is fine, that's fine. And now we also need to import, so import from, it's going to be db. We're going to get the Dockerizing, and yep. So we have this user repository, and that the first one is the type. It's fine. So let me copy this again, but this time it's not going to be the type, it's going to be just normal, and also this is going to be small capital. So this is small capital, and this is the type with All right. So let's create the class. So class is going to be user, and it's going to be user service. And inside of this one is going to be, and I can add the constructor, which is going to take in the private of read only, and we're going to call this repository, which is going to be our user repository, right? And this can just stay like this. We don't have to touch it. And let's create the method that we are going to use. So the only method we're going to use for now, which is going to be async, and we'll call it sync from of user. This is going to take in the payload, and this is the type. So of user registered payload, and it's going to return a promise, and it's going to be type of user. And inside of this one, I'm going to do const user equals to await this repository dot upset from of event, and we need to pass in the whole event payload. All right, so this is what we have to do, and we're going to come back to this, but for now you can just return this user just for right now. Okay, so that's all we have right now. We're going to finish this later. So export const, and we can say user service. User service equals to new user service, and we can pass in the user repository. Yeah, so we did not use everything we added, but we are going to come back to that. But this is the method we need to use what we had to. Okay, so let's go to the Auth Consumer again, and I'm going to start. So I can say type. The first type is going to be manage connection, and it's going to be of type of connection and channel model. Okay, and here I can say let channel ref, which is going to be of type manage connection, and it can actually also be null. And also let channel is going to be type of channel, and it can also be null as well. Okay, this editor is messing with my keyboard shortcuts. Like, so let consumer tag. Let's also add a tag, which is going to be a string, null, or default null. And also let's do const, can add the key let's call name. We're going to call this auth service dot auth dot event. So auth service dot auth dot event. So queue name const cross connection. Let's create crossing connection. So cross connection. We go to async, and now I can have in the connection, which is going to be manage connection. And inside of this one, I'm going to be await connection dot cross, and we can set everything else to null. And now let's create a message, new method to handle messages. So const handle message. Let's handle message. It's going to be async, and it's going to have in the message, which is type of consume message. Consume message is going to have channel, which is type of channel. And now let me also add, so the const log, it's going to be the message dot content dot to string. So let's get it to string, and we're going to use UTF-8. Okay, so this is our encoding buffer, and here you can say const event, which is going to be equals to type JSON dot. We're going to pass this pass in the low as of user. We have the event user registered event. We need to import that. So of user registered event. Actually, this is the one we needed. Registered event, not the other one. Yeah, of registered event. Yeah, that's the only one we need. And here for handling the message, so now we can use our service. So await user service. Okay, user service. From the user services, you can say sync user from messages and event dot payload. Okay, so we're going to pass in whatever we receive from this, and we know that is this type of event. And here we can acknowledge the message. So channel dot acknowledge the message. All right, so this is the handle method, and now we can actually go ahead and create a new method we're going to use. So I can do export const, and I'm going to create start consumer. So I'm going to call it event consumer, and I'm going to be async. And now let me go here. Let me export this. So if the event, we can call the env file. So event dot, there is no RabbitMQ URL. We can say so logger dot one, and we can say and we can go ahead and as well return from this, because we cannot do anything. And also if channel, so if channel, we can go ahead and return as well. All right, so after this, let's also create some const connection. Const connection is going to be equals to await connect, and we're going to connect from our env.RabbitMQ URL, and this can be as manage connection. Perfect. So connection reference, so connection ref we created. Did we create it on top? This is supposed to be connection ref actually. Connection ref. Yeah, so it's supposed to be connection ref. So const connection goes to this, and now we can add the connection ref to be equals to the connection, and we can do const channel is going to be equals to await, and we're going to wait for the connection dot create channel. Okay, perfect. And here you can say channel, and the channel is going to be equals to just the channel basically. Okay, so now let's continue with this one. We're going to go ahead and also say await channel, and we're going to say asset exchange, passing the event exchange, and it's going to be of type topic, and also going to say join repo equals to true. So the same thing we did we're using the same exchange key. And also it's the const q is going to be equals to await channel dot asset q. We're passing the q name. Durable is true as well. So await is going to be channel, and we're going to say dot bind q. Let me remove this dot bind q. So we're going to get the q from q, event exchange name, and also event user registered routing key. Okay, so here over here we can say const, we can say consume Android, and it's going to be taking the message, getting the consume message, and we're going to get in this also can be actually, let me think, it can also be null, right? Yeah, this can also be null as well, but I know this is messing up my keyboard shortcuts. I don't know why I use this. Actually, yeah, it's messing them. Alright, this, let me remove this. Like on my keyboard, there is no this, like it's not just type there. I have custom keyboard shortcut I set to create this. So since I don't have it, and now the editor I'm using doesn't have them, so it's kind of messing stuff up, but that is fine. Message, I can say tag return. If there's no message, we're going to return, but after the return, we're going to say void, let's call the handle message. So handle message, getting the message channel, and here I can say that catch. Oh, just passing the message and the channel, and dot catch, say the catch, we're getting the error, and it's going to be unknown. And here I'm going to pass, I'm going to say roga dot info dot error, sorry, dot error, and getting the error, and going to be error. And here I'm going to say message, which is going to be failed or failed to process. Now we can say channel dot like, pressing the message, and what up to is false, and also requeue, we don't want to requeue this again, so let's make it to false. Okay, so after this, I believe we can go over here and we can say const, we can call this result. So the results are going to be type of reprise, and we can get these, so const consume, and these are going to be equals to await channel dot consume, and again the q again at q, and here again passing the consume handler. Okay, and consume tag is going to be consumer tag result dot consumer tag. So let's see why this is not working. So the consume handler is expecting, let me see what we defined here. For the consume handler, actually we don't need the channel. There's no need for the channel, so let me remove this channel. Okay, perfect. So after this, we can go ahead and say connection. We can close the connection dot close, and here I say close. Okay, and here we can just say dot1, and we can pass this warning, so of consumer connection closed. Okay, so connection closed. What's the issue here? Oh, this is connection on. It must be a connection on. Set all this to be null, and also the consumer tag to null. Right? And here I can say connection dot on, passing the, yeah, basically the same thing. Okay. So now we have that. I think we can just add some logger. So logger.info or info, and we can just say of what message should I say? Yeah, of consumer started. Of event consumer started. And finally, we can say export const, and it's going to be stop of event consumer, and this is going to be async. We get the try catch const channel. It's going to be equal to channel. So if we have the channel and the consumer tag, we can say await channel dot cancel. We're going to cancel this with this. We're going to cancel this with this consumer tag. Consumer tag, we're going to set it to be null. Okay, and here we can also say if we have the channel and await channel, so it's channel dot cross, and you can set the channel to be null. And over here we can get the connection. So const connection going to be connection left, and if we have connection, you can just say await cross connection, passing the connection we want to cross, and the connection left is going to be null. And finally, for the logger, just add the logger. All right, so that is everything for us to consume this event, and now we need to use this method. So where do we need to use those? Inside of our index.ts on the top here, we can do await start of consumer. So this we always be listening to our events, and yeah. So let me actually try it out. So hopefully this will work. I'm going to start my services. Okay, and I'm going to start my dev server as well. So pnpm run dev. Okay, we have everything running. So we have our Auth service, gateway service, and our user service, and they are all connected. So it's saying the Auth consumer started, so means it's the consumer is listening. And okay, and now let's go to our request. And actually, what I'm going to do to test this. So let me open Turbo Plus, so we can test this beta. We have the user table here opened. Let me go to connections. Connections actually, yeah, and I'm going to open a database or open a connection, and I'm going to add a new one. It's going to be Postgres. Okay, so Postgres connection. This thing again. New Postgres create, and this is going to be chat app, and it's going to be user service. Okay, set up user service and deport the host name. Now we just need to get these credentials. So for the authentication user, I need to get the password. The user is this one, the username, the password, and the database name. Test, and now you can connect to this. All right, so let me open these two databases side by side. And the tables for user service, there's nothing, but for user is credentials, like for authentication service, we have it. But here we don't have anything yet, okay? So let me stop this for now. Let me show you why. And I'm going to create 3 terminals, okay? So in the first terminal, I'm going to start, so CD, I'm going to go to services, CD services and Auth Service, okay? So I'm going to start pnpm run dev. I'm going to start just this. Okay, so this is just the authentication service. In the second one, I'm going to CD services and user service and do pnpm run dev. I'm also starting the user service, and in the final one, I'm going to CD services and CD gateway service. And I'm going to start this as well, pnpm run dev. Okay, so both of them are running. So the authentication service, the user service, and gateway service, okay? And now let's say the user service is not running, right? Let's stop it. But we keep the user service running, the gateway service running, okay? But the user service is not running. Now let's test what will happen. And now let's also open my browser, and let's go to the management port. The password is guest, and also the password is guest as well. Okay, that's just fine. Connections. Okay, a channel, exchanges, we have this. And now let's go ahead, test this. So let me make this like this. Let me go to the request. Let's create a new user, and I'm going to be John. So John Doe, and let's register. Okay, so let's send a request. It's saying user registered. Okay, so user is registered successfully. And now let's check our tables. And inside this is the Auth table. So we have new user, which is wait, let me just check what exactly we have. Remove this, remove this. Okay, so we have this user, and I believe this is the newest one. Let me just see their name. Okay, we're not saving their name, but we're saving where am I actually? Yeah, let me do in the flash tokens, that's why. Okay, so we have the John. So this is the John user we just created, but in the users table there's nothing because the user service is not running, right? And now let's check out the exchange or RabbitMQ. So let's go to the queue, for example, and here we have this event that is in the queue, is waiting to be consumed by any service. Okay, so this is the event which is user registered, right? It's in the queue, so it has not been consumed yet. So that's why you can see it right here, right? And let's also see the connection. Okay, we still have this connection, exchange channels, fine. But we have this queue that is ready, right? Now, watch what will happen if everything's working as expected. Watch what will happen when I learn this user service. No, now let's refresh the user table again. There's nothing in the user table, and we have this new user inside of authentication service. Now let's see what will happen when we start the user service. So let me run pnpm run dev. Boom. Oh. Okay, but you can see it tried to run it, right? It tried to consume it as soon as we started it, but we got some issues. Oh god. Oh, we don't have the user table. This is what messed up my this messed up my demo, bro. Come on. Okay, so why didn't the user table get created actually? Okay, interesting. Are we missing something? Yeah. Makes sense. We did not inside the initialize database, we did not sync this. So const let's call it const sync. Let's call it sync options. So sync options, and it's going to be env file, and we're going to depend on that env. And if it's got to development, we're just going to leave it like this, but otherwise we're just going to say alter equals to true. Okay, and finally you can do await synchronize.sync, and you can pass in these sync options. Okay, logger. I'm going to see what's the issue now. Logger.info, and you can pass in database synchronized or whatever. So what's the issue? Has no property defined. Ultra, it's not ultra, it's ultra. Yeah, ultra to true. Okay. So it has been restarted, but I'm not sure if the user got created. Okay, we don't have the user again. The first one failed. So this did not create the user. Yeah, but that's fine. Let's actually try it again one more time. Let's create a new user. It can be whatever. Let's stop the user service again to test this. Create user. User has been created. And let's check once again. Refresh this. Okay. There's in the tables, we don't have the user, we don't have any data, right? There's nothing. And also here we have a new user. In the authentication tables, we have this user Chris. So Chris is not yet again in our database, but let's start our user service. So pnpm and dev. Okay. So this should create the new user inside of a user table, right? Create. Wow. Look at that. It's just like magic. Amazing. So we are listening to the event. So no matter if our user service is down, it doesn't matter as long as it come back. And also our authentication service does not care if the user service is running, does not care about anything. All it does is just deliver the event. So whenever the user service is ready, it will consume it, right? But user service, authentication service is done its job. It's done. There's no need for it to wait. It's just do that, and the rest service can handle whatever it needs. We just give the data we need, and yeah, just like that. As you can see, these are completely two different databases that are services working together. One database is MySQL, another database is Postgres. So they are all working in different services, and everything working together, right? Now let's try one more example, and a new user for okay, right? Yeah, okay. let me try William. Okay, so this time let's keep all the services running. Now let's post this, and I'm pretty sure that we're gonna have 2 users. Yep, just like that. Yep, just like that. We have William, and we have William here as well. Easy as that. And as you can see the ID. Just look at the ID, right? Look at the ID here. It's the same thing for the ID we have right here. So this is this is just amazing, guys. All right, so I hope you got the idea of how we are going to be using RabbitMQ to communicate with our services. And now let's go ahead and continue working on this. But this is just pretty cool, and we're going to be even implementing much more cool stuff. So yeah, this was the first one. We see how we're going to be communicating between our services without knowing each other, even if they exist. We don't care about that. And you saw also that inside the user service there is no thing that is related to authentication. So we just have email, name, and nothing else. So all of those about passwords, tokens, we don't care about those inside of user service. All we care about is some user some user data such as name, email, etc. And you can also even add the bio, but for authentication, it's just for authentication. There's nothing else we need, right? And yep, so that was all for this RabbitMQ section. And yeah, of course we're going to still use it. This was just like getting started with it and showing you how it will be used throughout this project. So yeah, let's go ahead and keep working even with more pretty cool stuff. Yeah, so let's go ahead and let's continue, guys. So for me, I'm signing out, and you will probably see a long video, but yeah, for me, for right now, I'm done. I'm gonna take a break, but yeah. Okay, so now let's go ahead and finish working on our authentication service. So we need to add a few more methods because we just have the method for logging in. So we need more. So inside the Auth Service, I'm going to add another one. So after the register, we need another one for logging in. So before this authentication token, I'm going to export, and this is going to be const login, and it's going to be async, and it's going to take in the input with the login input. So we probably need to import this, but we already created this, and the auth response is already imported. So but for logging in, we don't need this. We need actually the auth tokens, which we also have, right? And inside of this one, I can do const, I can call them credential. So credential equals to await, and it's going to be user credentials dot, and we're going to do find one. So we're going to find one, and inside of this one, I'm going to say where. So I'm going to check where the email, right? Where the email is equals to the input.email. So similar thing we did for register, I think. Yeah. Okay, so we're finding this user, and if you have this user, or so we can check if there is no credentials, right? So if there is no credentials, if the credential is not there, we can just say throw new HTTP error. We can pass in the 441, and we say invalid credentials, and here you can say const valid. So now we're going to check if the password matches. So await verify password. We already have this method, and inside of here we're going to pass in the input dot password. All right, and also the credential, we're going to compare this with the password hash that we have. Okay, so if it's not valid, if the password is not valid, what do? We just throw a new error and we say invalid credentials as well. Okay, great. And now we need to create a new token. So same thing we did here. So I guess I can just take this one. Okay, and here I'm going to token, but this time I'm just going to add in remove this transaction, and also this is going to be credential.id. So just need to pass in the ID, and also now we can get the tokens. So we can create the new tokens, so the access token and also the refresh token, just right here. But for this time, instead of it being user, we're just going to change this to be credential.id, credential.email, same thing for the refresh token, and we only return the access token and refresh token. So this is the only data we need to return when logging in. There's nothing else we need for this one. Okay. And now let's also create a new method for refreshing the tokens. So let me go outside of this one. I can say const, this is going to be, or instead let me just export const actually. So export const, so you can use it. So export const, okay, I'm going to call this refresh tokens, okay, and it's going to be async. And inside of this one, we're going to take the token, which is going to be a string, and this is going to return a promise. So the promise is going to be of tokens, okay, and this one is just going to be, so we can get the payload. So const payload, which is going to be cause to verify the fresh token. We already have this method. Passing the token provided, and inside of this one I can say const token record. Token record is going to be equals to await refresh token. So refresh token, the method we just have as well. So refresh token, the model the model we already have. So find one, and we're going to find it where. So we're going to check in our database where the token ID is equal to payload .token ID, and also where the user ID is equals to payload sub, which is user ID. Okay, so we're going to check this token in the record, and so we're going to check if token record is not there. If token record is not there, we're going to send for one valid, the token is not valid, right? So I'm just going to throw new HTTP error, and if this is the message, and you can just say invalid token. Invalid refresh token. We can say also refresh token. Okay, and now we're going to check. So if token record dot expires at and dot get time, so we're going to check if the token has already expired. So we're checking if the token has passed its limit and this has expired. So we also want to throw a new error. So we're going to check await token record dot destroy. So we're going to remove it inside of our database, and also we're going to throw a new HTTP error, and we're going to pass in the 401, and we're going to say refresh token has expired. All right, and after this one we can say const credential and is going to equals to await user credential dot find by the primary key. So I'm going to find by the primary key, and we're going to be payload dot sub. Okay, and we're going to check. So if the credential is not there, can log. So if you want, you can log this. So logger, here logger, and we can say 1, and here we can pass in the user ID. It's going to be equals to payload.sub, and the message is going to be user missing for refresh token. But this is just some cases that we won't really be dealing with, but it's good idea to always check those. So now you can go also the flow of course an error. We don't want to continue, so throw a new HTTP error, and it's going to be 401 as well, and the message is going to be invalid refresh token. And over here I can just say await token record dot destroy. Okay, since we're getting a new one, and you can say const new token record. It's going to be await create refresh token and credential dot id. Perfect. And here I can just return, so let's return access token, which is going to be equals to sign access token, and here we can pass in the sub credential dot id, and also we can pass in the email, so credential dot email. All right, so same thing for the refresh token, and also we're going to be sign refresh token, but this time instead of this we're going to pass in the token ID, so new token ID. All right, so that's everything for refreshing the tokens, so getting a new one. And also we need another method, which is the last one, and this is going to be, so export const, it's going to be the revoke refresh token. So we're going to revoke this refresh token, and it's going to be async. We're going to pass in the user ID, and this is going to be a string, and here I can just say await refresh. We can refresh token model, we can say destroy. We're going to destroy which one? Where the user ID. Yeah, that's all we need for this. So this is everything we need for our services, and now we can go ahead and use them inside of the controller. So we already have a few methods already, and inside the controller, so of controller, I'm going to add a new one. So outside of this one, I'm going to export const. This one is going to be for our login, so login handler, and this is going to take in the request handler and also async handler, and inside of this one I get the async, then request, then the response, and here I can just like get the so const payload, so I get the payload, and then from the request dot body as login input, right? And also let's get the tokens, so const tokens is going to be equals to await login, and this is going to take in the payload, and I can do response. For the response I can just return JSON and pass in the tokens. Okay, so that is everything for logging in. Let me duplicate this method since I don't want to type that again. So I'm just going to change this one. It's going to be refresh handler. So refresh handler. It's going to still take the same thing. We're just going to change these. So I'm going to say const, and I can get from request.body, and I can get it as, let me add the types I need, so refresh token, which is going to be optional of string. And here I can just get this refresh token. So you can check if the refresh token is not there, refresh token. If it's not there, I can just throw new HTTP error, right? For new HTTP error, the code is going to be 400, and I can say refresh token is required for us to refresh these tokens. And here we can just say const tokens, and it's going to be equals to await refresh token, refresh tokens, right? Refresh tokens from our services, good, and passing the refresh token, then return the tokens. Make sure to add this method, refresh token from our services. And lastly, we have the export const, and we're going to add in the revoke. We're going to revoke the revoke tokens. So same thing, but we're also going to get, instead of getting the refresh token from the body, we're going to get the user ID. Great. So we're going to get the user ID, which is also optional of string, and we're going to check. So if there is no user ID, we can just return for new HTTP error, and the code is going to be 400, and here we can just say user ID is required. And over here we can just say await revoke. So we're going to call the revoke token, and we can pass in the user ID. And here I can just say this.status, and we're going to pass in 2 of 4. And here I can just say send, nothing else. And yeah, so these are the methods we need to add in here, and now we need to add them inside of our routes. So let me go to the routes, and so the routes of routes. We're going to add a few more, so let me duplicate this. So 4 times. The second one is going to be for login. So login, validate request, we are going to have in the login schema. We already have that, and also this one is going to be login handler. Okay. And this is going to be post. They are all going to be post. And another one is going to be for revoke. So the token refresh schema, we don't have that. And also refresh handler, you can import this. And the revoke handler, you can import this. So let's create these few two we don't have. Let me check. Did we create them? Yeah, we have them actually. So yeah, we have this created. So these are the routes that we're going to use for our authentication service. These are enough, and we already have this here, so we don't need to touch it really. And I can say that we are really done with for authentication. Like that is all we need to add. There is nothing else, unless I forget something. But now we can go ahead and add it inside of our gateway service, so we can start testing this and see if it's actually all we need to do. So inside the gateway service, SRC services of proxy, we already have most of things. We already have for logging in. So now we're going to create for registering, for logging in. Oh, we already have for registering. We're going to create for logging in, for refresh, and revoking. Okay, so I can copy this method down here, and I'm going to change this to login. The payload is going to be login payload. It's going to turn off tokens, so off tokens, and response is going to be await client.post. This is going to be auth tokens and going to be auth on login, and passing the payload and auth headers as well. It's going to return response.data. Perfect. And I can copy this one again. And this time it's going to be for our refresh. So refresh. And this one's going to be a refresh payload. So refresh payload, it's going to return auth tokens as well. And it's going to return on the post. So await client.post, auth tokens, auth refresh header as well. So yeah, nothing else. And now I can also copy this again for revoking. So for revoking our token. And this is also going to use revoke payload. It's going to return promise. But this time we just need to pass the await client.post of revoke. We're not sending or receiving any data. So we're just going to return this. Okay, so this is everything for this. And I believe now we also need to add it inside of our routes, or no, our controller, I mean. We also need to go inside of our controller and create this new method we just added. So controller. And after this one, so register user, we can go ahead and add, so export const. Actually, let me copy the first one so we can use it. Let me copy this one, and here I'm going to add in quality login user. We don't have to async handler request, and instead of proxy is going to use login. Okay, and this one is going to stay the same. For the response, it can stay like this, but instead response, login. Yeah, login schema. I also need to use the login schema. So change this to login schema as well. Wait, what do we call it? Validation. Yeah, it's fine. So login schema, and we can return. Let me call this. I don't really need the status though. Let's do send. We can just say let's do JSON, and let's call this to be tokens. So let me call this to be tokens, and that's all we need to do. And let me copy this again, and this one, let me call it refresh token. So refresh tokens, async handler, and this is going to be refresh schema, and it's going to get the tokens of service.refresh, passing the payload and return the tokens. So the last one is for revoking. So this one is going to be revoke tokens, and this one is just going to have in as revoke schema of proxy revoke payload, and you can just send this status and nothing else. All right, so we have our controller as well, and now we can go ahead and add them inside the routes from our gateway. So routes off, and let's add them right here. So we're going to add 1, 2, 3 more methods. So we can just say auth router dot post, and this one's going to be for login, right? And it's just going to have, so the same thing. So login schema, pass this, async handler, use the login. All right, so let me copy this 3 more times. So now this one, the second one is going to be for refresh, and also refresh tokens, revoke schema, perfect, and revoke tokens. Yep. So this is the method you have 1, 2, 3, 4 here, and brief now should be working. So maybe we can test this actually. Yeah, so let me close everything. Let me close everything here, and let's run our services. Make sure they run without any issues. Yeah, let me run all of them at once. So npm run dev. Okay, so our services are running. Now let's go and make the request from our testing tool we have. So inside the HTTP here, actually let me just do something real quick. And I'm going to add the base route. So you can get base gateway. So we don't have to always hard code it like that. HTTP 4000. And over here, you can just use this base gateway, and this stay the same, this stay the same. So you can copy this for others as well. But make sure to add like one, like this three. Where is it? Yeah, this one. So that is the second one. This is for auth and login. And this one is going to be for our what? Wait, what is it? Auth register. Perfect. So for logging in, all we need is just the email and the password. So let me remove the display name. The content type is going to be on here. It's going to be changed from register to login. And we already have this user created. So let's try to log in. Okay. So we can log in. Perfectly fine. We can log in. And I believe we don't have any issues. Yeah, all our services are running. So we can log in. And which other one did we create? The other ones, we are not gonna test them right now because we're going to use them in the front end. So yep, so that's our authentication service done. And just one last time, let me test something real quick. For example, let's go to the authentication service. Let me remove one letter. So I'm going to remove 4, okay, from our API gateway of token, not from our internal API token. And now let me try to make a request to log in again. Yep, so it works. Just wanted to confirm that. Let me pull it back. And now if I make a request again, it's going to work. No, I'm not running them, so run them. It's going to work. All right. This is working as I wanted them to work. So we have our authentication service working, and I think for now this is done. So we can go ahead and maybe also finish up the user service as well. Since we have it, we can go ahead and try to finish the user service. So yeah, let's just go ahead and do that. All right, so for the user service as well, let's go ahead and try to finish it up. So inside the services, user service, src, inside the repository, let me add more methods we're going to be using. So we already have find by ID, we already have find all, but we need also for create. So after the find all, we need to add the create method as well. So async, and this is going to be create, and I'm going to get the taking the data, which is going to be equals to create user input, which is going to return a promise, and this is going to be user. Okay, and inside of this one, I'm going to do const user is going to be equals to await user model.create with this data and return to the main user dot user. Okay, and also another last method we need inside of this one, which is for searching user. So let me do async search, and this is going to be search by query. So we're going to search by query, and inside of this one we need to pass in the query we need. So the query is going to be a string, and I will also pass in the options. So let's pass in the options, which are, for example, the limit, right? The limit can be optional. It's a number. And also we can exclude ID. For example, if you don't want to include ourselves in the search result, so we can just exclude our ID, which is also going to be optional of a string, and this can be an array. It can be multiple IDs. And outside of this one, just here, and can also add this as an empty object. Wait, just a second. Okay, actually here. And now I can do a promise. So promise, and it's going to return the user, and it's an array. And inside of this one, I can say const where, right? Get where, which is equals to where options. Where options is equal to, inside of this one, I can get the opposite or all, okay, and passing this array as well. So let's get the display name, which is going to be also up or is like I like, actually I like, and we're going to use this specific format. So add these two strings, and inside of them we're going to use the just like that. So we're going to use the query and also the $sign, and then same thing for the email. So we're going to email up like, and the query as well. So this is how we're going to search our users, and they are going to check. So if options and dot exclude IDs and options dot exclude IDs dot length. Okay, so we're going to check this as well, and inside of this we're going to say object dot assign where, and this time we're just going to say up, and we can say and. Here we can just add also another one, get the ID, and inside of this one we can get opt, and we can say not in, it's not here, and we're going to return these options dot excluded ID, just like that. And after this we can just say const users is going to be equals to await user model. So it's await user model dot find or, and I'm going to pass in the where, pass in the order. So we're going to pass in the order, and we're going to pass the display name, going to be in this order, and the limit is going to be the options dot limit. We can just make them 10, and here we can just return user.map to the main user. Perfect. So we have these, and I think this is all we need to add from here actually. So now let's go to our services. So instead of my services, user service, I need to add more methods. So on top over here, I need to use the methods we added. So the first one is going to be async, and this is going to be get user, and we're going to get user by ID, passing the so ID equals to a string, promise user or just user, and here we're going to const user, and we can check if there is no user. So if there is no user, throw new HTTP error, and this one is going to take in and for the status, and here you can just say user not found. All right. So we have the first method to get user by ID. The second one is going to be for getting all users. So it's going to be straightforward. So async get all all users, and this is not going to take anything. Yep, like this is literally it we need. So returning all the repository from find all. So this is all for getting the user. Now let's create another method, which is for creating the user. So async, this is going to be create user, and this is going to take in the input, which is type of create user input, and it's going to return a promise, and it's going to be user. And here I'm going to do try catch. I'm going to do const user and await this dot repository dot create. So passing the input. Okay, we return the user, and also here we need to do one more thing actually. So we need to publish an event. So publish user created event, and for now this is fine. So yeah, and for the error I can check. So if let's check if error instance of unique constraint error from Dockerizing. So if this is the error, we can just throw a new HTTP error and pass in the HTTP 409 for conflict. And finally, we can just throw this error. Okay. And finally, let's add last method to flow to search users. So async search users. Going to take in the params type of let's define the type we need. So query is going to be a string, and also the limit this can be like this actually, like, and the limit is going to be optional actually, remember, and it's going to return type of number, and also the exclude IDs optional of string, and here we are going to return a promise of user, and this is going to be an array. And inside of this we can do const query equals to params dot query dot trim. Okay. And inside of this one, we can check. So if the query dot length is equals to 0, and here we're just going to return nothing. Okay. And after this, we can just do return this dot repository dot search by query, and searching passing this query. And here passing the limit and params dot limit. Exclude ID is going to be params dot exclude IDs. And also here we need to do the same thing. So to do as well, we need to also publish this event, same thing. Yeah, sorry, yep. We need to publish this event. All right, so now let's go ahead and set up this publishing the event. So since this is related to the user, so we need to create a new inside the packages common, and inside of my events, I'm going to create a new user event. So user events.ts, and I'm going to let me see what I added here. So we're going to reuse this one, and I'm going to, so same thing actually, so const, except we're going to change this to user, going to be underscore events, and it's going to be exchange, right? Exchange, and this we're going to call it user.created, And second one is going to be export cost, and it's going to be user and going to be underscore created, going to be underscore, and it's going to be noting underscore key. Okay, and it's going to be user dot created. Actually, the first one, the exchange is going to be user dot events. Perfect. And now I can do export interface. Let's create the interface, and here I can say user created payload. We're going to extend our event payload. Perfect. And we're going to pass in this ID, email, display name, and you can just say export. So export type, and this is going to be user created event. Goes to outbound event, passing the type of user created routing key, and also passing the user created payload, right? Yeah, so that's basically all we need to do for this one. Now let's export it. So inside of our index.ts file, so after the auth events, we have event types, we have event, let me add it here. So export, and that's going to be everything from events and user events. And I think we can just build this again. So let me just find the command. Where is it? I think it should just been easier to run it, but yeah. So now we have that. We have events, and now let's also close all of this. And all right, so inside of my services, I'm going to create the event publisher for our user service. So let me see what I have inside of gateway services, SRC. No, inside the Auth Service, SRC messaging. I think it's going to be same thing for this one. Let me copy it. I'm going to change it if it's not the same. Let me go to user service, set the messaging. I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call it event, and I'm going to call it publisher.ts. Paste this, and already we can change this to be user created routing key, user created routing key, yeah? And also this ones can be user exchange event, and the type going to be we don't have the type. Let me remove this, and now we can import this. So this one are fine. Okay, just maybe to avoid confusion, let's remove all of this. Yeah, let's keep also let me, yeah, for this one let me just import it. So MQP library, and we need to import the types as well. MQP lib, yeah. Let me import the types. This time I'm going to import them in this way. So type, let me type, and I'm going to get the user created event, user created payload, and also I remove the types that we wanted actually to use. But yeah, that's fine. Let's do it this way. So it's going to be also the type. So type, and it's going to come from IMQP library, and I'm going to use the channel. I'm going to use the channel model and also connection. Okay. And now let me just do so type, and I'm going to say managed connection. Managed connection is going to be equals to connection, or you can say peak. Where is the peak? Peak, and you can say channel model, and we're going to add in cross. Okay. And or also it can be what is the name? Create channel. Yeah, create channel. Exactly. Yeah, create channel. And also let's say that connection is going to be equals to type of managed connection, type of channel or null, and also the channel or null. Now let's do const, and you can say messaging enabled, and we're going to say equals to boolean, and we're going to say mv and get RabbitMQ URL. So we're just doing the differently, but it's literally the same thing. I'm just showing you different ways you can do this if you want. So const, we're going to ensure channel, so ensure the channel is there, and we're going to say async, say promise, pass in the channel, or this also can be null. Should we make it null as well? So we're going to make it null as well if needed. So let me add null here, and here I'm just going to say if messaging enabled, if it's not enabled, we're going to return null, right? And over here I can just say if channel, I can just say return channel, right? Okay, and we can again check if we don't have the env, just like we did before. So we can check if there's no env, and we can say RabbitMQ URL. We can return null, and over here I can say const IMQP connection. So we're going to create the connection goes to await mqplib dot connect env dot RabbitMQ URL, and this is going to be as unknown and also as managed connection. All right, so there is that, and now you can say connection is going to be equals to mqp connection, and you can say mqp connection dot on, and you can get the cross. Okay, cross here we can you can get this one, and inside of this one I can just say ruga dot one, and you can pass in the message. The message can be RabbitMQ connection closed, connection set null, and also the channel set null. After this one is an mqp connection dot on. We're going to check the error. So you already saw how we're doing all of this. So mqp error, passing the error, and here we can just say basically just log, so logger dot error, and here I can pass in the error of type error, and here it can be RabbitMQ connection error. And after this one I can just say const mqp channel is equals to await mqp connection.create channel, and also the channel is going to be equal to mqp channel. And going to await mqp channel dot asset exchange, passing the user event exchange, going to be topic, and as well durable goes to true. And here we can just return mqp channel. Okay, and now let's initialize our messaging. So outside of this one, you can say export const init messaging. Messaging is going to be async, and inside of this one we're going to say if if messaging is not enabled, and we can just say logger.info, and we can say RabbitMQ URL is not configured. Configured. So messaging messaging disabled. Yep, messaging disabled. Then we can do what? We can just return. And over here, we can just wait, ensure channel, call it, and also can just logger.info, and we can add a message. So user service MQ Publisher initialized. And now let's add another method to cross the messaging. So export const cross messaging, going to be async, and inside of this one I'm going to say try catch. So if channel, and inside of this one I can just say const current channel. So let's check the current channel of type channel is gonna be equal to channel. Okay, and over here I can say the channel is going to be equals to null, and await current channel is going to close. Right, great. So over here after this one, let's say if we have the connection. So if there's connection, I can go inside of this one, and I can say const as well. So current connection. So same thing we just did, goes to managed connection, connection none, await connection not cross. Inside the catch, we just log this error. Okay, and now let's go ahead and publish the user created event. Yeah. Okay. Now finally, let's our last method. So export const, and this is going to be const publish user created. So publish user created event, which is going to be async, taking the payload of type user created payload, and over here I'm going to const channel goes to await ensure channel. Okay, and if there is no channel, we're going to say logger.debug. This time we haven't used debug at all, and passing the payload, and the message can be we can say skipping user dot created event publish, right? And say just say messaging disabled. And over here we can just return, and here if everything is okay we can say event is going to be equals to user created event, and inside of this one passing the type going to be user outing key payload keyword add going to be new date, so we can say to iOS string passing the metadata, the version is just going to be 1. Okay, and after this one we can say try catch, and inside of there I can just say const success is equals to channel dot publish, and inside of this one I can just say basically passing the user event exchange, user routing key, and buffer from JSON string file event content. Yep, everything is as I wanted it. And also if it's not success, logger.1 publish user created. Okay, so we need to use this one as well inside of we need to initialize our RabbitMQ inside of our index.ts. So just here I can say await init messaging, and let's use this. And now we need to do to where we left some of to-dos, we need to publish those events. So inside the services, user service, we have 2 to-dos. So let's go here. Let me remove this now, and we can say void publish user created event, and inside of this one I can just add in the data that I need, which is the ID. It's going to be user.id, and also I'm going to have the email, which is going to be user.email. I'm going to have the display name. I don't have this, so just display name. It's going to be user.display name. I'm going to have created that, going to be user.created that, and going to use a string. Perfect. So let me copy this, and I'm going to do the same thing for when user is synced. Okay. Yeah. So this is all we have to do for this one. And yeah, so let me start the services to test of pnpm run dev. Okay, user service, user database sync, user RabbitMQ Publisher initialized. Perfect. All my services are running. Okay, so this is the user service, most of the stuff done. Now we should actually go ahead and start using it inside of our controllers, and also create the laws that we need. So yeah, let's go ahead and do just that. Okay, so let's go ahead and start adding our user controllers. So I'm going to go inside services, user service, src. I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to call it controllers. And inside the controllers, we're just going to have so user.controller.ts. And now the first control I can do is getting the user. So you can say export const, and you can do get user, and we can either do it as a type. So let's do it. Let's assign the async handler just like this. But we need to say type, or we can do it the other way. Yeah, we can do it actually different ways. So I'm just showing you different ways you can use this as well. Let's say the try catch. I'm going to have const status. Let's get the status goes to await user service dot I know the status. What am I doing? Const supposed to be, let's get the user ID. Let's get the user ID from the request.params, right? Supposed to be const and request.params, and then we cast it as unknown and also as ID. But I don't like this, so I think I'm going to create a validation for this one. So we have a good types. So inside of my CRC, I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to call it validation. And I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call it user.schema.ts. And right here, we can import sort, and we can get it from our chat app command. So this is our internal library. So let's do export const created or create user schema. Let's just create all the schemas that we're going to be using. So we have the email, which is going to be sort of email. Okay, so string, and also email. Yeah, this is what we need. Display name string minimum 3, and it can be this way. And let's do export const. Let's say get the user ID param schema. Okay, schema. So this is what I'm going to use actually, and I'm going to have in just the user, the ID, which is type of UUID, and here I can say const. We can call it exclude ID. So exclude schema. What we want to exclude, and this is just going to be zod.union. Instead of this one, I'm going to have in I'm going to have in the z.array. Okay, z.array. Inside the array, I'm going to have in the zod.string, and this one's going to be type of UUID. And outside of this, I'm going to have another zod.string as well, and this one is going to be as well UUID. Okay, and we can transform this. So let's do transform, taking the value, and this value is going just to be a value. Okay, so we're getting this, and let's make this as optional, and outside the optional, let's also transform again. So transform, get the value, and just value, otherwise just the empty array. So this is for our exclude schema, and that is to export const. We can get the search users query schema, and this one going to be z.object, And instead of this one, I can just say query z.string trim main, and okay, we need to pass in the minimum. It can be 2 or 3, or yeah, just whatever you want. And for the limit, I'm going to have it, so let me just make some space. I'm going to do union again. So union inside of this one, we're going to have in as zo.string, and this one is going to take in just string, and so let's take zo.number. Okay, and outside of this, I'm going to say transform. Here I can just say value, and make this the number. Perfect. And here I can just define this. So define, take the value, and here I can get a number. So what we can check is integer, and here passing this value we got, and we can select the value, right? The value 0, and value 25, and it's still inside of this refine. Actually, it's inside of this one. We can pass in a custom message, so say message, and here we can just say like the limit must be between 1 and 25. Okay, and here it's going to be optional. Here I can say exclude, it's going to be equals to exclude schema. Yeah, just add this here. And finally, you can export all these types. So export type, search users query, which is going to be equals to z.info type of search query schema. Export type, which is going to be for our create user body, and also the export type for our user ID params. Okay, so export type, and this is just going to be the user ID params. Yep. So this is everything for our validation, and I can go back here and create this. So for getting the user, instead of using this, let me now get the correct user ID params. So user ID params. Perfect. And I can just get in this ID. And here I can say const user is going to be equals to await user service dot get user by ID, passing the ID, and here I can just this dot JSON, passing the data which is going to be user. Okay, and inside of here I can just return next error. So that means we also need to add next over here. Perfect. So let me just copy this, and we're going to do the same thing for getting all users. So here I can just say const get all users. So we're going to, instead of this one, okay, so we remove that. And here I can just say const users. So let's get the users. It's going to be equals to await user service dot get all users, passing the resolution, data, return the users. Okay, now let's copy this and paste it here, and this one is going to be for creating user. So create user, and this time we're going to get the payload. So get the payload and also import this create body user created. Once user await user service create user passing the payload, return the data as the user. You can also maybe add the status, which is 201, and finally we can add the search users. So you can just say search users, and here we're going to use we're going to use the params. So we can say equals to request dot query, the query, and as unknown, we can say as unknown, and also as search users query. And inside of this one, I'm going to pass in the query, and I'm going to get the remit. I'm going to get in the exclude. Okay, and now for the search users, I'm going to pass it this way. So it's as an object, passing the query, passing the remit, and also the exclude ID is going to be to exclude. Yep, and we have to just return this with all the status. So JSON, and yeah, this is pretty much it that we need. And I believe now you can go ahead and create our loads. So let me create loads folder, and inside of this one I'm going to have user.loads.ts, and here I can just import the router from Express, and also I can just get this. So just the same thing we did before. Let me import from the internal package, which is Async handler, and also the validate request. Okay, and now I can do export const getting the user loads, which is type of router, and it's gonna be equals to router. Yeah. And here I can say user loads dot get. This is going to be getting our all users, so it can be on the slash, and you can say async handler equals to get all users. Okay, so this is all for getting users. So let's get this down. The second one is going to be also a get, and this is going to be for the search. So search going to be async handler, but we're going to validate the request. Yeah, validate the request and pass in the search user query schema, but we need to pass it as an object. So pass this as query, and then passing the method we created to search users. Okay, so this is for searching the users. So we validated the request, we pass in the query. Now I can duplicate this, and this time it's going to be for get as well, but it's going to just be the ID. Yeah, the ID, passing the param, and also it's going to be get a user, just single user. Okay, perfect. And last one is going to be for post, which is on just on the slash, and this is going to be for the create. So passing the body and create user schema. Yeah, so this is all we have. And yep, so this is all the loads we have for now. Yeah, and we can go ahead and create the index file as always. So inside the loads, I'm going to create a new file, call it index.ts, and I'm going to so maybe I can just import the loads we created, or I can get the types for this. So let me go to the express, and this time it's just going to be the type. And here I can say export const register, create register routes, and it's going to take in the app of router. And inside of this one, I'm just going to return, this is going to be equals to, and I'm just going to use app.use and just users, then user loads. Perfect. And now you can go ahead and start using it inside of our app.ts. So inside the app.ts, and after this middleware, we can say register routes and pass in the app. Okay, so this is coming from routes. Yep, so we have these routes, and the next thing we need to do is use them inside of our API gateway. Alright, so before we go ahead and start using it inside of our API gateway, we need to create a method to authenticate or to verify that the user is actually authenticated. Okay, so this is what I mean. I'm going to go inside to my shared packages, and inside the HTTP, I'm going to add one more method, and I'm going to call this auth.ts. Inside this, it's going to be very simple. So I'm going to say export interface. Here, I'm just going to export the interface. Now I'm going to call it authenticated user. And here I'm going to just get the ID string and also the email. This one is optional. And it's going to be a string. And also I'm going to export const. I'm going to get in the user ID in the header. So user ID in the header, and it's going to be called X user ID. Okay, so that is all we need to do, and now we need to export it. So go inside of our index, and I can put it maybe here. So let's do export everything from our HTTP and then off. Okay, and now let's build this again. Perfect. And now we can go ahead and start using it inside of our API gateway, since this is the place we'll be validating if the user is authenticated or not. Yeah, so let's go ahead and actually use that there. I think we're going to be using it inside of our services or our controllers. So let me go inside of my services, and inside of user gateway service SRC, in the utils, I'm going to create a new method which I'm going to call auth.ts, and here I'm just going to import what we just created, and also I need a few methods from common. So this is supposed to be import, okay, and this is going to be HTTP error, and also let's get the type we created. So authenticated, did it not get the new type we just created? Export authenticated user. Did we build this correctly? Okay, type authenticated user. Yeah, here it is. Alright, so we don't need the header right now. Let's also import type of request. So import type request from Express, and here you can do export const get user authenticated, get user authenticated user. Oh, just get authenticated user. Get authenticated user make much more sense. Here I'm passing the request, which is going to be type of request, and here it's going to return this type of authenticated user. And over here we're going to check, so if there is no request dot user, okay, we don't have this user on the type request, we're going to add that. I'm going to throw new HTTP error, and this is going to be 401, and the message can be unauthorized. And over here we can just return request dot user. Okay, now this type is missing, so let's add this user on the request. So inside the SRC, I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to call it types. Inside of this, I'm going to create express.d.ts. So this is how we attach types to our Express. And here I can just say get the type as well from authenticated user. So type, okay, and here I can declare, and let's make it global. Declare global, and here I can get the namespace of Express, and here after this I can attach the interface. So let me add the interface on the request. This is where I want to add it, and on the interface I want to add the user, which is optional, and it's going to be authenticated user. And you can just make export. Okay, let me close all of this. Let's go back to our gateway, and inside of utils off, and now we don't have the error anymore. Okay, so now let's go ahead and create the services for our user. So same thing we did, so user proxy and dot service dot ts. Okay, and here we're going to have basically the same start settings. So for the header and also for So let me just show you. So this one here is going to be the same. So let me add this here, and let's import what we need. Let's get all of these. So all these imports, add these here, and we need to change this from Auth Service URL to User Service URL. So let's change it here. It's going to be User Service URL. That means we need to add it. So let me go to the config file and we can add this. So config env, and after the gateway port, let me add it here. And this is going to be just same thing as the string and the URL. And after that, we need to add it inside of our index. So our env file, I mean, and here I can add it on top. So here you can just go to be localhost 3001. This is where our Auth service is, user service is landing at. So we have that now, and we can go ahead and continue. So back to our service, and here we can create the interface. So export interface. This is going to be user DTO. So user DTO is going to have in just the ID of string and the email of string, the display name of string, created that of type string, and as well for updated that type of string. Okay, now next we're going to have, so export interface. Next we're going to have user response, or what we get when we make a request. User response is going to be just the data, if you remember, return the data that contains this user DTO. Okay, so after that we also need for the user, when we're listing the user, so export interface, we're going to have user list DTO, or not user list DTO, but user list response. And inside of this one, I'm going to have in data, which is going to be user DTO, but this time it's going to be an array. And here it's adding also export interface. This time is going to be when we create, so create user payload, and email. It's going to be type of string, and display name is going to be type of string. Display name, yeah. So here also let's do export interface, and this is the last one for searching. So search users params, and inside of this one I'm going to have the query type of string. We also have the limit type of number, and we also have the exclude. So exclude, which is type of string and array. All right, so that is all we have. Now let's also get one more thing inside of chat service, which is this one for handling the errors, right? So result message and handle Axios message. So let's get this handle Axios error and resolve message, so we can use it here as well. And yeah, so it's going to be the same. Yep, this is fine. We can change this to user user service. Okay, so we have the user service, and now let's go ahead and keep using this. So over here, the first one is going to be export const, and this is going to be user proxy service. That's how I'm going to call it. And inside of this one, we're going to have all the methods we need. So the first one, async, is going to be get user by ID. Going to have in the ID of type string, and this is going to return a promise of user response, right? User response. And inside the one, we have try catch. Inside the try catch, we get the const response. Go to await client dot get. Inside of this one, we expect this user response, and the request is going to be on wait, what's this wrong with this keyboard, man? Users, and it's going to be on ID. And also we need to pass in the auth header. So auth headers or header. And here you can just return response.data. And on the error, we just need to handle return handle extract error and pass in this error. Perfect. And next one is for creating or getting our users. So let's copy the first one. It's going to be get our users, and it's going to have in the payload with this or we actually don't need anything when we're getting users. So get our user doesn't need anything, but the type is going to be the user list response, and on the endpoint it's just going to be on /users passing the auth header only and the return this. Now for creating the user, so create user taking the payload of create user payload promise user response. It's going to be on users payload and auth header return this one. Now for searching users as well. So for searching users, going to be a bit different, but the response is good. So for the response, for example, await client or get user list response is fine, and going to be on search. And for the params, I'm going to change them. So inside the params, let's change it so we're going to have headers, okay, which is going to be of header dot headers, okay, and the params. Under the params also, I'm going to add a few more. So I'm going to say query, and I can say params dot query, and I'm going to say split disk. I'm going to get the params dot remit, and this is going to have in the remit of params dot remit. Otherwise, it can be empty. And after this, I'm going to have this. Right, params.exclude. So if we have this as well, I'm going to do params.exclude.length to 0 or exclude, make sure to spell it correctly, params.exclude. And here it can just be this empty. Okay. So this is for the search, and here we can just return this response. And that's basically everything you have for the users. And yeah, now we need to go inside of our controllers, and we need to create a new controller related to this. So inside the controllers, let's create a new file. It's going to be user.controller.ts, and here I'm just going to create the first method, which is for us to get the user. So yeah, we can import so export const, or let's see what we have inside the user of controller. Okay, so we have the async handler. We are going to need this async handler, and let's import it here. And we can say export const get user, type of async handler, going to be async request, request, and yeah, it's going to be a bit different, but for the error is fine. So inside the try catch, I'm going to get the ID, which is equal to user ID param schema. We created that. I'm sure we created that. Inside the validation of schema. Oh, we created it, but it was inside of the user service. We also need to create the same thing inside of our Auth Service. So let me go inside the user service, inside the validation, user schema. Let me copy this content inside of our gateway service, create a new user.schema.ts, and here let me remove stuff that I don't need. So search user query is going to be the same, but for the types, I'm just going to export this one. So search user query string, but the rest is the same thing. There is nothing we need to change here. So we can go back to this one and search param schema dot pass and pass in the request dot params, and we can get the ID, and here you can say const response equals to await user service, and we can say get user by ID, pass in the ID, and here I can say res.json equals to response. Okay, and for the error it can just be like that. So let's copy this down so we can add more method we have. So now we have also for get users. So get we can say get or users, get or users. That's how we call it. Async handler request, and this time you don't need really anything. You just say get all users, pass in the response as the results. And now let's copy this down. Another method we have is for creating the user. So create user, which is just going to be create user, but instead of passing this request body like this, we have const payload. It's going to create user schema, passing the request and the body, then passing this payload inside of our user service create user. Okay, and also since this is a create, we can add in a status of 201 and pass this again. And And the last one is going to be for searching users. So search users, and we're going to change it a bit. So let me remove this. I'm going to say const, and it's going to come from const user. We're going to use a method. So get authenticated user, passing the request, and over here I can just say const past query. It's not the type of search users query, equals to search users query schema dot passing the request dot query. Yeah, we're getting the query, and inside of this one we can get so const, let's get the from the first query, and here we can get the query and get the limit. We can get the exclude as well, and over here we can sanitize this. So const sanitized exclude, right? Exclude, and inside of this we can say array dot from, passing the new set, and inside of this one I'm going to split this exclude, then the user.id, and after this one I can say const users equals to await user proxy service dot search users, and inside of this one I can get the query, the limit, and exclude, then return JSON, but we're going to return as data, then users. Right, so this is everything we have. Now we need to add in inside the louds. So inside the louds, let me add a new loud. So it's going to be user.louds.ts. And here all we need to do is so we're going to import from our internal library, and we're going to be getting the async handler, validate request, and also let's import the router from Express, and here we can just say export const user router, and here I'm just going to say router and then router. Yeah, call it. And then I can say user router dot get, and on the first we're going to use the a new method that we want to create, so we can validate if user is logged in or not. So let me go inside the middleware in our gateway service. I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call this require of, so user need to be authenticated.ts, and inside of this one we're going to create a method, and with that we're going to need to get if user is authenticated. So let's check our package.json and let's see if we have JSON Web Tokens. Perfect, we have JSON Web Tokens. So we can go ahead and import JSON Web Tokens, and also we can go ahead and import from our internal package, and we're going to get the HTTP error and also the type of authenticated user. And let's also import type, and this is going to be go to a request handler, request 100. Yeah. And let's also import our env, just small env. And interface we're going to use for this one is so the access token claims is going to be our sub, which is a string, our email, which is optional of string. Okay. And now let's pass the authorization header. So we're going to say const pass authorization header, and inside of this one I'm going to get the value of string, and this one can also be undefined, I'm sure. Yeah, we can also be undefined for this one. So actually let me remove this, so it can just be undefined, not null, but it's going to return a string. And I'm going to check, so if there is no value, right? If there is no value, we throw a new HTTP error 401, pass in the message, and this can just say unauthorized. Yeah, that is fine. And here I can say const, and we're going to get the scheme and also the token, and this is going to come from the value dot split value dot split, and we're going to split by an empty space. And we can check, so if the scheme to lowercase, yeah, to lowercase, and check the PNL, because we need to make sure that the user who make requests to these authenticated routes are actually authenticated. So yeah, we're going to add and also check if there is no token. We're just going to check unauthorized, then finally we can return this token. Okay. And now we can go ahead and say, so const to authenticated user, we're going to get in the claims, which is the access token claims. We're gonna return the authenticated user. Inside this one, we're going to check, so if the claims.sub is missing, we're going to return and throw a new error, HTTP error for one unauthorized. Otherwise, we can just return this id claims.sub email claims.email. And here I can just say export const, we can call it require of, and it's going to be of type request 100. Inside of this one, I'm going to get in the request, the response, and also the next. And inside of here, I can do a try catch, and I can just say const token equals to be equals to request header. So request dot headers dot authorization. Okay. Const claims is going to be equals to JWT dot verify. So we're going to verify this token, and also pass in the env dot JWT secret. We do not have this as access token claims. Okay, so we don't have this JWT secret, and we can go ahead and add it. So inside of our env, and after maybe here, let's add this. It's going to have 32 as the characters, And we need to add this inside of our env as well. So after this here, I can add JWT secret. This is not going to be the same, but we can use this for now. And also we need to make sure actually that's the same token that we have inside of our other services. So such as, for example, the authentication service, I believe this is the most important part, that we have the same key inside of. So we can go inside of our authentication service. Let me close this. Authentication service env. Yeah, this is the key we need. So I'll copy this key, JWT secret, gateway service inside the env. Consider verifying these keys and passing this secret. Okay. So now go back to require auth, and we have the token now. So you can say request.user, can attach this to authenticated user and pass in the claims. Then to next. Then otherwise, if there's an issue, so you can check if the error is if error instance of HTTP error, we can just say next, then error. Otherwise, just return, or here we can, yeah, we can say next and pass in the new HTTP error and say unauthorized. Yep. So this is all we need for the requiring the authenticated user. So let's go back to user loads. And here we can just say require auth from Middleware. And I'm going to do async handler, and we can say get all users. Okay. And the second one is going to be for, yeah. So we're going to have the second one. Let me actually put the second one for search. Let me put it on the second. Let me put this schema. Okay, I did it again. Okay, then put it the schema and also search users. So for searching users, we need also the authenticated. It's a get method, require auth, and remember that this is need to be inside the object, and this is need to be a query, right? Yeah, so we need to require auth, validate request. Now you can also, for the getting a user, we need to import this as well. And we need to update the second one as well and import this schema. And also import the create user. So the last one is the onRepost method. Second one is the ID. We're getting the user with their ID. And yeah, actually also for getting the user, I believe we have the params. Let's use those. So we need to pass in the params for getting the user of their ID. So everything here is validated. And yeah, I believe that's basically all we have to do. Now we just need to pass it inside of the main loads. So we can say app.use, pass in the users, and we can say user loads. User load, yeah. All right, so we have these. I believe we can go ahead and start maybe working on the chat service, right? Let's go ahead and check working on chat service so we can be able to move on and go to the front-end application as well. All right, so we're going to start working on the chat service, which is going to be a bit more complex than the other services that we have. So let me add the database we're going to use for this one. So for our chat service, we're going to be using MongoDB database. So let me call this Mongo, and the image going to be Mongo. We can use this version, or let's use version 7. And the container name, chat app Mongo. The ports is going to be this one. The volumes, environment, K. So root password, chat app network. And also we need to add in the data actually. So yeah, let me add the data. So volume, I mean MongoDB, you can say Mongo data DB, and now you can go on the bottom and create this data. So let me go over here, and I can just add in this Mongo data. Perfect. Okay, and now let's go ahead and start setting up, or let's run it first. So Docker Compose Dokploy. We have the MongoDB pulled right now. So this is the MongoDB running. Great. So we have this. We can cross all of this, and we can go inside of our app and services, create a new folder, and this one is going to be our chat service. So chat service folder, and here I'm going to add in the thing we always create. So gateway service. Let me copy the tsconfig. So this is the, like, we literally did this 2 or 3 times already. So copy the tsconfig. This is not going to change at all. We're always going to use the same thing as I said. And also we need the, let me create the src folder, and let's initialize this as well. So cd services and chat service, pnpm init. Great. Should we install the packages we need? Yeah, we're going to need a bit too much of packages for this, but for now we can add the packages that I'm going to be needing. So so the package.json, let's add the packages that I'm going to add. So pnpm add, and the first package is going to be for my MQ lib for our RabbitMQ. So MQ lib. Great. We're going to have course, we're going to have express, we're going to have hermit, we're going to have IO Redis, since we're going to be using Redis in this one for caching, JSON web token, we're going to use MongoDB, and also we're going to need socket.io. Okay, so pnpm add all of these. Great. So we have them, and now we also need to add their types. So I'm going to go over here, say types for this one, and for MongoDB, I'm not sure that we need any right now. Let me remove it. And also for JSON web tokens, I don't think so. For IO Redis, I don't think we need this one as well. And for the helmet, yeah, we probably do types. If we're missing something, we'll come back to this. So I just want to set up my server. So types, types, and as well as let me add -d and then types. Okay. Okay, so we have these, and now let's also go back to our gateway service inside the package. Let's copy the scripts, go to our chat service package, replace this script with this one, and also we need to add our package, our internal package. So let me add this one, and I'm going to back to chat service, and I'm going to add it just on top here. Okay. And can do pnpm install just to get it, pnpm install just to make sure that we have everything that we need. Yeah. Okay. Let me close this, and now let's go ahead and do the thing we always do. So creating the app.ts, and inside here let me create app.ts, and also let me create a new one which is going to be index.ts. So these are our main entry files, and we can start with the app.ts. It's going to be like literally the same thing for the gateway. So let me copy the app.ts for our gateway chat service app.ts. Okay, and we're going to still use the same error handling. So gateway service middleware error handler. Let me copy this file, error handler chat service src, create a new folder, call it middleware, paste in this file, and we need to create the logger as well. So gateway service, let's copy the whole config folder, chat service src, paste this config folder. Okay, and inside this config folder we need to change some stuff. So instead of gateway port, we're going to change this to be chat and underscore service and underscore port. Okay, no DMVs can stay the same. We don't need other services ports since we're not using them here. We don't need we need the JWT secret, we need the internal API token, and also we need the RabbitMQ URL, so we can add that as well. We need also the Redis URL and also the MongoDB URL. So after this one, so we need the MongoDB URL and the Redis URL. And I can put the RabbitMQ URL here just so they are together. But yeah, it doesn't matter. Okay, so the internal API token, JWT token, also then put it on the end here. Okay, JWT secret, and this is all the environment variables that we're going to need for this one. So we can close this, check our error handler. Yep, and also need to add in our logger. So yeah, actually let's copy the one from the user service logger, or is it where is it? Yeah, let's copy this for now, but I'm sure inside the utils, yeah, let's copy this one since we're going to also let's copy the one from gateway, the whole folder. We're going to also going to need this authentication util. So inside the chat service and inside the src, let me paste this util, and here yeah, we also need to add the types, but other than that, this is fine. And let me go to the gateway folder again. Types, let's copy the whole folder of the types from gateway, and you can paste it inside the src of the yeah, so it's going to be the same. For now, we can always remove this route, but yeah, remove it here as well. And I don't know why it's not. Yep, this should be fixed. So yeah, this is all we have inside the app.ts. Let's check that we don't have any errors. Yep, good. Oh yeah, let's change this. Yeah, thank you for suggesting that. We need to change this to chat service. So let's go ahead and change stuff to chat service. Okay, and inside the middleware error handler. Good. Okay, config. We also need to change this to chat service. Great. Let me close all these files. Let me go inside of my index file, and now let's also set up our index file as well. So let's go back to the gateway index.ts. Let's copy the whole content. Check the chat service index.ts. Let's paste the content. We only have one single error, which is for should be chat service port. Great. I just need to change this to chat service, and also this one to chat service, and also this one can be changed to chat service. And other than that, everything will stay the same. We're just going to add some more few methods, for example, for initializing our MongoDB database, starting our Redis, and also some consumers from the user service. Okay, so other than that, all of this is good. We just need to add in the .env file with all the secrets that you need, and I believe we can get the one from gateway service. So let me just copy this, since we also need the JWT secret. So let me go to chat service and paste this env file. Let's just change the chat service going to run on port chat service port is going to run on port 4002. We don't need to add in these two, but we need to get the RabbitMQ URL. Why did we use that inside of these services? Yeah, we have this RabbitMQ URL. So go back to chat service, RabbitMQ URL, and also we need to add in the Mongo URL, and as well as the Redis URL. Great. So we need to fill in the MongoDB URL as well. So for MongoDB, let's check what we have. Yeah, so for Redis, it's going to be this way for localhost and passing this. But for MongoDB, since we have a password, actually, I'm not sure the username is going to be root, right? And also the password, I don't remember about MongoDB for authentication. Don't know if this is the way. And at I hope it follows the same structure as others. And yeah. Okay. Let me just check that out. And I'm going to say MongoDB URL. Okay, let's see what it will show us. Yeah. So this is the exactly same format that we are following. So we have the MongoDB, the username, the password, the host, the port, and the database. Okay, great. but they do create a database, but I think MongoDB, it will give us the database by default. If we don't create one, it will create it itself as long as we specify it here. Yeah, and also just remember that we don't have the Redis database configured, so we should as well maybe just do that. So let me make this over here after the RabbitMQ, maybe before MongoDB. Let's also add in Redis. So this is going to be just Redis, and here inside the services, I'm going to have in the image. It's going to be very simple. The image, the container name, and we're not going to have any volumes. So we have the Redis 7, chat up Redis, port, this is the port, the network, and yeah, that's basically everything. And we already have it right here. So let's do, let me go to the root folder. Let me say Docker Compose app-d. So also get the Redis. We can check if that is the case. Yep. So we have Redis ready as well. And let me close this. So we have all the URLs ready for us. Let me close this. And for now, just to test, so let me close just all of this. Go to the chat service. And for now, just to test, let's run this chat service. So pnpm and dev. Chat service is running on port 4002. Great. And the next thing we should do is probably go ahead and set up our database connections, right? For Redis and as well for the MongoDB. Okay, so already had the packages we need. So inside the chat service SRC, I'm going to create a new folder. This time I'm going to make it clients. So this is where I'm going to initialize to create all my connection for MongoDB. Let's start with MongoDB. So mongo.client.ts, mongo.client.ts, and I'm going to start by importing the MongoDB client. So from MongoDB, and I'm going to get the Mongo client, right? Mongo client, just the Mongo client. Okay, that is there. And now let's also import our env and as well as our logger. So I'm just going to import them here. And let's initialize, so that client goes to Mongo client. It's going to be null, by default it's null. And we can do export const goes to get Mongo client, right? Let's create Mongo client. It's going to be async. Instead of this, we're going to return a promise of Mongo client. And here we can check, so if client, you can go ahead and return client, and inside of this one you can say const, you can get the MongoDB URL. So Mongo URL is going to be equals to env.mongo URL, and here client is going to be equals to new Mongo client, passing the Mongo URL we just added on top. And here I can say await client dot connect, and then we can say logger.info, and you can pass in the message that whatever we want to start. Like I say, MongoDB connection established successfully. And then on the bottom here, we can just return the client, MongoDB client. Okay. So this is for getting the MongoDB client. Now let's also cross it. So export const cross Mongo client, which is just going to be like this. Yep. So we have this, and we can go ahead and use it inside of our index.ts. So on top here, I want to connect to my databases first. So await promise.r passing the get Mongo client, call it. For now, this is all we have. And let's try to start this again up. Let's see. What is it saying? Authentication failed. Authentication failed. Okay. They did something wrong. Let me check my env MongoDB. What did the URL say? Let me check this out. MongoDB connection. Okay. Maybe we need to add this. Okay, I'm trying to see why. MongoDB reference connection string. Yeah, this is this the format? Let's choose this. Don't remember about this. Okay. We have the database user, the password, and the host. Maybe we also need to add this. Okay, let's try it. Okay. It's saying this is type so okay, so one type definition, so you don't have to install. Okay, similar, so you don't have to install the types for the socket IO, so you can remove those. So let's uninstall this. pnpm uninstall. But why is it failing? I don't get why it's failing. Okay. Just MongoDB maybe. Okay. It works. It's just MongoDB, but also at the end, make sure to add Auth Source is equals to admin. Yeah, that was the issue. Great. Let me close this. So we are connecting to our MongoDB client. Now also let's do the same thing for Redis. So inside the client folder, I'm going to close this, create a new file, call it redis.client.ts. And inside of this one, I can import the Redis. So import maybe just Redis from IO Redis. And also need to import our two env and the log as well. So import these. can say Redis going to be equals to Redis, or it can be null as well. So the idea is going to be similar. I'm going to say export const get. We're going to get the client, so get Redis client. It's going to be equals to return type of Redis. And over here, I'm going to say if there's no Redis, I'm going to return Redis. I'm going to return, or instead of this, I can say Redis gonna be equals to new Redis, right? And here I can pass in the env.redis URL and this URL. So we create a new one and say Redis connect is going to be equals to true. Yeah. So when Redis initial connection to the server is immediately established, so this true will generate the connection. Okay. And after this one, so outside of this, we can say check so Redis.on, get for some errors and some handling some events. So the error event, getting the error, this can return Roger.error, going to be equals to error, the error message, and the message can just be Redis connection error, and also return this error. And also it's recent to a few more methods. So Redis like for the connect one, we can say the connection for Redis is connected, and for the close one, so Redis close. Yeah. Great. Or we can just say close. Let's make it one. And finally here we can create the method. So export const, and we can say, we can call it connect Redis. It's going to be async, and then we can say const client equals to get Redis client. Okay. And here we can say if client dot status, so we're going to check the status equals to ready, so it's the status series ready. Or we can also check if the status is like connecting, right? So we can check if client dot status is equals to connecting. We can do inside of this, we can return and after you can say await client dot connect. Perfect. And finally you can create a small method to cross, so export const cross Redis, going to be async, and here we can say if there's no Redis, we return. We don't need to do anything if we don't have Redis. Otherwise we can just say await Redis.quit, and we can set the Redis to be null. Alright, so that's all we need for Redis and the MongoDB. So let me go to index, And after the get Mongo client, we can also say connect Redis, call this, and yeah. So these are all we need. And for closing, we also get the cross Redis, and also we can get the cross Mongo client as well. Perfect. So we have this. Let's start this and see if it lands. Redis connection established. MongoDB connection established. Perfect, perfect. So we have both connections ready and they are all working. And yeah. Okay. This works as expected. So let me see what will be our next step before we go ahead and create some more stuff. All right, so now let's go ahead. We already have set up a publisher. So whenever we register user, the registration authentication service will publish the user service, and also the user service will publish to the chat service, so we can have the user in the chat service as well. So let's go start working on that. Actually, start listening to that events. But let's create our repositories first inside of our chat service, SRC. I'm going to create a new folder and I'm going to create this repository. So this is where our repositories will be at. So repositories. And inside of this one, they're going to start with the user.repository. We are not going to have so much because we already have our user dedicated server. So user repository.ts, and inside of this one, we're going to just import the type we created. So import type going to be from our internal package, right? And it's going to be the user created, not event, but payload. And we're also to import type. This is going to come from the MongoDB, and this is going to be the correction. Okay, so here you can also import our client. So import get Mongo client, so you can use it, and you can create the correction name. So const correction, give it a name. It's going to be users. And now let's create the const get correction. It's going to be equal to async promise, and it's going to have in the correction. And also let's create an interface that we're going to need. So interface, let's fix this issue first. Let me just make it like this and just create interface quality user document, and inside of this one I'm going to have in the underscore ID. The MongoDB always has this, which is a string. What's the issue here? Let me just do this so we don't have those error. So to always have this, we're going to have the email, which is a string as well. And let me just close this. So let me also have the display name, which is string. Let me also have created at, which is a string, and dated at, user string. Okay, so inside the correction also we need to have this user document, and inside of this one we can get so const client is going to be equals to await get MongoDB client, and then you can use the client or db equals to correction, and you're passing the user document, then the correction name. Great. And here we're going to create the only method, one or two methods we're going to need. So export const user, we're going to call it user repository. User repository is going to go here, and let's add the method we need. So the first one is async, I'm going to call it upset user, taking the payload, and I'm going to secure this user created payload. And inside of this one, I'm going to have so const correction goes to await get correction, and here I can just say await correction dot update one, and inside of this one I'm going to have where the id underscore id equals to payload dot id. Okay, and here you can just say, you can set, so use the set in the inside of the set. We're going to say underscore id, we're going to payload dot id, also the email goes to payload dot email, and for the same thing for the next ones. So this one updated that is not assignable to type string. What do we pass in as? We don't have updated that. Let me add it. Updated that as well. Okay, so we have the payload as well for updated that. And outside of this, just set upset to be equals to true. Okay, so this will just, when true, creates a new document if there's no document in this one. So if you don't have this, it will create it, but if it has it, it will update it. So that's how this works. And outside of this one, let's also create a new one. So async find user by ID, and we're going to pass in the ID string and use promise of user document, and this one can also be null. Perfect. And this is all we need. Okay, so this is the method we actually need for us to get started. So now you can go ahead and start listening to these connections. So instead of this one, I'm going to create a new folder. Again, call it messaging. This is for RabbitMQ, and I'm going to call it RabbitMQ.Consumer.ts. And after this one, let me see what I have inside of our user service, SRC, messaging, the consumer. We're going to use most of the stuff. So yeah, I can take these three, go to RabbitMQ Consumer. Let's use this. And also we can maybe import the types that I'm going to need on top here. Let me close this. And for this one, for connection, let me just call it connection, and it's just going to be channel model or null, goes to channel. Yeah, consumer tag, and this is going to be the chat service, and then this is going to be user events. All right. Let's also get these keys, but we're going to change them to match what we need. So instead of it being, it's going to be user create routing key, user events exchange, and also user created event. Okay, and let's see what else we have. We have for closing the connection. So let's have this cross connection, and this one I'm going to call it event queue. Okay, and here I can just say paste this cross connection, pass in the channel model. Just do that. Let me just close the connection. Cross connection, or we can call it cross MPQ connection. Yeah, that works as well. And also let's add a little method to create. So you can call it const, and I can call it handle user created. And the user created is going to be async get the event of user created event, and here I'm going to get the await user repository dot upset user, passing the event dot payload. Okay, and after this I can start the consumer. So let me start the consumer. We need to import the env. So import the env from our config, import the logger from our logger as well. So this is the third time repeating this, so I'm going to go a little bit faster. And also we're going to create the connection. So outside of this start consumer, or no, still inside of the start consumer, sorry, I'm going to add these methods. So this is just for connecting. We already seen this so much times. So creating the connection, the channel as well. And now we're going to attach this to the as. So we're going to exchange this. We're going to use user events exchange, passing this as well. So just like we did before. And now we can go ahead and also create the consumer handler. So after this, passing this consumer handler. Okay, and I can go ahead and log some messages if I want, and make sure to use consume over here. And the last method is for us to stop the consumers. Yep. So I did this a lot of times. That's why I don't wanna repeat myself again and again. And now you can go inside of index.ts, and you can actually do start consumers. All right. Now we need to test this out. So we need to make sure that our services are communicating as needed. And for MongoDB, I'm going to be using MongoDB Compose to start to connect to my MongoDB database. You can also still use the table press to connect to your database, but MongoDB Compose is not bad at all. You can just go ahead and download it if you want. So yeah, let me just MongoDB docs. We can search for the products, actually, I think, and it's on Compass. Yeah, you can go ahead and download it for your operating system, whatever you are using. Yeah, So go ahead and download this. But for me, I already have it, so I can just go ahead and add new connection. Let me copy the connection that we have in our editor. So inside of our env, let me copy this connection right here. So URL, paste the whole thing. We can give it a name. It's going to be chat app, and I'm going to call it chat service. Yeah, whatever. Save and connect. Okay. So we don't have any database yet. And now let's go ahead and start our services. Let's start everything. So npm and dev. We are starting all the services. So we have both of them running. Three of them, so chat service, auth service, gateway service, and user service, and we don't have any error. So user service on 4001, gateway service 4000, use auth service 4003, and chat service 4002. Okay, and now let's create a request. Let's register a new user. And this time we're going to create any random user. Okay, so now let's send a request. User created. Let me check the user service, chat service. Okay, so we should have users in both of as well inside of MongoDB. So let's refresh this. Yep, you have the database, you have the users, and the user is here. Great. And the ID is the custom one that we set, which is the UID. And the name, you can see that we have the correct name that we got from our authentication service. So all our services are communicating as we expect them to. And yep, that is great. That is perfect. That is what we actually needed. So yeah, let's go ahead and keep working on this. So this is working, this is fine. So we can go ahead and keep working on this. Yeah, I still have time. What else can we do? Let me close this. Thinking is, what else can we actually do for this? Okay, so let's go ahead and before we start working on the conversation repository, let me create inside the chat service. I'm going to create the types I'm going to need. So inside the types folder, I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call it conversation.ts. It's not going to be very complicated, but so let's do export interface. It's interface, and it's going to have conversation. Let's have conversation, and inside this one I'm going to have in the ID of string, title, string, and this also can be a null. I'm going to have participant ID. So let me just get this name, participant. I'm going to use the IDs actually. So which is a string of array. So participant IDs. I'm going to have created that type of date. I'm going to have last message at, right? Last message at, which is a date, and it can also be null. I'm going to have last message preview, okay, which is going to be a string, or it can also be null. Okay, so that's the first one. So export interface is going to be create a conversation and it's going to be conversation input. So what do we expect? We expect the title, which is optional, and this can be a string or none. We expect the participant ID or IDs, and this can also be null, by the way. Yeah. And also let's do another one. So export interface. This is going to be conversation filter. We're going to use all of these. So I'm going to have participant IDs. Title, we don't need the title, just the participant IDs. And this is not optional. And I'm going to have export type. It's going to be equals to conversation summary. That's how I'm going to conversation summary. It's going to equals to conversation. Great. So that's the first thing we have. And what else can we add? Let me check. Yeah, okay, so let's go ahead and create the repository actually for the conversation. Yeah, let's create the repository. So inside the repository, I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call it conversation .repository. So repository.ts. And inside of this one, I'm going to import what I need. So I will need object ID and random ID from Node Crypto. I'm going to import the types we just created. Okay. So these are the types that we just created right now. I'm going to import another types from MongoDB. So with ID and also the document. And also I'm going to import the get client that we already have created. Okay. And I'm going to have two collection names of this. So I'm going to have conversation collection and also conversation. The conversation collections, I'm going to put it inside the conversations, and message collections, I'm going to put them inside the message. Okay. And now I can do so const, I'm going to have two conversations. So just like we did for the domain user, two conversation. This is how we need it looking like. Two conversation. I'm going to have in a document, which is going to be with ID document. Okay. And this one is going to return type of conversation. And inside of this, I'm going to have the ID. Okay, so I'm going to have the ID, but I'm going to make it a string, which is doc._ID over here. And I'm going to have in the title. So the title, I'm going to check if it's type of doc dot doesn't have title, but let's add this. Title equals to string, and here you can say doc dot title again. I'm going to set this to null. Okay. Let's have the participant IDs, which is going to be an array, and we're going to check is array. And then inside of this one, I'm going to add participant IDs. So let's take these participant IDs. Otherwise, it's going to be, so same thing. No, just the doc. Okay, doc.participant IDs, and they're going to be as a string of an array. By default, it's an empty array. And also we're going to have created that. Created that is just going to be new date. Same thing for updated that. So going to be new date. Move this. So create that equals new date. Create that, and they can be as string. Also, they can be type of number, or they can be this one can actually also be number. So let me add number as well. All right. And for the last message, this one's just going to be doc of doc dot not type of, but let me move type of doc dot last message. It's going to be called local last message at new date last message, same thing, and I'm going to add them as this one. So as string or as number. Okay, so this is what we have, and this one's going to have type of for last message preview type of. It's going to be doc.last message preview equals to string, or doc.last message preview equals to null. All right, so this is it, and you can also have two conversations. So const to conversation summary, which is going to be a simple one. So doc dot with ID, passing the document, and here we can just pass in the conversation summary, and this one is going to be to conversation, passing the doc, and here I can just say export const. I'm going to have in the conversation, so conversation repository, right? Repository. And inside of this one, I'm going to have in async create. I'm going to create this, pass in the input, and you can say create conversation input. And inside of this one, I'm going to return a promise of conversation. Then let's go ahead and const client is going to be equals to await get Mongo client, and here I can just say const db it's going to be equals to client dot db, right? And I'm going to say const collection equals to db.collection, get the conversations collection. Now you can say const now, so get the date of today, which is going to be equals to new date. And finally here we can go ahead and say const document, so let's get the document, going to be equals to underscore id, which is going to be random UID, the title, which is going to be input dot title, or can be also an R, and participant ID, so participant IDs, participant IDs input.participant ID, created that now, let's message none, and finally here we can just say let me do this instead. So let me say await correction dot insert one equals to document as unknown, or as the document. Great. And here you can just return the to conversation with this document, and let's cast it the same thing. So to conversation as unknown and with ID actually, so with ID and the document. Okay. let's add one more method, or yeah, for summaries, let's also add that one just to finish up a little bit. And let me add this one. So this one's going to be find by ID, and this one's can just nothing complicated, and it's going to still be inside the user repository. So this is for finding by the user ID, or finding the conversation by ID. And also let's add another one for finding the summaries. So find summaries, and it's saying filter participant ID is not defined. This conversation filter, did you mean participant ID? Participant IDs. Okay. Available on the type conversation filter. Did we not add participant ID on the conversation filter? This is just supposed to be the conversation ID actually. Yeah, conversation participant ID, and this is not supposed to be an array, just a string. Yeah, that was my mistake. Okay, so yeah, let me add more methods that I'm going to need. So after this one to conversation, we can also add two more, which are going to be super easy as well. So I added this to conversation ID, or touch conversation I mean, and also for removing all this if needed. Okay. Yeah. All right. So this is all for our conversation repository. And now let's go ahead and continue. Okay, so let's go ahead and keep working on our chat service. And the next thing I'm going to do, I'm going to create for caching. So for our caching, we're going to cache our conversation. So I can say conversation.cache.ts. Okay, and I'm just going to show you how you can implement caching. So we're going to import the type that we already created of the conversation, and also the get client that we already have. So we already have this. And now we can go ahead and also define our caching prefix and also our TTR seconds. So this is our caching prefix, it's going to be conversation. And now I can go ahead and do, so I can say const serialize. So I'm going to serialize this. So serialize, I'm going to take in the conversation. So conversation, taking the conversation, and it's going to be of type conversation. Type of conversation, it's going to return a string. And inside of this one, I'm just going to say return, and it's going to be JSON, capital JSON. So JSON.stringify, passing the conversation, but not like this. I want it to have some more options, so I'm going to split this conversation, and also I'm going to add created at, which is going to be conversation.created at, and okay, passing to iOS string. And something for the updated at. Okay, so that is all I need for this. And here I can also create another one for this, serialize this one. So I can just say const, and I can call it deserialize. So deserialize, and I can take in the low data. So we're taking the low data, which is type of string, and this is going to turn type of conversation. And after this one, I can just say const past. It's going to be equals to JSON.pass, passing the low data, and I can pass it as conversation. And here also, let's also make it, let's also add the created that and updated that as well. So created that and updated that. Great. And after this one, I can just return. So return, and we can spread the past and also add the created that and updated that as new dates and updated that. Okay. So great. And now let's create the method we need. So for conversation cache, we're going to do export const conversation cache is going to be to this. So I can just say async, call it get, async get. This is for getting the caches. So conversation, I'm going to pass in the conversation ID, which is going to be type of string. And this is going to return a promise of conversation, and it can be also null. And inside of this one, I'm going to get the Redis. So against Redis equals to get Redis client. All right. And after this, we can const payload. Const payload is going to cause to await Redis dot get. Yeah, we're going to get based on that cache. So inside of this one, I can just say our cache prefix, pass in our cache prefix, and then also attach the conversation ID. So we're going to get this related cache for this conversation, and here I can just return payload. We're going to use the method we created, passing the payload, or it can be null. Okay, so this is for getting, and also let's create another one for set. So for set, I'm just going to still inside of the conversation cache, I'm going to async, I'm going to call it set, and this one is going to take in the whole conversation. So conversation type of conversation, and we have the promise, and this is going to return void. And inside of this one, I'm just going to say const Redis. It's going to get Redis client. And here I can just say await Redis dot set. Let's use set x. And inside this one, we're going to pass in the cache prefix with conversation.id, cache detail seconds, and also serialize the conversation. And finally, you can just add the delete one, which is just going to take in the conversation ID. So this is all we need for caching. So we're going to be caching all of this. And now you can go ahead and start working on our services. Okay, so let me go outside of this. And inside of my chat service, I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to call it services. Inside the SCRC, make sure it's inside the SCRC. And I'm going to create a new file. It's going to be conversation dot service.ts, conversation.service.ts, and we're going to import the HTTP error. So import, this is going to come from the HTTP, our inside the package we created. So this is going to just be the HTTP error. And after this one, I'm going to import all the types that we have created for conversation. So we already have this ready. And also let's import the conversation repository and as well the cache we just created right now. Okay, so we just created all of this. And now I can go ahead and start working on the method we need. So export const, and this is going to be conversation service. Conversation service, and inside of this one I'm going to say async and create conversation. So async create conversation. We're going to create a conversation. We take in the input, which is going to be create conversation input, returns the type of conversation, promise of conversation, and inside of this one I'm going to just pass in the conversation, so whole conversation, and I can say await conversation repository. Conversation repository dot create, and we can pass in the input. Okay, and after that we can say await conversation cache. So we're going to cache this dot set, and here we pass in the conversation. Great, and finally we can just return the conversation. Yeah, so this is how we're going to be creating the conversation, and same thing for the create. So for get conversation by ID, we pass in the ID, it returns the conversation. So we check conversation, we check the conversation that is cached. So if there is no conversation that is cached, actually instead of doing it this way, yeah, let me remove this. I'm going to say const cached is going to goes to await conversation cache dot get, passing the ID, and also we're going to say if. So if cached, so if we have the cached conversation, we're going to return this cached. Yeah, but outside of this, I'm going to say const conversation. So we're going to get conversation await conversation repository dot find by ID, passing the ID. And if there is no conversation, so if you don't have the conversation, we can throw a new HTTP error and pass in the port of 404, so it's not found, and the message can just be conversation not found. Great. And outside of this, if there is no conversation, we can just say await conversation cache dot set. We set the conversation, we return this conversation. So this is how we're going to do it. Okay. So we check first the cached version, and if there is no cached version, then we use our database. So now let's also get async. It's going to be list conversation. So we're going to list all the conversations that we have, pass in the filter, and the filter conversation.filter. Let me remove this conversation.filter. Return the array of conversation summary, and inside of this, I'm just going to return conversation repository dot find summaries, passing the filter. That's all we need. And also here we can say async. We can call this touch conversation, and here I can pass it the conversation ID, which is a string, and also we can get the preview, which is a string, and this is going to return a promise of void. And here I'm just going to await conversation repository dot touch conversation, and passing the conversation ID and also the preview. Okay, and after this we can invalidate the cache. So await, so we can invalidate the cache so that the next read will include the new preview. So it's conversation cache dot treat and passing the conversation ID. So that's pretty much it for creating our conversations right here. And we can go ahead and create the controller. So inside of our SRC chat service, let's create a new folder. We're going to call it controllers. Create a new file, conversation.controller.ts. So we have the conversation controller, and we can go ahead and import. This is going to be coming from chat app common, async handler, HTTP error, and also the type of async handler. Okay, so we have this, and we need to also get the type from Express. So let me import type from Express. We need to get the conversation service that we just created. So let's add that. And we also need to validate this conversation when creating it. So we need to add some type of validation schema, which is going to be very simple. So inside of SRC, let's create a new folder, call it validation. And inside of this validation, I can just say conversation schema.ts, and I can just paste this in, and this time it's going to come from our chat app command. And so this is all we need. So the title, the participant IDs, participant ID. Basically this is all we need for this to work. So now you can go ahead and import this schema that we just created. So inside our controllers, let's just add it. And yep. Also, let me see if we need to create something else. Let me create one more shared. So I'm going to call this shared schema.ts. And here I'm just going to have in the ID. So, and I can import the Zod, import Zod from the chat app command. And this is the ID we're going to be using all over again. So yeah, just have it, and you can go ahead and import it as well. So over here, just import this. Yeah, let me import it correctly. Okay. Let's get started. So let's create const past, and we're going to call this past conversation. So past conversation, and this is going to take in the params of type unknown, and this is going to be get the ID inside of this one. So let's do const, and we're going to come from the conversation conversation ID param schema dot pass, passing the params. Okay, and here we're just going to get it the ID, and here I can just return the ID. Okay, now let's create the first method for creating. So we can call this can say const create conversation, which is going to take the type of async handler. And should we make it request? Let me see this. No, let me just make it like this and say async. Then instead of this one, I can say request, or let's use it directly here. Async handler, passing the async, and here we can just get the request response. And inside of this one, we can just get the user. So const user going to be equals to get authenticated user, taking the request, and over here I can say const payload going to be equals to create conversation schema dot pass. Inside here I can pass in the request dot body, and after this we'll say const we can get the unique participant ID, just participant IDs. Okay, going to be an array, so let's call it array dot from. Here I can say new set, and inside of this one I can get this as split this payload. Okay, and after this I can get the participant IDs and then the user ID as well. Okay, so user.id, and here I can check. So if unique participant IDs dot length to here I can just throw a new HTTP though, so it must include at least one participant ID. So it's going to be 400, and I can just say conversation at least include one other participant, right? So we need two participants to be able to create a conversation, because we don't want to start a conversation with ourselves, right? So const conversation is going to be equals to await conversation service. Let's get the conversation service dot create conversation. Inside this one, I'm going to pass in the title, which is going to be equals to payload the title participant IDs is equal to unique participant IDs. And then here I can just do this dot status and pass in the 201, then the JSON. It's going to go to get the data, and we're going to call it conversation. Just like that. And what's the issue here? Well, let's see, export this. So export const. Let me remove this async handler. Let's see. Yeah, request handler actually, not async handler. Yeah, request handler. So you use request handler type for this. And which one is next? Which one is for listing the conversations? So let's list the conversation that we also have. So I can copy this, the first one, go over here, and I'm going to call it this. I'm going to call this list conversation, list conversation, and also let me call this create conversation handler, right? And also this, I'm going to call this list conversation handler. Yeah, I like it better. So this conversation handler, and here let me remove all of this. I can leave the response. I'm going to change it later, but I can get the user. So const user equals to get authenticated user, and const the filter is going equals to list conversation list schema. I'm going to pass this, taking the request.query. And here we can check. So if the filter dot participant ID and the filter dot participant ID, we can just, if it's not with this ID, we can throw new error that can say like cannot list a conversation for another user. So we're just protecting this, or we can just say unauthorized. That also works for O3 as the type. And here we can just say conversation equals to await conversation service and this conversation, and we need to pass in the participant ID, which is equals to user.id. So we're just making sure that these conversations actually belong. They have access to it. Okay. So this is for listing the conversation. And now let's also create a new one for getting the conversation. So let me copy this. I'm going to paste this here, and I'm going to say get conversation handler. Get conversation handler equals to this, and I can remove this for now, leave the response, and I can start by saying getting the user. Should have left that equals to get authenticated user, passing the request. Yeah, I should just have left that. Okay, that is fine. Let's get the conversation ID. Conversation ID, what goes to past conversation request.params, and here you can get the conversation. So const conversation, it's going to go await conversation service, and you can say get conversation by ID, passing the conversation ID. And here we can just return. Yeah, but let's check also if the conversation is there. So if there is no conversation, dot participant, let's check this. So if there's no conversation, dot participant IDs dot includes the user dot ID. So if the conversation we're trying to get doesn't belong to us, we're just going to throw a new error that is unauthorized. We don't have access to that. Otherwise, we can just return this conversation. Okay. Yep. And for now, this is all we need for us to create the conversation. So, yep. And I think now we can also go ahead and create the louds. So inside SRC, I can create a new louds folder and get the conversation dot louds.ts, conversation.louds.ts, and we're going to get the express router. And here we're just going to create the router that we used to do as we did before. So let me just export const conversation router is going to be equals to this, and here I'm going to attach authenticated user to all these louds. So instead of adding it to single one, let me go inside the middleware. I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call it authenticated user.ts, and I'm going to add a method to validate this user. So it's going to be very simple. This is the method, and we can get this. So import and let's say from chat app common, and here I'm going to get the HTTP error, the user ID header, and also the request handler from Express. So that is everything we need, and also as well. Let's just import sort, and this is going to be a type. Oh, yep, great. So this is good. We have this as we needed. And now you can go back to our conversation route, and we can attach this conversation router to all of this. So we can just say conversation router dot use, and we can pass in the attach authenticated user. So this will check. So now let's conversation route dot post. The first one is going to be at this one. So let's validate the request. So validate request. Here we're going to pass in the body, and we're going to pass in the create conversation schema. Create conversation schema. Great. And outside of this validate request, we're going to pass in the create conversation from our controller. Create conversation handler. Yeah. Great. So create a conversation handler, and the second one is going to be yeah, let me just accept this for now. So we have the get for getting the listing the conversation. So list conversation. Let's import this conversation schema. So this is conversation query schema, and let's get this conversation handler as well, which is going just go to get, and another one is going to get the ID. So conversation schema ID, conversation param, and get conversation handler, which is get. And another one for, okay, this is quite not what I want. So this ID one is fine. Let me give us some space. So these two are correct. And another one for update conversation, we don't have this. I don't think we have the update conversation. We only have 3 methods. Let me check. So we have for create conversation, list conversation, and get conversation. Yeah, we do not have this more. So we just have create conversation, list conversation, and get conversation for now. Okay. And I think that's all we need for this one. So let's also create the middleware inside the louds. I'm going to create index.ts, and here I'm going to get our conversation and also the router. All right, great. And we can just create the app that as we used to do before. So export cons register loud. So register louds going to goes to app, and we can say router, and here we can just get so app.use. We're going to be on conversations, and you can pass in the conversation router. Great. So now let's go ahead and use it inside of our app.ts. So app.ts, I'm going to have this after this one, and also need to add in, we need to protect this actually. So let me add this of middleware, and let's import the env. We already have this. Yep. So we need to create the middleware, and let's also register the louds as needed. Perfect. So that is done, and yeah, that is pretty much it for the conversations. We just need to add it inside of our gateway service, so we can be able to authenticate or test this out. Yeah, actually, let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to add it inside of the gateway services and louds and controllers, etc., etc. Right. So I'm going to go close everything here, and I'm going to go inside of gateway service src. Let's start by creating the service. So inside the service, I'm going to create a new file. It's going to be the chat proxy.service.ts, and the first things are going to be pretty similar. So let me go, for example, inside of service, the create client, these ones are going to be the same. So let's take everything here, let's paste this here. But this time I'm going to be getting the chat service, right? Chat service URL. That means we need to add the chat service URL inside of our config env, and after the of URL, we can add it here as also as a string and URL. But make sure to also add it inside of our env file. So after this one, this one, let's add it as localhost, and it's running on port 4002. Okay, great. So we have the services here ready. Now let's go back to the chat proxy, and we can keep working on this. So let me close this, and we have the Axios client. Yeah, of header. Maybe I can do something different for this one. Just why not? Instead of doing it this way, let me call it like this. Let me import this. So let's say create client, and I'm going to create passing this as here. Instead of creating it as the auth header, we're going to pass in the directory like this. I think this will be much easier, but yeah, you can go ahead and modify it if you prefer this. So let's also get in our error handler. So let's get this side here. Let me copy this error handling, paste it here. Yep, so this is fine. And now we can go ahead and create our conversation interfaces. So I'm going to say export interface, and it's going to be conversation DTO. And this one's just going to take in the ID, type of string. It's going to take in the title, type of string, and this can also be to null. So we can also set it to null if you want, or maybe for now it's fine. And let's get in, or let me just add in all the types that I need. So it's much easier that way. We don't have to pass so much time creating these types of our conversations. Yeah. So I'm going to add all the types I need, even the ones for the messages. So we don't have to worry about those anymore. So let me remove this. And these are the types. So we have this. Let me go on top. We have the conversation DTO. We have in the ID, the title, participant IDs, created that, just message preview, and the reaction DTO, emoji, user ID, created that, interface, message DTO, export interface, conversation response, message response. Yeah, so there's no need to spend much time creating that when you can just do this. So let's do export const, and I'm going to say chat proxy service. Chat proxy service is going to be equals to async create conversation. This is the first one I need for creating conversation, and I'm going to pass in the user ID, which is equals to string. We need also the payload, which is type of create conversation payload, and this is going to return a promise of conversation DTO. Okay, and inside this one I can do a try catch, and I can get the response. So const response equals to await client dot post, and there I can just pass in the conversation response, and it's going to be equals to let's put it on the conversations. So we have these conversations, then you pass in the payload. Okay, and here let's also pass in the headers. So inside the headers, we're expecting to receive this user ID in the header. So user ID header from chat app common is going to be equals to the user ID. Okay, so expecting this header when we send the request, and here you can just return response.data, then return _axios error. Perfect. And let's copy this down, and this another just inside of this one, and another one is for listing conversation. So I can call it list conversation, and this one is only not going to take, it's just the user ID, since we need the user ID. Conversation DTO, and it's going to be an array, and const response conversation list response as well, and just on conversation passing the ID, and yeah, that is pretty much it. So let's copy this down, Another one is for getting conversation. So that's all we have for now. Get conversation, and it's going to take in the conversation ID, type of string. Let me put it here. So string, leave the user ID there, and this one's going to be response get conversations, passing the ID, passing the header of the user, and we're still returning just this. Perfect. So this is all we have. We can go inside of our controllers and also create them. Okay, so inside of my controllers, I'm going to add a new one, which is going to be conversation.controller.ts, and we need to add some schemas for creating the conversation. So we already have this actually. So instead of the validations, we're going to add in the conversation.schema.ts, passing this. So this is what we need. You can import Zod from chat app common. So we already have created these types before. There's no need to write everything again. And yeah, so let me go inside of my chat conversation controller, and I'm going to import what I need to use. So I need to import the request handler and also the schemas we just created. So let's import these, get authenticated user, and also the schemas we just created. Okay, so now let's do export const, and this is going to be for creating the conversation. So create conversation handler, that's how you call it. Create conversation handler. It's going to be case to request handler, and inside of this one, I can use also the async handler actually. So let's use async handler. It's going to be async response. We don't need the next. So just like that. And inside of this one, I'm going to get the user. So const user, go to get authenticated user, passing the request. And here I can do const payload. It's going to create conversation body schema dot pass, and passing the request dot body. And here we can do the same thing we did in our services. Let me check inside of my chat service controllers, conversation controller. So when creating we're checking this, so we're going to do the similar thing here. So let me get this. So it's pretty much the same, but yeah, we're just doing the same thing inside of this one. And that is what we have. And we can go ahead and outside of that, so conversation, we have this. We can also go ahead and create the conversation. So const conversation, right? Let's create conversation. It's going to be equals to await chat service proxy, create conversation, passing the ID. But the payload, I want to make sure it's the one I want. So I'm passing the title, which is the payload.title, and participant ID is equals to unique participant ID. Then we can respond with this data conversation. All right. And we're going to do same thing for listing the conversations. Okay, so let me copy this down. And here I'm just going to call this to list conversation handler. So this conversation handler, and inside of this one, it's going to be pretty easy. So all I have to do is get this. So this conversation, conversations, actually, this should be conversations. So these conversations. Okay. And next one is the get for getting conversations. So let me copy this down. And we're going to call this get conversation. Then the method is also pretty easy. So yep, you get the idea. Get authenticated user, chat proxy, and yep. So that is all for now. We can go ahead and add in inside of our loads. So for the loads again, it's going to be pretty much the same thing. So let me close the chat service actually, so I don't get confused. Inside of loads, I'm going to have the conversation .loads.ts. And here, I'm going to add the types that we need for the conversation, and also for requiring authentication. So require auth, and also the one we need here. And can go ahead and also import the type for, so import this, and also import the validate request from chat app common. And now we can go ahead and create the router. So create the router, and also let's protect all our apps right here. And yeah, so the first one we need is for creating the route, for creating and also the gate. So these are just the three ones, that the main one we have. So I can just add them here. Create conversation here, handler actually. Create conversation handler. This conversation handler. Get conversation handler. All right. So that is all, and we can go back inside of our index file, and we need to add in these conversations here. So after the users, or maybe after the auth, let's add it here. Okay. So that is all we have. We can go ahead and try to test this out and see if what we have created works, right? So I'm going to create a Postman file that we're going to use to test this out, since we don't have the front end yet, and that will be in part 2 of this video. So I'm going to go ahead and create the Postman file, then we can be able to test this. Alright, so let's go ahead and test what you have created. So make sure you have Docker running, and also just make sure that your services are up and running. So let's just do Docker Compose app, can do app -t. Okay, it should look like it's pulling the images for some reasons. Even though I already had those, but that's fine. Let's wait for this to finish. Can open Docker Compose, Docker file, desktop, sorry. And it's going to start this. Let's just see. Okay, so it has started them. My services are up and running. Now let's run our services, pnpm done. dev. Okay, so there's no errors here. Great. So they are all running. Now let me go to the Postman. So I have Postman with the documents I told you that I'm going to create. So this is all we're going to use to test this API. And let me register with participant number 1. I'm using the API gateway as the layout. And also I have the script. So whenever I register this one, it will automatically add our refresh token. Refresh token number 1. It will add it inside of our authorization. And also if we create a new user, it's going to create a new one with the collect refresh token. So let me go and send this request. So participant 1, let me send the request. Okay, it's saying the user with this email already exists. Let me change it. Let me add 2. Okay, so I have this user created, and I should also have them inside of MongoDB, I believe. So we have participant, this participant is here. Now let's also log in as participant number 1. Okay, we logged in, and let's register participant number 2. So let's change this email to be 3. So yeah, you get the idea. So we created this new user. We should have 2 users now. So we have participant number 1 and also participant number 2. Great. And now let's log in as participant number 2. So I logged in as this participant with this number 2. And let's create a conversation. Inside the headers, we have the participant 1 access token. And let's create project with this participant 2 ID. So this is our participant ID. So this is the participant number 2 ID. So the participant number 2 ID is going to create a new chat, a conversation with participant number 1 in it. So let's try to create this. So create conversation. No, okay. Participant number 1. Let me log in as participant number 1 actually, so that we can create a conversation with the participant number 2 ID. Okay, that's the idea. All right, so now I'm going to click on send. Okay, so now you have 2 participants inside of this. So I have participant number 1 and also participant number 2. So participant number 2, participant number 1 created the conversation. So let's refresh this whole page. Refresh. And now we have the conversations. So we have the conversation here with this participant in them. Okay. Great. So now let's list conversations. So we're still logged in as participant number 1 access token. And we can list our data with these participants and our conversation. Yeah, so let's also check our Redis database, see if the caching is actually working. So inside the chat service env file, let's connect to this Redis server database, and let's see if it's working. So inside of DataPress, I'm going to add a connection, new. I'm going to choose Redis, create, and here I'm just going to close this again. Create connection, create. And here I'm going to give it a name of chat app, and it's going to be chat service Redis. And this can be the same default you can test. So connect. Right, we're connected. So seems like we don't have any data. For some reason, we don't have any data at all. So let me try to create the new conversation. So let me create conversation. Create a new one. Okay. And we should have, yep. So we have a conversation. We cached it. And now if we try to list conversations, so let's claim we get 2. And I'll get the cached one. But we also have another method to get conversation by ID. So let's check our code again. And let's see where that is. So inside of the gateway, CRC, louds, conversation louds, we have the get by ID. So we just need to pass in the ID as the params. So let me add it here. Let me see. Let's add conversation ID here. Let me get anything. Let me get the first one. It's not okay. So let's get. Okay, we got an internal error. So let's see what's the issue. Okay, I cannot see the message clearly, but inside the gateway service, what happened? Yeah. What's the issue? I cannot see the message clearly. Okay, let me actually fix this. So let me go just to the conversation gateway. So I'm just going to start the services that I need. So cd services, cd user service, npm and dev. Okay. cd of cd services and Auth Service, pnpm run dev. And here I can go also to cd services, then the chat service, pnpm run dev. Great. And here I can go to cd services, then the gateway service, pnpm run dev. Okay, and now let's try again. So get this. Cool, we got them. And now let's try to get the just with the ID. So let's use the ID to get the conversation. So conversations, then the ID, right? Okay, we got the error. And the issue is saying inside the HTTP intensive error stack, index error. Can it be that we have the ID are not converting as needed? So let me go back to the chat service, SRC. Let's check our repositories. So repositories, conversations, repository. Let's see how our ID is for find by ID. So find by ID, we are saying to take underscore ID to be equals to new object ID. Okay. So maybe we don't actually need to pass this as new object ID. Let's just use the ID. But same thing here. Yeah. Let's just test this. I'm going to see if this is the issue. And can we start the gateway service? Same thing for, where is the chat service? Chat service. Let me start it. And let's try to connect to get again with the just ID. Okay. So it's the ID. Yeah, makes sense, because we are storing the UID as a string, as just this underscore ID. Yeah. So we're already we're as a string, so we don't have to convert it to an object ID. Okay, makes sense. So that is the fix, but now we have this issue that we need to also fix. So this one we can try to cast it. Wait, come on, I don't want this. We can cast it as unknown, and also we can cast it as object ID. Yeah, this fixes it. So let's do the same thing as unknown and also as object ID. Great. Okay, so now let's test it again. Yeah, so this still works as expected. Everything's good. So we're getting the response from the cached response. That's why it's also a bit faster this way. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So now it's all good. So let me go ahead and try to continue this, and we can finish. We can finish this, right? Okay. Let's go ahead and can start working on the message creation and also listing the message. But the first thing you have to do, you have to create the schema. So inside the chat service, inside the validation, I'm going to create a new one for message. So message.schema.ts, message.schema.ts. And here I'm going to do export const, and it's going to be for create message body schema. So this is what we expect when we create. So import sort from object, and here we're going to have in the body and the z.string .string, and here we're going to say minimum going to be 1, and the max can be 2000 or whatever I want. Okay, so let me add more as well. So this is the second one. So create message, we need the conversation, and also list message by query schema. Okay, that is done. Now let's go ahead and create the repository for our message repositories. So inside of my repositories, I'm going to create a new one. It's going to be for message.repository. So message.repository.ts. And inside of this one, we're going to import what we're going to use. So import the Node crypto, MongoDB, get Mongo client, and yeah, let's also create the types for the messages. So I'm going to add those. So inside of my types, I'm going to add a new file that is called messages with all the type of messages that we're going to need for now. Okay. All right. So I added this. And now we can go ahead and start creating our message repository. So it's easier for us to get started. Now I'm going to have the collection, which is going to be messages. And I'm going to have a domain. I'm going to call it to message. Okay. Now, for now, let me remove this reaction. Or yeah, let's keep it. That I'm not really going to use it. But yeah. So I'm going a bit faster because we already did this a couple times. So, and I don't feel like typing all of this. So you can go ahead and copy them from my repository as well. So let's close this. Now we have just few methods. So we have the create for creating a message inside of a conversation ID. We pass in the conversation ID, the sender ID, and the body. Okay. And after that, we find by conversation. So we find the messages by conversations, and we add these options and find by ID. Okay. So that is all. Now we can go ahead and also create our message service. So this is going to be faster as well. Services, I'm going to add message.service.ts. So message.service.ts. And the first thing we have to do is import our repositories and also our types. Okay, so import our repository and the types. And after that, we're going to create so let me just to export const, and we're going to call it message service. And this is going to be equals to async. The first one is going to be for creating the message. So create message, and it's going to take in the conversation ID and also the body, just like that. So conversation ID, and it's going to return type of message. Okay. And inside of this one, the sender ID, the body, and inside of this one, we're going to ensure that the conversation exists before creating it. So let's also get this HTTP error. So we're going to ensure that it exists before creating it. And we're going to check if the conversation participant ID is there. So if the user is not there, we press the error, and finally we can return this message. And also let's create another one for listing the conversations. So we can do that by just saying over here. So list messages. We're going to use this as just for listing our messages. And that is about all for now. And we can go inside of our controller as well. We're going to still use the conversation. There's no need to create a new separate file for this one. So let me go ahead and create a new one. So we just have two methods. So for creating and also for getting the message. Okay, so we're just going to have another one for creating a message. So we can say const create message handler, and this is going to take in the request handler, async handler, and inside of this one, we're just going to pass in what we need. So get authenticated user, and past conversation, but we already created this. Import this, and yeah, that is about all. And also we should actually export this. So export const create message handler, and we can copy paste this one, and we can say list message handler, and it's going to be a bit different. So let's just paste this and schema, and what did they call this? Past conversation. Yep. And finally, I can go inside of my louds and I can add this as well. So inside the louds, conversation loud, we can add this for messages. So after the get conversation, we can also add for the messages. So I'm going to call this, let me copy paste the first one. And this one is going to be to the ID, then messages. And this is going to be paste message handler. So this is just for getting our messages. And also let's add another one for post, which is going to be equals to also ID messages. And this is going to be for create message handler. Create message handler. And this one is going to be for the actually we're going to have two. So we're going to have the params, so conversation param ID, and also we're going to have in the body. Okay, so we're going to create a message body schema. Okay, so this is what we have. Let me put the post before the get, just like that. So I'm validating the request, create a message handler, and yeah, so still inside of, we're still using the method of conversations. So I don't think we need to add inside of the louds. Now we can just go ahead and use it inside of our gateway. So let me close this, and I can go inside of the API gateway, SRC, inside the validation. Let me first create the type. So I'm going to have the message.schema.ts, passing the type, and let's import the result from the correct place. So chat app, and this is what we need. And also for the types, there is no need to use them here, but we need to add the services for our chat. So inside of my services chat, I need to add more services that we're going to use. For example, the create message, and also for listing the messages. Okay, so let me add the first one. So here, this one is for create message, passing the conversation ID, etc. We already have the types defined on top. Okay, conversation ID, then the message. And another one is for listing the messages. So over here, we can list the messages just like that. And let's go to the conversation as well for the controller. Inside the conversation controller, we can copy and paste this one. So copy paste this one, and I'm going to call this create message handler, and this one is going to be also simple. So let me just add it. There's no need for me to keep adding this, so we can get to more interesting parts. Okay, so get message body schema, and let's copy and paste this list message controller, and here I can just also add what we need, and let's import this. And yeah, now let's go ahead inside the louds. So the conversation louds, we're going to add in this routes that we just added. So we already have for messages, no, I mean for conversations. Now let's add also for listing messages. So let me copy paste this, and this time it's just going to be 2 messages. So list message handler, ID messages, and the query is going to be like this. And another one is for post to add the message. Let me just add it right here before the get, and here, so the post, and can have body or the params. Okay, yeah, so this is about it. And let's check what we added inside of our chat service and inside of the routes. I want to see what I added. So inside the, let me cross this, say the chat service, CRC, routes, conversation routes. So we added for getting for the post message, we added just the params and the body, and for getting the message we also need to add the query actually. So let's also add the query list message schema. Okay, so that's basically it. So we can go ahead and test this. My services are running. Let me just start the chat service just in case. Authentication service, there's no need to, we didn't touch it. Gateway service, let's restart it in case. And let me pnpm run dev. Okay, so let me open Postman. And we have this conversation. So let's get it again. Yeah, we have this conversation. Let's get its ID. Okay, and let's create a message. So inside the headers, we are logged in as the user 1, participant number 1, and inside the body, we need to add the conversation ID. So let's add the conversation ID we just copied. That is good. So I'm going to post this message inside of this one. So hello from participant number 1. Let's create. Okay, we got some error. Let's see what it is. And let's just close this. Let's see what's the issue it is now. So it's saying create object, object create message. I think it's the same issue we had before. Let me go back to chat service, SRC, repositories, and the message repository. So let's see when we're creating. Are we using the MongoDB ID? Yeah, we're trying to create this as new MongoDB. Let me just use it as random UID. Okay, let me see if this is status. Okay, it is starting. Let me test it again. Yeah, so it was the ID. Okay, this is done. This is the message we got. Hello from participant number 1. Let me see the messages here. Let me refresh this database. We have the messages, and we have the sender ID, conversation ID, and also the body. So let's log in as participant number 2. We logged in as participant number 2. Let's try to post a message as participant number 2. Okay, body, reply from participant number 2. Okay, so we have this. Let's refresh this. we have messages, and now let's go to conversations. Let's refresh, and you can see that for this one you have the last message preview for the participant number 2, which is the latest message, and the conversation, this is the conversation we're using, and the messages are here. Okay, so let's just fix these 2 errors, then I think we are good with the conversation service. Okay, so we can do the same thing we did. You can just as unknown as document as unknown and as with ID. Yep, so we're done with this. We can go ahead and close this up. I think we are good with these services for right now. Yeah, so let's go ahead and continue. Okay, now comes the interesting part. So we're going to be hosting these services, and we're going to self-host. So I'm going to show you how you can get your own VPS, how you can set up self-hosting options, and etc. So, but first of all, we are going to use Docker to host all of our services. So that means we need to also include our services inside of our Docker Compose. But before we can do any of that, we need to go to each of our services and create a Docker file and define what we need. So let's go ahead and start with the Authentication service. I'm going to create a new file, and this is going to be Docker file. So this is Docker file, and inside of this Docker file, this is where we're going to be defining what we need. So I can say syntax, and I'm going to give it the equals to Docker file 1. This, I think this is experimental feature. I'm not sure though why my I'm not sure why my code is giving me this error. My editor, I mean. So what is the issue here? Okay, I need to provide from. Okay, so now this is going to be from the base image is going to be node, and I'm going to use 22, and let's use the Alpine version. I think this is the Alita version of this one. So this is just our base build. So we're going to have some multiple stages when building, and inside the base one we're going to be installing our packages first. So we're going to not our package, but install the pnpm. Since we're using pnpm, so let's go ahead and say learn, and let's say core pack enable. I'm going to enable it, and then we can we can just say core pack. Once I've enabled it, we can say prepare. So we're going to prepare, okay, prepare pnpm, and we're going to get the version we are using in this project, which is version 10.14.0, and here we can just say activate. Okay, so run core pack enable and core pack prepare pnpm version 10, and here we're going to have a working directory. So our working directory is going to be just on the app. Okay, and let me just be here. So this is the base one, and here we're going to go and we can install the dependencies. So this is the stage to install the dependencies. So let's say from we're going to use the base, and here we can say as deps, okay, as deps, and inside of this one here we're just going to copy our workspace configurations. Okay, so copy workspace configs, and here we're just going to first command is going to copy, and we're going to copy the let me remove this, we don't have this, and I'm going to copy the package .json, right? I have the package.json, the pnpm workspace.yaml, and also the pnpm lock YAML inside of. We're going to copy it to our load. So we have the copy the package.json, pnpm workspace.yaml, pnpm lock YAML, okay? And the second one we need to do, we also need to copy the tsconfig. So the tsconfig.base, we will have this base.json. We can going to copy also the tsconfig.json over here. So copying the tsconfig base and also tsconfig to our load. And here we can also go ahead and copy our packages, the package.json that we have inside of our shared library, so our common packages. So copy workspace, or we can say copy package.json and files for all needed packages. Okay, and here we're going to say copy, and we're going to say package. Our folder is inside of package. Inside packages we have common folder, and inside the common folder we have package.json, and we're going to copy this to our package.js, then the common, then slash. Okay, just like that. And also let's copy the whole service. So copy services. Inside here we have the Auth Service. We're going to copy the package.json to our services and Auth Service. Great. And now we're going to install the dependencies, right? Okay, so let's go ahead and install the dependencies. So we just copy this now. Now we can go ahead and install the dependencies. So we're going to learn, and we're going to learn pnpm small letters, pnpm install, and this is going to be frozen log file. Okay, and so this is what we had on these stages, and now we're going to go to the stage where we actually need to build this application. So we have our installation, our package is ready, and now we can go ahead and build. So we can say from, and I'm going to use the depths stage as builder, right? We're going to call it builder, and now we need to go ahead and copy the source code. So copy source code, and here we're going to say copy the command copy, and we're going to copy the packages.common inside the packages common, but services of service inside of services of service. Okay, and now here we can go ahead and build the common library. So since we already have that one, we need first, so build common package first. Okay, we're going to build this first, which is our library, and we can do run pnpm filter, and we're going to, if you remember, our app is called chat app, then common, and we build this build. Okay, so building our common library first, and now we can also build the services. So build services, so run pnpm filter chat app of service, and we build. Okay, and now let's go ahead and go to the production stage, so which will use a minimal runtime image. So let's do from, I'm going to use node 22, and let's use this image Alpine as production. Okay, as production, and here we're going to install pnpm for our install pnpm. So we already have that pnpm. Can say pnpm, and we can use this just like the same thing we did over here, but this time it's for production. So callback, enable callback, prepare pnpm, and activate it. And here we also need to create a non-root user, because by default we use a root user and we don't want that. So we're going to create a root, how can I name it? Yeah, non-root user. Okay, so for just for security, so we can say lan add group. So we're going to add this user to a group. System, I'm going to say system gid permissions and node.js, and we're going to say add user to system and uid with this, and now you can call this user whatever you want. So I'm going to call mine node user, but here for leaving a space, make sure to use this. Okay, so this will create a non-root user, and we can go over here and we can working directory. So work directory, it's going to be on the app. Okay, and now we can go ahead and copy the configuration settings. So we already have the configuration settings we have here. So copy the configuration settings. We already created this on top, just right here, over here. Okay, so we're copying the package, the pnpm log.json, and we're going to do the same thing also for copying the package JSON. So with the Auth Service, which is this one. So let's do the same thing here for production as well. And we're going to install the packages as well. So we already have that on top. Install production dependencies. But yeah. Okay. And now on bottom here, we can go and say copy we're going to copy all our build artifacts. So copy build artifacts, and from the builder stage, so from builder, and I'm going to say copy, and I can say from the which stage, from the stage builder. On top we have this, and I'm going to go on app, then packages, common, and dist, and here you can just say also the packages inside that we're going to copy it on these destinations, common, and just on dist, right? Same thing for the services, Auth Service, dist, and services, Auth Services, dist. Okay, and here on bottom we can change the ownership. So change ownership, and it's going to be to the non-root user we created. Non-root. Okay, and here you can just run this command to do that. So run chown -l node user, so the user we created, the name you gave it, and you can say node.js, then the app, and over here you can say user node user, and here we can set up our environment that we need to expose that are not very important. So like for example, we need the node env. These are fine, you can put them here, production, and also the env, which is for the pod, so of service port, and this is going to be on 4003. So these two are fine. Other ones are going to put them in their own environment variables. So, and you can expose the port, which is 4003, and working directory is going to be on app services and Auth Service. And lastly, we can also run command, and inside of this we can use node and dist index.js. Okay, so this is basically it for us to use this, but there's still some few commands and changes that we need to take care of before you can go ahead and get started. So for example, inside of our packages.json, this build command will fail, so we need to change it. And let me say, let me add end. We're going to use tsec areas. So you already know that we're using some areas when we're importing stuff, so this will not work in production, and we need to make sure that they are not there when we run the build command, so they came back to normal. So resolve, we're going to resolve the full path, so you can say full path, and we need to do this exact same thing inside of all our services. So let me check the command if it's correct. So tsec project tsec config json, tsec areas -b tsec config json, and resolve full path. So I need to install this package obviously, but we're going to install it as dev dependency. So I'm going to go inside of my Auth Service. I'm going to say pnpm add -d, and I'm going to say tsec areas. Okay, and also let's see what other packages we have. So what is this? I don't need this. Yeah, move that. Also this one, yeah, I don't know why it was came there. We have .env, that is fine. So let's add this. Great. So we have this, and also before we can do that, we also need to make sure that we have some kind of health routes. This one is going to be like very simple health routes, so it's going to be the same through all our services. A very simple one inside of routes index.js ts, we can add this little health route. Okay, so this is just the health route we're going to use for this one. Yep, so we can check if our services is running or not. Perfect, and we have that now. So that means you can go ahead and start adding it inside of our Docker Compose file, right? Okay, so I'm going to go inside of my Docker Compose file, and after all our infrastructure, so after our databases, Redis, userdb, authDB, I'm going to go over here, and I'm going to add our Auth Service, and I'm going to say build, and this is going to take in the we're going to use context. So the context is going to be on dot, and we're going to have the Docker file. So where our Docker file is at. So our Docker file is inside of services on Auth Service, and it's called Docker file. This is the name of our Docker file, and we can give this Docker a container name. So container name is going to be equals to chat app of service, and here I can also give you the ports. So for the ports, I'm going to give it this one. Let me remove the network for now. So for the port, I have the Auth Service port. By default, it's going to be on 4003. This is where our port is running. And now we need to add in some environment variables that we're going to be using. Okay. So for the environment variables, so we have the node env. Okay. So I have the node env, and this is going to be on, let me move this port. So node env, and here I'm going to set it to production. Okay, and now we need also, let's check what we have inside of our Auth service. So get the correct services. Okay, let's close this. Let me put it on the side. So we have the node env. We can also have the Auth service port, right? Let's have Auth service port. This is going to be Auth service port. It's going to be running on this port. We can also have our Auth database URL. And for this one, we're going to use, since we're using MySQL for this, we can say MySQL. Then let me close this. Yeah, let me accept this for now. So this is the database. So MySQL AuthDB user, and we're going to have in this as the default user, AuthDB password, chat app of password, AuthDB. So instead of using this host this way, let me remove this. So on the @ sign, I'm going to use this internal, so we gave it a container name of AuthDB, so using it directory, and the port is going to be 33806. Okay, remove this money sign. So we are using this directory, so we are using it inside of here. We're using it here. Yeah, so we're using this as the name, and it's going to say AuthDB MySQL. So let me check everything is correct. MySQL AuthDB user, and make sure that's the same thing we have here. AuthDB user, chat, you can give it whatever you want. AuthDB password, chat of password, but make sure there's the same one you add over here. Okay. Great. Yeah, seems all right. And next one we need to add is our JWT secret. So let me add all the secrets that we have, then we're good. Okay, so we have the JWT secret, we have the JWT expires in, we have the JWT refresh doc secret, JWT refresh expires in, RabbitMQ URL, and Rabbit internal API token. Okay. Yeah, and also for RabbitMQ, we already have this as the password. Yeah, we already have this guest as the password. You can change this to whatever you want. And this will depend on, so let me say depends on the service, which is going to be our Auth database. So we need to make sure that our database is running fast before you can go ahead and start connecting to it, right? And also it's going to depend on RabbitMQ. So RabbitMQ as well, we need to make sure that it's running, and our network is going to be chat app network. Perfect. And we added a health check So we added a health check. Let me add the command that we're going to use to check this health. So this is the command we're going to use when testing, when the server is testing itself to test if it's running health or not. Great. So this is all we have for this service. We have all the services defined, and yeah, maybe you can test that out. So let me start Docker and see what will happen. It's starting. Okay, close this. I can go to the root file. I can say Docker Compose app -t. Wait, saying not what name did we give it? Oh, this is supposed to be capital rate and not small rate. So let's start this again. Okay. Docker Compose app -t. Okay, so this is going to go ahead and build our image. So it's running all the commands that we have set in our Docker file. As you can see, it's running all the commands. So now it's on the command to add the services. And why did control has no health check configured? Okay, so let's add health checks on our RabbitMQ as well, and as well for our database that we need to add. So let's add the health check for RabbitMQ. So after the network, let me add this health check. So let me just put it here. The health check command is needed for this, and also we're going to be adding also for our authentication database health check. So where is the authentication database? Right here. We need to add this health check as well. This is the command we're going to use for checking if the system is running. So let's try again. It's waiting to be healthy. Okay, so they have all started. Now let's go inside of our Docker and see if it's starting. Okay, seems like there's some issue. And what's the issue? So throw new error, no module found, cannot find module app packages common dist env. So env is not being found here. Why is that the issue? So I think also for the common file folder, we also need to change the way we build the packages. So we need to add the same command that we added in our service. So I can go over here, close this, and I can go to the packages. Yeah, we need to change this. So it's not building. So it's still building with the old command. So I need to change this to the new one. And now let's try to run this again. And let me check my Docker Compose. Yeah, let me stop it actually. So Docker Compose down. Okay. Docker Compose build, and let's build our what did we call it? Auth Service. Sorry, Auth Service. So we're building this. What is the issue? Yeah, TSA carrier is not found. So we need to add this, of course. Let's go to the, so you can do pnpm add filter basic area, no filter inside of the packages, and then the common, and you can add this package as dev dependency. And now I can go ahead and try to run the build command again. Okay, so let me start the command up-d. RabbitMQ is waiting, staying build successfully. We still have an issue. JWT refresh token. Okay, so it's not finding these settings, these environment variables. Yeah, what I'm going to do, I'm going to create an env file in our root directory. Okay, so I'm going to have a new side of here, so I can call it env.env, and when you build, I believe it will use this. So I'm going to add all the packages, all the environment variables we are going to need. So these are all the packages that we're going to need. Okay, I will leave this in the settings in the repository as well, so you can easily get access to this. So these are all we need to add for all our services. So each service has its own settings. Okay, great. Let's try this one more time. Hopefully we get some success with this. Actually, I'm not sure if this will fix our issue. Let me check this out. Okay. Oh yeah, it's actually fixed it, but we have issue with connecting to the MySQL. Okay, why did it fail? I'm using different settings. So for my database, I'm using, for the Auth database, let's make sure that you have the correct settings. Okay, so for our Auth service, let's check this URL once again. So we have the database, so we have AuthDB URL, MySQL equals to AuthDB user. Okay, so the AuthDB user is chat app of user. Same thing here, and also same thing for our here. So chat app of user, right? Same thing here, and after that, we have AuthDB password, which is chat app of password. Yeah, we don't have the same password, so for now we are in development, so we can go ahead and use the same password. So chat app of password, let me change this to this one, and also for the database name, chat app of service, that is fine. For the root password as well, let's go to the AuthDB, let's change it to this one. Okay, great. So now this is good. Let's go ahead and build the service again. Let's run the thing again, and this time let's check what will happen. Okay. Yeah, perfect. Our Auth service is connected to all our databases, but we seem to have also another error. Which one is this time? HTTP message unauthorized tag, package common handled error occurred. We are getting this issue from unauthorized. Okay. Let me see. Our Docker Compose service. So where we're checking. Okay. I'm going to see why this issue is happening. HTTP error and handled error occurred. That is the issue though. We don't have, but our database connection was successful. Of service RabbitMQ Publisher was initialized, and just here we have unauthorized. Can it be the API token? Yeah, I think I know what's going on here. So since here we have different type of yeah, so this one here. Yeah, so actually the easy fix is to build the whole services again. So we need to let's build the whole services again, but this time they're going to build with these keys, right? So I think it makes much sense to build everything with these new tokens and stuff. Okay, so let's go ahead and actually learn the build command. So make sure to turn off all the stuff you have running, and now you can also go ahead and learn the build command, and this time add no cache, so it's build from scratch. Okay. Good. And let's try to learn it again. And hopefully this will fix our issue. So Authentication service is waiting. Let's see the message we are going to get. Yes, we're going to get some. Okay, we're still getting these errors. Okay. What is the issue? Let me stop it again. And let's do this again. But I wanted to build it first. Yeah. Okay, we're still getting the same error. So let me try do one thing. Let me try to add the same API gateway, API internal token that we have here instead of our env here. Internal API token. Let's try to add this same just to see. But I'm pretty sure this is just will be okay if we deploy our things to production. But just to be safe, I'm sure this will be fine. This is just since we're already in development, so it's giving us some issues, but yeah, I think we can go ahead and move on, and we're going to test this better in production. We are deploying to our VPS. So if it gives us an issue again, I'm going to just ignore it and go to other services. So let me open my Docker Compose. Yeah, so we can ignore this properly. Let's ignore this. Let's take everything down. Perfect. So let's go do the same thing for our other services. So we're going to add, we already have this Docker file for this service. All we need to do is change the names of this. So instead of Auth Service, it's going to be, for example, the chat service, and yeah, it's going to be pretty much the same thing for all our services. So let's go ahead and work on other services as well. Okay, so let's go ahead and start working on the gateway service as well, but let's make sure we have the correct stuff. So make sure to add this new build command we have added inside of our Auth Service, and also make sure that your main file is set to this. So just the same thing we did when we started. So we are going to add this to all our services, and as well the module like this. And also make sure you install the package that goes with the build command, and also the .env if you don't have it already. Okay, and inside the Auth Service, the thing that was giving us error inside of app.ts, inside this one, so you see we have an health logs, but we are also preventing it from making requests to our to this one. So let's add this so that it will bypass it, the health logs. So we're going to be using this. Okay, and now let's go ahead and copy the inside the let's copy this Docker file. We're going to change this, and inside the gateway service, let me paste this Docker file that I just got from Auth Service, gateway service, copy this, paste this, I mean. And now let's change stuff. So we're going to change anywhere that we have gateway service, we're going to change it to Auth Service. Okay, let me just start here actually. So let me change this to gateway service, for the build command, the copy the source code going to be for gateway, and this one package is okay, but also building the service. So let's make sure inside of config, the name, this is the name we have to give. So get this correct name, and you can just say gateway service build. Okay, so create a gateway service build. And where else do we have here? So let's make sure to change those to gateway. And over here as well, we need to change this to gateway. And finally right here, we need also to make it to gateway. Now let's check our env. So the port is called gateway port, and it's running on port 4000. So I'm going to add this and expose it. Okay, so that is all we have. Now you can go inside of our Docker Compose file. So inside the Docker Compose, let me add it on the top here, and this one is going to be gateway service. Okay, yeah, so let me accept this for now. Let's see what we need to change. So the gateway service, the build is the same thing we did for this one. Give it this name, the gateway port, environment variables, this one, and we have the service of service URL, which is using this as the name since we are inside of the same network, so we can use this, is fine. And we have the JWT token, internal API token. Yep. And now finally we can add the health check endpoint. can have the health check, I mean. So this is all for our gateway service. We are not connecting to any databases or anything like that. So this should be okay. And yeah, let's go ahead and start it. So I'm going to run the build command. So Docker Compose build. Let me accept this. Okay, they have been built. Now let me try to run my services. Okay, so it's saying that the ports 3006 are not available. Okay, that is fine. I know what's causing this. I can just go to my settings and I can just go. I have this MySQL server is probably running on my machine. So let me close this and also let me uncheck this. Add the password. Let me stop this. All right, so I stopped this. Now it should be okay. Okay, let me start it again. Let me check my Docker Compose, Docker desktop, sorry. So our MySQL is now running. So authentication database is running. Authentication database is running as well. Great, so we don't have any more issues. And now the gateway service is having some errors. Yeah, because we need to add the user service URL, the chat service URL, etc. That's why we're getting these errors. Okay, but that is okay. Now we're going to add more services and this should be okay. So let's go ahead and do the same thing for other services as well. So it's going to be similar thing. So I'm going to go to the, let me copy this gateway Docker file. Go to the, let's do user service. Let's paste this Docker. And this time we're going to, it's going to be, so let's check the name of this. It's startup user. This time I'm going to use this as the name. Let me just change it right here where we build. Okay. So change this as user. And now let's go ahead and start changing. So start here, change everything to user service, and make sure you don't forget anywhere else to change that. And we can also go here, change it to user service, go over here as well, change it to user service. And for this one, let's check the env file. This is going to user service port, and it's running on port 4001. Okay, and also change this over here, so user service. And make sure inside the package.json you have this as well. And also let's not forget to add the build command. So let me go to gateway service. Let me copy this build command. Let's go back to user service, package.json. Let's add in this command. So let's just paste this command here. And also we need to install this tsec areas command package. So let's just do inside the user service, I'm going to pnpm add as Dev Dependencies. I'm going to add these tsec areas. Great. And yeah, So let's go ahead and also build this inside of our Docker Compose. We need to add it as well. So after the gateway service and also after the Auth Service, let's add this user service. And this one is going to be the user service. So it's going to be like similar thing. Let's just accept this and change what we don't need. So for the user service, we have the build command. This is going to be the same. Chat up user service. This is the user port, is fine. Now the env. We have the user service port, user DB URL, fine. Just using what we have defined. And JWT secret. We don't have this inside of user service. We don't have this. Let's check actually. So inside the user service, yeah, we don't have all of those. We just have the internal API token, RabbitMQ URL, and the user DB URL. Okay. So let's remove this JWT related stuff. Okay. Internal API token is fine. RabbitMQ URL is fine. And checking the hair float. So that means we also need to add in the hair float. So inside the app, we already have this, but let's just keep it on /herf, and we can go ahead and add in the hair float inside of our user service in the louds index.ts, so we can be able to check this one. So inside the louds index, let me add this little herf check. Okay, great. And let me make sure we are not forgetting anything else. So let me cross other files actually, cross others. So we have the node env, user service port, user DB URL, RabbitMQ URL, API, internal API token. And now let's go back on the gateway service. So let's add also the user service URL. So user service URL, we have it. Now we can go ahead and add this. Okay. So that is fine. And also for the condition, yeah, let's make sure to add the user service and wait until it's ready. Yep. And while it's still here, let's also do the same thing for, let me copy this Docker file. So we have the Auth service ready, we have the user service ready, we have the gateway layer. Now let's do the last one, which is the chat service. So let's add this one. Let's check the name of this package.json. This is just chat service. So copy this name, say the Docker file, and where we are building this one, just change it to user service. And now let's go on top and start changing this. So this is going to be chat service. Over here as well, it's going to be chat service. Over here as well, it's going to be chat service. So just changing where you have it's not related to the service you are working in, and it should be straightforward. So inside env, let's take the chat env, chat service port, which is on port 4002. And let's change this one to be also chat service. Okay. And let's check inside the app index. Yeah, we have the hair float. And we need to add the build command that we are using inside of other services. So package.json. Let's take this build command. And let's go back inside of the chat service, package.json. Let's add this, and we need to install this package as well inside of here. So let me go inside of chat service, then do pnpm add ht tsec areas. Great. And the env as well for the chat service, not going to be very complicated. We just have the Redis URL. And also, let me go inside of my Docker Compose. And after this one, after the user service, we can also add the chat service as well. Okay. Yep. So let's check if this is what we need to have inside of our chat service. So for .env, we have the node.env, chat service port, Mongo URL, Redis URL, RabbitMQ URL, JWT secret, internal API token. And it really depends on this Mongo, Redis, and RabbitMQ network and health check. Great. Now we can go back here on the gateway service and we can finally add this chat service URL. And also let's add them in order. So let's start with this. Okay, let me remove this space and let me put this on the top. Just to make much more sense. Right? Yeah, so we have the user service, Auth service, and the chat. And also for the condition check, we are going to check if the service is healthy. Okay. All right. So this should be okay. And let's go ahead and build this again. So let me go on the root. Let me run the build command again. Okay. So chat app user service did not complete. Let's see what's the issue. So user service, Docker Compose. Chat app. Oh, this is supposed to be, yeah, this is user, right? Which one failed? Sorry, let me run the build command again, see what's failing. The user service was running, right? Before, like, okay, it's inside chat app user service. Let me check the package.json. The name is this one, is correct. Docker. Build the, let's say the user service. Okay, user service. Am I missing something? User service, user service. Yeah. pnpm filter build. Oh, it's some errors, not the user service.ts is not assignable parameter type user created that. Okay, let's check that this error. So inside of let me see, inside the user service, so services, user service, and it's saying, oh, yeah, we updated this, but we updated the event that we created, but we did not add this inside of our services. So that's why it's giving us this error. So all we need to do is just add the updated that, and it's going to be the same thing for the user.updated.yso string. So let's also do the same thing here. So we just need to add the updated that when publishing this. And this should be good. So let me deploy this again. And hopefully this should fix all our issues we have. Okay, services has been built. Now let's try to run them. So, what's the issue? MongoDB URL is not set. Why is that? Do we not have it in here? RabbitMQ user. RabbitMQ URL should be set in here. Did I not set it? Okay. Yeah. So MongoDB URL, Redis URL, and RabbitMQ. I think we need to change some on our services. We need to change how we add this. For example, on the Redis URL, let me check this. So let me close everything. Instead of Docker Compose, let me check the RabbitMQ URL. This should be okay. RabbitMQ URL should be okay. We have the password. We have the guest as guest. The volumes. Do we have volumes for this one? Yeah, we are also not setting up the volumes for this, so it's probably a good idea to add the volumes as well for this one. So volumes RabbitMQ data runs on this one, and also for Redis as well, actually. So Redis data, we are not adding anything. And that also has a health check for Redis. And for MongoDB, we also need to add the data and also the health check. So let me add health check for MongoDB, which is going to use this run command. And yeah. Okay. And actually, what database are we using for RabbitMQ URL is not running for our chat service. So our chat service is the one giving us all of these errors. So let me close this, go to chat service. Chat service. Yeah. This is not how we're going to set it up. That's why we got this error. So it's going to be, okay, MongoDB URL. So just like the same we did, so MongoDB, but we're going to add in some Mongo user. Instead of this one, actually, let me just accept this for now. So this is the format. And it's something for the RabbitMQ URL, but for the MongoDB, we're going to use this. So let me close this service, user service, Auth Service, let me close them for now. And also the gateway service, let me close it. So for the database of Mongo, we're going to use this. So Mongo name. And here, so Mongo use, instead of Mongo user, we are going to use the root. So Mongo init user, root name, and also Mongo init root password. And we have the database. Yeah, we probably don't have database, but let me try to fix this. So MongoDB password, we're going to set that as well. And then it's going to be on Mongo. The port is this port. And here I'm just going to use the name. So chat app, and going to be of source, going to be equals to admin. So this is the URL. And for Redis is going to be very simple. So Redis user, Redis password. Nothing for Redis. We have any authentication. Let me check. Yeah, we just have the port. So for now, that is fine. We just have the port for our Redis. Mongo Redis user. Should we add authentication? Let me check my env. So Redis, yeah, Redis just a port. Okay. So let me go here and I'm just going to add in the Redis, going to goes to at Redis, right? So Redis is equals to Redis, then this port, RabbitMQ URL, we have the RabbitMQ user, RabbitMQ password, guest, and that is fine. JWT secret, yeah, that is good. Leave it like that. And hopefully now we should be okay. So let me run the build command once more again. Oh yeah, let's also add the data we just created. So over here on the data, we're going to add more data that we have. So Mongo data, we have RabbitMQ data and also Redis data, and also for RabbitMQ we add that as well. All right, so let's run this and hopefully this works, and let's start them. Okay, we got an error. I'm not sure what the error is. Setup user DB. Setup. Wait, where is in that? Setup user DB. Why is the user database not working? Yeah, that's the problem we won't be having. Yeah, so I'm not sure what is the problem here. Okay. What's going on for our services? So the chat service, this is the chat service. Let's go through it once more again. Make sure everything is okay. MQ, RabbitMQ user, ghost, goes to RabbitMQ password. Okay. The Mongo URL was MongoDB, passing this initDB root username, not DNV. Port is 2002. Now let's check the user service. So the user service is also having the node DNV. The port is 4001. The user DB URL is going to user DB user and also user DB password, chat app, and it's running on user DB and the port is just like that. And also for the database user DB name, right? So same thing for the RabbitMQ, AMPQ, RabbitMQ user, and RabbitMQ password. Okay. Auth Service is running well. Gateway service. I'm not sure what's causing these issues. Do we have not the same thing as on our databases? So let me check the env. Okay. Yeah, we need to change these actually. But we shouldn't have to change them. Yeah. Let me see. So for the RabbitMQ, we're using guest as guest, right? Chat user. Let's use guest as well. it's fine. So guest, the port is correct. And also let's check our chat MongoDB database. It's root. And also this one is password. And the port is correct. User database, we have this, the user DB name. We have the chat user, the user. And the password is going to be chat password. Yeah. From my SQL, so we have the database and the user, the password, Okay, so hopefully this should fix our issues. So I see my Auth data service is running as well, but other services are not starting at all. Okay. Setup Mongo is waiting. Why is it waiting? See the command you are running to check the health for the MongoDB. Where is MongoDB? Yeah, I think this command is long. So see a command. Let me add in the correct command actually. So for the test, this is the command we're going to use. So make sure to add this command. And now let's try this again. And yep, so that started, but failed to shut up user DB has no health check. So health check for the user database, we need that as well. So user DB, we need to add in the health check. So let me just add this health check, and I'm going to just add this so over here. This is how we're going to check it for our user database. And let me start it again. Okay. Chat app, chat service is unhealthy. Yeah, I don't know what's going on anymore. We don't have .env. Okay, that is fine. .env inside of the chat service. But what about the user service? It's connection error for the user service as well. Okay, so let me go to the chat service. It's so that we don't have the .env. So pnpm add .env. And also, where do we have the user service connections are failing? So let me go to user service. Let's check the user DB URL is failing. So this is where the things are not working for us. So we have Postgres, user DB, chat user, chat password, user DB. Let me check my env. Okay, so user DB name, user DB password. Let's check the database we have. So user DB, chat user, chat app user, simple correct, chat app password, and the port is that port. I don't get it. I don't get why it's not. I don't get why it's not starting. Do I need to build again? Let me just do this so we see what's causing all these errors. Okay, so we have those built. Let's try to start them again. Yeah. Not sure what's going on. Redis connection failed, JWT service, authentication failed. Okay. Failed to start user service, authentication failed. So this is all errors related to our database is not working. Yeah, let me go ahead and try to fix this. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to try to remove everything with their volumes as well. So I'm going to run this command, Docker Compose down with their volumes. So maybe this will is still caching and using the old data. So let's try again, and hopefully this can fix our issue. If not, we're going to try and see what we can do to fix this. Let's just wait. Okay, so the Auth Services seem like it's getting fixed. The chat service is waiting, but seems like the other services are healthy, and the chat service is still waiting. Okay, yeah, but I think that was the actual issue. Okay, chat service. Yeah. Okay, so here we have the success message. Incredible performance. JS is not specified, it doesn't pass it as common. Yeah, okay, so okay, that was the first issue. So we just need to remove, it was using the old caching, but inside the chat service, do we not have the oh yeah, we don't have the index. Yeah, this is a mistake. So let's make sure to add these ones inside of our chat service. So add this, and also just in case, let's also add this module and this private. Great. And let's turn down them with their volumes. Let me try to start it again. Let's see what will happen. And if it doesn't work, we're going to remove and build it again. But I think it should be okay. So let's see, the user service is running. Okay, user service is running. Chat service. Yeah, I think we need to remove the and build this again because we just changed the code. Yeah, so let's turn them down and let's build this again from scratch. But I think this should fix all our issues we had. So Docker Compose build, and hopefully this will fix the issues we had with these services. Okay, great. And let's try to run them again. Okay. So our services now are running. Chat service again is not healthy for some reasons. Yeah, I'm not sure why it keep not being healthy right now. Auth Service is running, right? What is the health check for this one? Do we even have health check? Yeah, we have the health, but do we have it inside of our routes? Yep, this was the issue. We don't have it inside our routes, so that's why we was getting, it was not starting because we don't have the route inside of our chat service that we check if we return the response okay if there is a success response. Yeah, let me stop this. Let me add it here. Yeah. Let me build again, and hopefully this is the last time I'm going to check this, then we can move to our cloud. So we don't want to move to the cloud if we know that things are not running on our local machine. So that is better. And now it should return a healthy response for us to see. Perfect. So now it runs. So let me check. So it seems like our services are running, but let's go inside of each one. So let's start with Authentication Service. Okay, so it seems like it's running. Good. Let's go to the chat service. It's running. It's connection to database, MongoDB, RabbitMQ. Great. Let's go to the user service. It's running as well. Let's go to the gateway service. Gateway service is running as well. Perfect. Yeah, this took a while, but it's working. Now let's test some moment of truth. Let's go open Postman and actually see if this is running. So we got everything running from our Docker. So let's just make sure I don't have the gateway is not running. Yep, nothing else is running. Nothing else is running. So let me go ahead and test this. So we're still going to use the localhost 4000, right? And let's get a health out. So let's check. Gateway service is okay. So getting the response. Let's register a user inside of this database. Let's send a request. Registration is working. We can log in, right? We logged in successfully. Now let's check our database, just making sure that everything still works as expected. So chat app user. Yeah, so we have new data. Let me refresh this. So this is the user we just created right now. You can see the date. This is the day's date. Let's go to the user service and we have the new user as well. Perfect. Okay. So we logged in as participant number 1. Let's create a conversation as participant number 1, but let's also register participant number 2. So register participant number 2. Now let's create a conversation with participant number 2 in it. It's created and we can start deploying this to our cloud environment. So let's go ahead and start working on deploying this to the cloud so we can add our custom domains, etc., etc. So let's go ahead and do that. So let's go ahead and host everything to the cloud, and we're going to be self-hosting everything. So that means we have to get our own VPS, so our own virtual machine. So there's too many options when it comes to self-hosting, but the two most important ones are, or most known one or famous ones are this one, so DocPro and CoolFi. So all of these are open source, so you can check their code on GitHub and you can self-host this, which is what we're going to do. So for me, you can choose CoolFi if you want, but for me, I'm going to choose DocPro. So why? There's no specific reason. I just like, I mean, I'm used to this, so and I'm feel more comfortable with working with DocPro. So if you are comfortable with CoolFi, that's fine. Go ahead and do that. And the next thing you have to make sure you have to come with your own virtual machine. So you can create one on Google Cloud, on AWS, but make sure to have the OS or the operating system as Ubuntu in the LTS version. So Ubuntu is the recommended operating system for this. So make sure to have any LTS version. You can literally get the machine anywhere you want, but make sure to meet the requirements. So make sure to meet the 2 GB of RAM and 30 GB of disk space. So this is the minimum requirements. Okay, but we can also get a bit more just to be safe depending on our applications, and I'm going to get my own on Hostinger. So let me go ahead and choose Ubuntu, and I'm going to choose the LTS version. And I'm going to generate the password. Okay, so I have the password. Click on next, and also I can add SSH key if I want. I'm going to add this later, but for now, let me click on next. Next again. And I can see that this has 8 GB of RAM and 100 GB of disk space, which is more than enough for our DocPro to start working. But this really depends on the services that you are hosting. So if you're hosting something that needs a lot of more storage and RAM, make sure to go and upgrade to this. But for me, I'm going to choose these options. So the 8 GB of RAM and also the 100 GB of disk space, which is more than enough for this. So go ahead and get your own VPS wherever you want. You can use Hesna, you can use AWS. Just make sure to get your own VPS, and once you have that, you can come back and we continue. So I will see you once you have your own VPS. So perfect. So my VPS is ready, and I hope you also have your own VPS. And once you have your own VPS, the thing that is next is to SSH into the VPS. So whatever method you added to go inside of that, just go ahead and do that. So, and I can paste this. Can say yes, and now I need to provide the password that I have added when creating this VPS or whatever method you're using to access your VPS. Okay, so now I'm inside of this VPS, which is Ubuntu VPS, and the first step we have to do is the first step before doing anything is making sure that our packages are up to date. So we can run this command. So apt update and apt upgrade
/y. So this is going to make sure that everything is up to date. Okay. So the /y will just confirm everything. So any prompt that we get to confirm, it will just confirm everything for us. Okay. So let me make this full screen. Let me zoom in a bit. Perfect. So let's wait for this to finish and we can continue as well. Okay. So this is done. And the next command we need to run is to install the carry command. So you get, I will put everything inside of the description so you can access these commands easily. And we can also add some more utils, but that is not needed. Now let's go ahead and install the DocPloy. So let me go back to my browser. So DocPloy, all I need to do is copy this command, go to the domain or to the terminal, paste it, and this will go ahead and start installing the DocPloy inside of our virtual machine. So this is going to take a while. So let me go ahead and wait for this to finish. Then I will see you once this has done installing. Okay, so DocPloy has finished installing. So we can now go and access it to this URL that giving us. So let me try to open this. Yep, and this is DocPloy interface. So this is how we can access this. So here we can create the root account, the admin account. So go ahead and fill in your details and make sure to create something that is safe. Yeah, so let me go ahead and fill in my details and I will see you once we have done that. So make sure to do the same thing as well. Perfect. So now once you have your details set, we can, instead of keep accessing our dashboard to our IP, we can go ahead and add our domain. So instead of doing this, let's go ahead and add domain. So let's go to the web server, and here, this is where we set up an email or a domain in this case. So also make sure you have a domain. So I have a couple of domains I use. I'm going to use this one. So this is the domain I'm going to be using for this one. So I'm going to go, and this is inside of Cloudflare. So let me go to DNS records, and I can go ahead and add a new record. So add the record, and this one is going to be a record. And since I want this to catch, like if I add any other applications to my DocPloy, I can just give it a domain, and it will just attach it to this website, this domain right here. So, and you have to give it the IP of your virtual machine. So over here, I can go to manage VPS, and let me skip this. I don't want this. Skip this, and here I can copy the IP. So this is the IP. Let me copy this IP, and I can add it inside of the DNS record as the target. We can keep this proxy status turned on, or also you can turn it off, but I'm going to keep it this way. So maybe we can, yeah, let's leave it this way. Yeah, let's leave it this way, or maybe we can give it the name. Yeah, let's leave it this way and see what will happen. So I'm going to give it as asterisk, and now let's go to the DocPloy. So inside the DocPloy, and I'm going to give it a name. So this one is going to be DocPloy. Okay, so add your domain, this subdomain, and also the email, and also make sure to confirm your HTTPS and use Let's Encrypt, and save this. And now we should be able to access our panel or our dashboard through this. So let me paste this here. Yeah, perfect. So now we are accessing our domain, our panel to this domain, our custom domain that we have set, instead of using that dashboard. Great. So now let's log in with the details that you have set when creating the account. So let's go ahead and set those in and we can log in. Okay. So now we have this ready. Before we can go ahead and do anything else, we need to push our code to GitHub. Yeah, because whenever we push changes to this our code, we don't have to do anything. It will automatically build our services. So let's start pushing this code to GitHub. So we're going to add a git ignore file. So inside the root file, let's add a new git.gitignore and add in all these details. And this env file is going to act as our .env, and I can copy this, paste this, or I can just copy this, paste it here, and I'm going to call this .example so we can access this easily later. And make sure to change all of these. So actually, let me change them maybe. So let me go inside of this .env and let's start setting it for our production. So we're going to change everything here inside of this .env file to meet the production requirements. So first of all, let me initialize this as the GitHub. So on VS Code, you can learn this initialize repository. And this .env example, it's fine. You can push this. There's nothing much that we want. We're going to change all of these anyways for production, so they should be fine. But what you don't want to commit is this .env, and you can see it's grayed out. That means it will not be pushed to any of the GitHub, as same thing for all of these env files. Okay, so now let's go ahead and start generating secure keys for our production. So I have my code pushed to GitHub, and we are on the main branch. Okay, so now what I'm going to do, I'm going to go inside of DocPro, right? Okay, so how this works, the first thing is creating the project so you can manage different projects. So I'm going to add a project and I'm going to give this a name. It can be anything. So this is the name. You can also give it a project. So now let's create a project, and now we're inside of this project, and you can see that you can also change and add environments as you want. Okay, so now what we need to do is creating a service. So let's create a service, and we are going to use a compose service since this is a Docker. Okay, and this is going to be what can you call it? We can call this chat app backend, right? Since this is a backend. And let me do it like this: chat app backend, Docker Compose. We're using Docker Compose. Give it a description if you want. I'm going to go ahead and create this, and inside of Docker Compose, the backend we just created, let's go ahead and attach in the GitHub. So go ahead and connect your GitHub. So click on settings, and now you need to connect your GitHub account. So click on GitHub. And if it's an organization, you can turn this on, but if it's just your personal account, in that case, mine as well, I'm going to go ahead and create a GitHub app. Okay, so it's authenticated, but it's not done yet. What you have to do is click on this button right here to authorize and give it access to the repositories that you want. I'm going to give it all repositories for now. And now we have connected it. So go back to projects. Go to self-hosting, chat app backend, and here choose your account. So I'm going to choose my account, and also I'm going to select the repository that I have all my services and the Docker Compose file in. Okay, so I have selected the repository that I'm using. The branch is going to be the main branch. It's the only branch we have. And this is going to trigger whenever we push changes to a GitHub, it's going to trigger this again, and it will build with new code. And the Docker Compose path where it is, it's in the root, so we can keep it like this. And let's save this. Let's go to the environment, and this is where we need to add our environment variables. So let's go back to our editor, env. This is the environment that we have set up. So let's copy everything and let's paste them here. So this is everything we need. Okay. So make sure to change this to production and save settings as needed. So I'm going to save this. So these are saved now. To the domains, we can add a domain later on once our services has built. And for now, everything seems good to me. So go ahead and click on deploy, confirm, and you can analyze this. So let's view and see what is happening. So it's going to do the same thing that happened when we deployed on our local machine. So it's going to build the Docker Compose and pull some images from the Docker Hub. So let's go ahead and wait for this to finish. Okay, so it seems like we got some issues. Inside of the chat user service is unhealthy. Okay, so let's go to the logs. And let's click on chat user service. What is the issue now? It's saying RabbitMQ URL is invalid. Do we not have the correct one? RabbitMQ URL is invalid. Okay, interesting. Let's check also the Auth Service. So they are all saying invalid URL. Which one? RabbitMQ URL is invalid. Okay, so RabbitMQ URL is invalid for Auth Service as well. Chat service. Let me check the chat service. RabbitMQ URL is invalid. Okay. User service. So it's all about RabbitMQ URL. Let's see what's the issue, what's causing this. Okay, so the possible fix I can think of right now is instead of using this way, right? I can do one thing. So let's start on the authentication service. And here on AuthDB URL, I'm going to remove this. Okay. So AuthDB URL, I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to use as AuthDB URL. So just like that. Same thing for RabbitMQ. So I'm going to use RabbitMQ URL and AuthDB URL. Okay. And also for user service, I'm going to use userdb URL, RabbitMQ URL. Go to chat service, pass in the MongoDB URL and also the RabbitMQ URL as the same thing. Okay, so I have Mongo URL, Redis URL, RabbitMQ URL. Now we should just have this as URLs, nothing else. Okay. So this way we don't have to complicate things for us, but now we need to update this env to just have the URLs instead, right? So we need to update this to have URLs, and you can build this once over again. Okay. Hopefully this will fix our issue. So let's go ahead and push these new changes, and we'll see what will happen. I'm going to copy this, right? I'm going to go to the Docker Compose for our deployments, and I'm going to add these environment variables. Add this, and I'm going to try to start this and see if it will start. If it doesn't, we'll delete this and we'll add it one more time. So just to see if this will fix the issue that we had before. And if it fails, I'm going to delete this and I'm going to add it one more time. So
just making sure that there is no caching that is making it use our old services. Yeah, so yeah, I think I'm going to remove this. Okay. Yeah. I'm going to remove this. Let me delete this. Let me remove this. I'm going to also check these delete volumes associated with this one, so we can build like once more time. So let's start over. Let me add the compose file, and I'm going to call this name. Create. Go inside of this. Select main. Go to save. Go to environment variables. Let's add this one. Let's add the environment variables that we have here. So copy this, paste them here to save them, and now let's deploy. So that we start over again. So now let's wait, and hopefully this will fix the issues that we had. Okay, seems like it did not fix it. So what could be the issue right now? User service. Okay, but it finally created it. So it's running. Auth database connection is running. Setup is running as well. Just the gateway service that is waiting for them to be ready. But I think right now they are running. So let's go to Docker, right? Let's go to Docker, and I'm going to is there any way I can just restart this? It has been created, but it's not, or it thinks that our services have failed when they're actually running. Okay. Let me reload. I go to the logs. Yeah. So reloading this, it made sure that our services are running. Yep. Finally, our services are all running. Let's go to the domain so we can add a custom domain. And I'm going to select the gateway service, and this is going to be on api.withcodewise.com. Withcodewise.com, the path is going to be this one, and our port is 4000, and use HTTPS. Let's encrypt. Let's create this. So validate this. Wait, and hopefully this will fix the issues that we had. Okay, seems like it did not fix it. So what could be the issue right now? User service. Okay, but it finally created it. So it's running. Auth database connection is running. Setup is running as well. Just the gateway service that is waiting for them to be ready. But I think right now they are running. So let's go to Docker, right? Let's go to Docker, and I'm going to is there any way I can just restart this? it has been created, but it's not, or it thinks that our services have failed when they're actually running. Okay. Let me reload. I go to the logs. Yeah. So reloading this, it made sure that our services are running. Yep. Finally, our services are all running. Let's go to the domain so we can add a custom domain. And I'm going to select the gateway service. And this is going to be on api.withcodewise.com. Withcodewise.com, the path is going to be this one, and our port is 4000. And use HTTPS. Let's encrypt. Let's create this. So validate this. Let's open this. And let's try to go to health. Let's try to go to health routes. Okay. Where is it? Here. So our domain is saying not found. I wonder what's causing that. I wonder what's causing this to say that this domain is not found, right? Maybe we did not expose this port on our settings. Yeah, so if you get in some kind of 404 errors, what I suggest you do is comment out these networks on the gateway service, and hopefully this should fix your issue. So if you go to your domains and this one, and now this time it should give us the correct domain without some kind of errors, right? So I'll always let me close this, let me open it. Okay, let me copy just this domain and then let me go here and then go to the health routes. Yeah, and that should give us that it's helpful. Okay. Yeah, so I think this will be all, and I'm going to probably check out and test some other stuff, but there will be part 2 of this video, which will go fix more stuff and also start talking on our front end. So I hope you enjoyed this, and thank you so much. This video took so much time to make, and if you made it to the end, well, congratulations, and I will see you guys in the future videos. Yeah, and thank you so much for watching. So see you soon and take care.